Um, and that's cool. But what's that got to do with the Earth and how it measures? You think?
What I'm saying is they've actually seen it. So like they've seen the curvature themselves. So that's how they prove it exists. And then they've measured it um, by not even presupposing, because they have already observed its curvature, right? So they can measure its curvature. They can measure its curvature, knowing that's already a globe shape.
Hmm. Okay, so do you think so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying that they've seen it and that validates that it's a globe?
Yeah,
You understand that that's not really something that you can validate, right?
why not?
Because the best you can do is tell me that they've seen it, which you've already told me.
Well, yeah, and that's why I started out by saying it's a belief. I believe they've
Right.
been to space.
Right. So let me ask you a question. If the earth measures flat, then there's obviously uh an incongruity with your belief and reality, right?
Yeah,
What do you mean the Earth measures
So
flat?
yeah, that's not what
so
that's not
It
even
is
true.
observed as flat. It is not measured as flat.
yeah, it is, but I'm not talking to you at the moment, talking to the other guy. So what was your response?
I thought they could measure curvature, but it wasn't consistent. It wasn't consistently the same curvature as the radius of the Earth would imply.
No, no one's ever measured curvature.
Really. So like,
That's hilarious.
Mhm. Well, I mean, it's true.
so they've measured different like distances though at different altitudes, but that's not curvature, you'd say.
Well, I mean, if you provide something specific, we can look over it and talk about it. Because I don't really want to. I mean, it doesn't have to be vague, right? Like you do. Let me ask you a question. Do you want to get like if there was a definitive answer to be reached, like for example, like I just asked, well, you believe it's a sphere, but if it measures flat, then that would obviously be an issue for your belief. You agree that that would be an issue?
Um, yeah.
Okay.
Wait. Hold on.
So
There's an
so if
issue
I
here. There's an
show
issue.
you so if I show you that it measures flat, then that'll be that,
Wait,
right?
but
Like
wait.
Sure.
Are you?
the whole thing is like we don't have to be all, oh, so are you saying that? Look, what I'm saying is I can show you that it's measured flat. Either you can take that and investigate it or not do anything with it. But that would be a good conversation to have, right? If I actually had that versus all this
Yeah.
other weird stuff the other guy's trying to do.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'd
So
agree
do
to
you?
that.
Wait. So do you have it measured as flat or no? Because that's very relevant to what's, or else you're just contradicting yourself. No response? Okay.
Elijah, Elijah, are you still there, Elijah?
I'm here. It's just like what. Look, so let me ask the guy another question, the one that I'm actually speaking to. Did I already answer his question twice?
Um, I think I don't know. I
Say
really
no.
Keep in mind it's on the live stream. Did I already answer his question?
Say no.
He's asking. He's
I guess I have to
asking
rewatch the
if
live
I'm
stream.
saying. He's asking if I'm saying the Earth is flat.
Hmm.
Didn't I say that twice?
I would have to rewatch the stream. I don't remember.
You were
You can take it all.
if you did it.
Well, I said that obviously if it measures flat, then that would be a problem for your belief of it being a globe. So, and then I said, well, it does. So that did happen, right? You remember that much, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so let's talk about where the globe comes from. You know what latitude is?
Yeah.
Okay, so this entire globe system where you have these geographic points that you can use to reference to get your position out at sea if you're ever lost using celestial navigation and something called the sextant.
All right.
All of this involves referencing the earth as a level surface. And when I say level, I'm talking about in the context of flat, horizontal, and orientation. That's number one. Number two, we get a measure, a horizontal measure from you to the geographic point that the star is 90 degrees overhead. Now, this creates a circle of equal altitude that you are on the perimeter of. Yeah, well, you're along the circumference of this circle. So that distance, after you've taken an elevation angle measurement and looked at a reference book for the stars, it'll give you all of these things so that you can figure out, okay, first of all, you need two stars, but I'm trying to make it as simple as I possibly can so I'm just trying to keep it about that radial line, that radius from the geographic point of the star to you is a horizontal distance that they convert to nautical miles.
Okay.
So when people say, well, I need a flat earth map, actually, the globe is the flat earth map because, again, the elevation angle measurements to the stars is how we got this system in which people think that well, they don't know, but really um you're referencing a plane regardless, except you can take the extra steps to say, okay, well, I'm going to take this measurement and then I'm going to take this tangent to mean that that tangent is horizontal to the plane at the center of the earth, which I will then read my measurements to the stars. But that's, I mean, again, you're on a plane regardless, and then they'll say, well, this arc in the sky that is the globe, that's what you're traversing. It's not. In all instances, it's measured flat, and the angles that you're going to measure, elevation angles up to the stars, are going to be referencing a flat plane, a horizontal plane in which from you anywhere along that circle of equal altitude is just a straight distance. The equator, minimum angle to Polaris, 3,959 miles.
Bro's not all. Oh shit! I didn't realize I was unmuted. Yo.
Hmm.
Is he alive?
Maybe he's processing, man. Maybe he's gonna ask me for some general information that I can point him to. I don't
Carter,
know.
maybe you should look at your DMs.
Oh shoot! I'm sorry.
Maybe.
Oh no.
Also,
Honestly, I don't know much about celestial navigation, so I was kind of waiting for a question, but
That's
yeah.
fine. Yeah. Well, well, I just told you what I told you. Just told you facts about celestial navigation. No question, really.
So, do you think we can use a flat plane of reference to measure curvature accurately?
How?
I was asking.
Well, how is your question?
Um,
what?
I really don't know.
Right. Right.
But like, obviously, celestial navigation works. Um,
Right.
so like, is that the only reason why it's flat? Is because we measure it through celestial navigation as
Right.
flat, or
I didn't tell you why it's flat. I just told you a navigational fact. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's like me having a dog and you saying, well, I understand why it's a dog. And I'm like, what? I just told you. I didn't tell you why it's flat. I just told you just information about how the earth is referenced. Now, the only logical thing to do here, if anything, is challenge that to what I would have to go and get like a citation, right? Or some source
Yeah,
to
can you
back up what
provide
I'm saying.
us with some like calculations proving this? Because you're
How the
just
hell would
saying
a
this.
calculation? I just gave you an epistemology, and you said, "Can I have a calculation proving this?" I just gave you a method.
Because aren't we comparing like? Never mind. No, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Sorry about that.
Right,
Fuck.
because I'm not comparing anything. I'm just telling you a navigational fact. It's not a compare anything.
Yeah, but
He asked,
it's
well, how is it measured flat? I gave him a point blank answer. Now, if there's a rebuttal to that answer, like, no, that's wrong, here's how, that would be,
wait, but don't you have to be able to measure that in order to come up with that conclusion?
I don't know
You can't
what
just
was,
say that
I
and
don't know
then
what
just
was ambiguous about. I literally just talked about measurement. That's what I talked about.
yeah. But when we talk about measuring the Earth's curvature, we come up with an answer of our
That's,
own. We don't just say it.
well, I'm not talking about measuring the Earth's curvature, am I?
No, you're talking about measuring a flat Earth.
I'm talking about celestial navigation, which is what is used to
Yeah,
navigate if you're lost out at sea.
yeah, on a flat Earth. That's how you're
No,
doing it, correct?
no, no. I I hope your friend hears me well.
Mhm.
I didn't input any kind of
Model.
I didn't nothing. When
Okay.
I said flat, I was talking about an orientation. Okay. Second of
Okay.
all, when I was talking about latitude, I was talking about an elevation angle that was somehow converted into nautical miles, which is a straight horizontal distance. So, unless there's a rebuttal to that,
Nautical miles, huh? That's what you're gonna use for space navigation, or
Wait, so
No, a
you say they
nautical mile
measure
is just a unit of measure like an inch.
you say they measure
yeah,
a straight
I know.
you say they measure a horizontal distance and then they like turn it into nautical miles. Um so you're saying like that essentially if the earth wasn't curved they would just use that because it's the same distance really, right? Or it'd be the same distance regardless
I
of the
don't know
model.
about comparing or anything. I just without any extra language, I've detailed exactly what happens practically. Like I didn't make any inferences. I didn't say that this if it was this that right. Like let's think about this. All I did was detail celestial navigation. The only move is to go, well, if that's true, give me literature. Other than that, there's really, I mean, it's not like we're in a debate or anything. We're just having a conversation. Right?
Yeah.
So the thing is, like what I'm calling for is for uh you to do something and you can actually practically do it. You don't have to believe what I'm telling you, right? And that's the thing. You have something that I'm telling you that is either true or not true. And if it does turn out to be true, then you're going to have to think about your beliefs. That's all. But that's like work that's on your part. Like I've done as much as I can at this point. Um uh but I guess except for provide you with a link, but I mean you could go to the library and pick up a celestial navigation book or a book on navigation. So it's not this special knowledge, it's just about discerning what's being told. Because they will have this, it's a globe lean, but when it comes to like what you're actually doing, which is what I detailed, none of that's in there. They'll say, here's how you navigate a globe, and then they'll detail how you're navigating a flat plane. And if I'm lying, I'm flying.
It's pretty silent in
Hor-
here.
Horizontal measurement kind of sucks the air out of the room, doesn't it? Because it's like it's really nowhere to go from there. So people kind of go with, letting other people lead the conversation or talking about space or talking about gravity or talking about all these other things that would be true if it did measure to be a globe. Um, and that can be fun, but sometimes when a person
Oh,
sounds sincere and they're asking point blank questions, I like to get them there as fast as possible.
so you said it would measure as a globe. What would that do you think entail mathematically?
What do you
Or
mean?
like because you just said if it measured as a globe, like what do you mean by that?
Well, they do have a claim that there's a maximum distance you can see based off of the curvature of the Earth. So they use Pythagoras basically, and an assumption of they they use the radius, and that's why it works so well because it's a flat Earth measurement. But they use the radius of the Earth to then uh come up with a formula for the distance to the horizon. Now, the problem with that is that actually doesn't work So the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And that'll give you the distance to where the earth or the water will begin to curve away at an angle that you can no longer see it. Hence the horizon. But that's why I said the very first thing that I said about horizons. How do you have a horizon on a globe when a horizon is a rate of change of 0 and curvature is literally a rate of change of slope? But that's like, you know,
Well, isn't the issue with measuring the curvature or the drop over distance that there's refraction, right? And like the light curves on the same path as a Verkriest-Crone curve or whatever it's called because of Snell's law. So it kind of looks
well,
like it's
Snell's
flat.
Snell's law is completely non sequitur with whatever globe earthers are trying to say is happening. But again, like you got to do a little more homework, and other than people saying it's refraction, so what you're seeing is possible. Like what you're seeing is already you see it. We're just saying, yo, it's just there's nothing in between. I'm seeing what I'm seeing. They're saying, well, there's some sort of like, activity with the air that look, dog. The claim was that the distance to the horizon was 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if we go back to that funky little word latitude, if you are navigating again using, let's say, Polaris, the problem is to find your latitude. They claim that you use a tangent to the globe's horizon, which is a straight line distance 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, you can't do any of that calculation with the horizon that's not there. So the claim on paper is that, well, actually, to get your latitude, you're going to have to take an elevation angle and a tangent that's going to be at the geometric horizon that no one sees. So it's obviously BS. Or they're just doing what I'm telling you, taking an elevation angle. It's not a tangent, it's just an elevation angle that they will then utilize to, you know, get a circle of equal altitude. You can use a second star to get your position, your general position. You'll be at you'll be at one of 2 points along a circle where they cross. So a
Is it still
refracted
here?
horizon kind of fucks up, you know, latitude on a globe because you're obviously not using it if you're not looking at it, right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
It's
I
a lot
really
to
don't
think
know.
about.
Yeah.
It's a lot to think about, bro. I'm not I appreciate you having a conversation with me. Yeah, just look into it.
Hey, Carter,
Yeah.
is your conversation done here? I
Yeah.
was wondering, can I call you privately? I
Okay.
know it's kind of weird to ask in front of like a lot of people, but I want to fill you in on some information. The only reason I'm not saying it is because
No, let him. It's okay. Let him fill you in,
mhm.
then come back and try your best to articulate whatever it is that he's got going on, and I'll be
Mhm.
here unless I'm playing Call of Duty. It's all good.
All right, all right, all right. All right, I'm gonna call you privately, Carter.
I hope you equip him with the proper citations and don't have your man out here looking crazy.
That's what you call damage control. Let me call you. Set you back. Since Elijah just fucked your head up. It was some truth. Good job.
Thanks.
It's kind of weird. Like, um, I was talking about this yesterday. Like how Takari he like schooled McToon in regards to gravity, but McToon just completely ignored everything he said and jumped right into the lies. Like, oh, we have, the Cavendish and we have the, angles and the formulas and we know what the laser precision and we bounce off like he went to the lies to prove the lies. And it's just like, bro, like that's what these guys do, man. Everything you just told him is gonna that guy's gonna call him and be like, hey, so we have this and this and that and there's still a curve, okay? It's still a ball. It's like they don't get it, bro. It's weird. Go right back to the ball and then use it as proof. And we know that it's a ball, okay? And we know that it's this way and that way and this and that. I mean, I don't know what they don't get, dude. We're here to tell them that's all lies. That's all falsehood. They're just not willing to listen, I guess. Well, those that aren't meant to, I guess, won't. What's up, Harp? I haven't talked to you for a while.
Oh,
How you been? I guess you're busy.
yeah, my mic was across the room, and I wasn't really planning on talking. I was just listening. So,
Oh, no
anybody
worries.
doing anything fun tonight?
Me? No, nothing.
No.
No, I cleaned up earlier because I got all my kiddos coming over for barbecue, so I had to like clean the barbecue and the tables and the chairs and set everything up. So I'm just winding down.
Ah,
Ugh.
yeah, I saw your little post in there. I know. I mean, these guys don't know how refraction actually works. You know that
Yeah,
because it
they're
just
all lost.
never makes you see closer and clearer ever. Never brings anything up into. That's just not how it works ever. So
I see
retarded
why
that
they
it
have
makes you sick.
problems. I
What?
see why they have problems whenever we, talk about elevation and elevation angles and Polaris. They kind of go into this non sequitur conversation about nothing having to do with celestial navigation.
Right? Like they take you everywhere else but what you're trying to tell them about.
Like, no, these flat Earth these elevation angle measurements that you taking couldn't possibly be on a plane.
Right. Well, their new buzzword is the reciprocal zenith angles. That's their new buzzword that they slam dunk with now.
Well, reciprocal zenith angles, that doesn't have anything to do with celestial navigation.
No, I know, but they
Right.
use it as a way to where they know that they can get a zenith that's going to give you like it justifies their baseline not needed to get that celestial GP. You get what I'm saying? Like they use that reversal, like it's fucking retarded. And they're like
Doesn't work.
because they have reciprocal zenith angles measuring greater than 180, then they are like that justifies that when we're trying to do this celestial navigation, like you don't have to have a flat baseline because we know it's not flat because of reciprocal zenith angles. Like, dude, it's like such a fucking mental gymnastics on these guys. Crazy.
Can I ask a poignant question on that reciprocal zenith angle thing? They say that they get angles greater than 180 degrees, right? Do they
Right.
ever make a statement as to what that final result is?
Well,
Like 182,
what they
196?
don't say is that the variation comes from an assumption of the radius of the Earth. Because how the hell could you know what distance they are divergent if you didn't include that presupposition?
Yeah,
I mean,
I've been witnessing this argument uh, with Scott Mackey and participating in it, and all I hear is greater than 180 degrees, but they don't say what the value is, right? Like, put aside the presuppositions, right?
Right.
The claim is it's greater than 180 degrees, but if, like, in my head, it's like, okay, well, if I get two angles and they sum together and sum to 182 or 181 degrees, right? That's like, 1 or 2 degrees off, a small fraction of a percentage, off or whatever. It's like,
Mhm.
is it not possible? Let's say, for example, the claim was, oh, it's 181 degrees, and that matches perfectly with our model because between so and so distance of, let's say, 2 miles or 100 miles or something like that, we have this supposed angle of divergence or whatever, and boom, magic, it matches our model. It's like, how do we know that that's not just error?
But here's the thing though. Like, think of it this way, okay? One thing they don't ever talk about is that sometimes they come up with 179 or 178. That's fucking proof of a concave Earth right there. So what they
Oh,
don't, what was that?
I said, interesting. I never heard of the statement that, oh, yeah, sometimes we get results that are less than 180 degrees.
Yeah, so like for instance, okay, this is why they do what they call like a median, right? So they'll take like 5 shots or it's like 10 shots of the same, like let's say 1 point, right? They're gonna do like 5 or 10, and then they're gonna make them an average. They're gonna average them as in the sum. They're gonna average it, and then overall, like you can have like 15 shots, right? And then they'll be like, oh, the overall is greater than 180. Okay, but that's because once again, they took an average of the sum. But also, what they're doing is they're using the equipment incorrectly because they are going so far beyond that they're creating the optical, I guess you would say, error. Because when you're looking at something that's way far from you, it's perspectively, like optically, it's lower. At the in an angular, view, if you will. And then if you go to the other spot and shoot back and do the same thing, yeah, your original position is going to also look lower from where you first started, angularly, like optically. But so then when you go back and say, okay, here we are, and look at it's dipping lower. But here's what's stupid though, that when these guys, when they talk about it, first of all, they never done it. They never even probably set up a theodolite to begin with. They don't know how they actually work. They just heard someone on YouTube lie and say, oh yeah, I'm a site surveyor and this is what I do. No site surveyor is going to shoot an object that's so far away that you're going to have to worry about that drastically, because technically 250 to 300 yards is the furthest you'll even shoot that shot, because they know, like any professional knows, that beyond that it's going to give there's so much error to what you're trying to shoot, then it's not reliable when you're actually trying to build something and try to make these marks.
Yeah,
So
BattleMod and Scott Mackey were going at it earlier on that exact same thing, and BattleMod does it, as part of his profession.
yeah. He does it in his concrete field, and we set up theodolites to shoot shots when we're building buildings as an iron worker. And the thing is that when guys like Scott Mackey come and like, oh no, we know it, and this is what we do. He's a fucking computer. Like, he just sits behind a computer and simulates shit. Like, he doesn't know what the fuck reality is at this point, because his reality exists on the screen. And here's the thing though, even in engineering, like every blueprint that we ever work with, it's all plumb level square. Nothing ever having to do with curvature. And if you ask like all professionals, even surveyors, like, hey, when's the last time you used you had to calculate for the curvature of the Earth? They'll look at you like, what? Like, we don't do that. Like, that's not even something you have to do. Like, but a glober, this is kind of funny. A glober site surveyor, one with the bias and one's like, fuck flat Earth. Like, he'll be like, oh no, we have to definitely do it. But if you just ask a guy that don't even know, like a site surveyor that doesn't even know the argument, like, he'll just be like, what? Curve of the Earth? No, it's all rise over run. It's just elevation change, and that's the way we shoot it. We shoot a horizontal, and then that's it. It's that simple.
It's funny. There's a guy that came in here. What's his name? It starts with a D, I think. Whatever. Shit. Something dude or whatever. Fuck, I forgot.
Old dude.
Old dude.
Hey? No, not old dude. The a Glober guy. The guy that comes in here with the icon. Hey?
Flat Earth dude.
No, I could be totally wrong. But anyways, it's a guy with the icon. It's like a balding man with his mouth open, kind of looking like almost half stoned or something like that. Anyways, fuck, I forgot his name. Anyways, he came in here earlier and said he literally went up to a guy as like a joke who was doing site surveying, and he asked him, "Hey, is it round or curved? Or is it flat or curved?" And like, trying to make a joke, but
that was earlier today. We were busting his balls on that, like saying, like, how's the guy gonna? He said, the guy answered, "Oh yeah, we clearly have to take into account the curvature of Earth." Like, yeah, like,
what's his name again?
It was. I don't even know. Shit. I'm sorry. I don't remember Glober's names. I mean, generally, he was a guy I've never heard of before, but he was in here earlier today.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can attest to that. Yeah. He was basically saying he went up to a guy. He made the claim. He asked the question, and here's a site surveyor that would not comport to the claim made in this room that no site surveyor would ever say it's curved. Like, okay, nice anecdote, but I don't know. Maybe you're full of shit. Maybe he's full of shit. Who knows? But yeah. Anyway.
So you're saying that site surveyor said, yes, we definitely have to account for curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he comes up to a site guy, and the guy said, and he goes, "Hey, is it flat or curved?" And the guy goes, "Oh yeah, we've got to take into whenever we measure." Whenever we do our jobs, we got to account for Earth curve, and it's like it doesn't even work. I'm not a surveyor. I know it doesn't work like that. It's just not the way it works. I mean,
was it?
It wasn't anything specific. He had no idea, dude. It just sounded. I don't even believe it. I don't even believe the story. But fine, whatever.
Was it on land or water? Was it on land?
He was a land survey. No, I don't think people survey. I don't think people survey water, do they? I guess they can. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's celestial navigation, right? I guess that would be a form of surveying water. I guess I don't know. I don't know.
Here you go.
No, why would you have to survey? Like, isn't surveying to get like the changes of elevation? Which yeah, right. Which would be with.
This is what I was like. I immediately was just like, "Can you repeat what you just said?" Because I knew Battlebot was in here, and I was hoping he eventually chimed in.
So surveying, all they're really like technically doing is just transferring the benchmarks that are known in the city to the job site. So that way, when you build something, you're building them according to the elevations that are on the blueprints. And all the elevations, let's say if that city is like 500 feet above sea level, well then when you're at 510, then you're at 10 feet, right? You get it? Like, and that's all for the foundation. And usually, like, go ahead.
I just knew that it was nonsense, because can you imagine like some guy looking through his little thing, like marking down stuff, and then like he gets done, he's like, "All right, now account for freaking curvature. It's the same shit. Like the snipers, like they put in all their calculations, but all of a sudden they're like at the end they're like, all right, now freaking account for curvature. Dude, it doesn't
Yeah,
happen. It's
not what
bullshit.
happened. So I posted a video just right now, 41 minutes after the hour. That was on a job site. That's a surveyor right there. Like right away, he's like, dude, like he is clearly, obviously a flat earther. Like no bias. Obviously, right out the gate, he just like said it, and I laughed. Like, oh my god, bro, because he knew it was up. And then I said, hey, how many times have you accounted for curvature of the earth? And he's like, as many times as I've been to the moon. And he's like, the Earth's flat. Like this dude, he's a surveyor, cool dude. I met him. Like that was the first time I just walked up to him too. And that's the first time I met him. And then, like, after that, though, we had, like, a really cool, like, understanding. Like, he knew and I knew, like, we're both flat earthers on the job site. And then there's a lot of guys that aren't flat earthers or believed in the globe. Obviously, there's people that believe in the globe. They're all indoctrinated and brainwashed, as we once were. But this guy right here, like, it was the same thing. You know, like, I mean, that guy, he walked up to someone at a site survey and he said it's the globe. Well, this is an actual video, not just someone saying it. Like, I can say right now, like, I just went up to a site surveyor earlier, and he said it's flat. But I'm just saying those are just words. But here's a video actually on the job site, and there's this site surveyor who's an actual site surveyor. And, you know, I have more stories as well. A 35 years plus retired site surveyor asked him, did you ever have to account for curvature? He's like, no. Like, and then I was like, but it says in the manuals, right? Because Danik was like, tell him it's in the manuals. Tell him, why did he listen to the manuals? I'm like, it's in your manuals, right? He's like, yeah, it says it, but you never use it. Straight up, dude. This guy's retired for over 35 years. So imagine that. Imagine that. So these Glovers,
it's flat. It's almost like.
Yeah. Well, the thing, I mean, a good surveyor, like a good surveyor knows that the only thing you're accounting for is the equipment, like the like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like what your equipment can do. I'm totally lost for words right now. Like the abilities of your equipment, as well as the conditions of that day. This is why you'll mainly find surveyors doing it very early in the morning or like mid morning. You don't want to get it to where it's too cold. You don't want to get it to where the sun's right over your head, because that drastically changes your numbers and your spotting, like your readings. That's why when we pull out the theodolites to shoot elevations or make like to plumb up the buildings, like you never want to do that like after 8 o'clock in the morning. You don't want to be shooting lines. That's why you start like at 6, 7, at the latest 8, because by the time you're done, it's ready like break by 10, and you don't want to really shoot shots after that because the heat alone can fuck up your measurements, and if your measurements are off, you can fuck up everything, overall. But that's why these Glovers, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, dude. They're just watching YouTube guys and coming here and lying. I just don't like when they do that, dude.
Most of these Glovers that come in here are trolls.
Yeah, true.
They're fundy zealots.
I was listening to one earlier, and Battle Mod was saying, nah, he's just too stupid to understand. I was like, dude, I just shut up, because I've known this troll for like 4 years, okay? As long as he's been around, he goes by Dana Carvey, the wrestling name, right? Dana? You know what I'm talking
Dana,
about, right?
yeah. You mean Dana Smith, or I forgot.
No, Carvey?
I thought Dana Carvey was the comedian.
Wait, do I really have that wrong?
I thought that's it doesn't matter, but I mean,
okay. Well, now I forget his last name then if it's not Carvey, because it.
Dana Carvey is the guy, the funny dude from Saturday Night Live that used to do the turtle. Anyways,
you're talking about
you should do the church lady.
Wayne's World.
Church lady.
Yeah,
Wayne's World. Well, he was from Saturday Night Live first, but yeah, he used to do church lady on Saturday Night Live.
Him and, I know. Yeah, I know.
That's Dana Carvey. But as far as a wrestler, that's why I guess Dana Smith is the UFC dude, right? Oh no, I don't know.
Dana White.
But go on. Dana White, yeah, that's what I'm. My bad. Well, go ahead.
Dana White, there it is. Yeah, Dana White. I just saw his picture on there. I was looking for it.
Yeah, Dana White's the
Dana
UFC.
White.
That fool's rich as
He
fuck.
was in here making pretend he was asking questions, and then I knew I saw his name you know, and I put it in the chat, tagged him, and put equals troll. I was calling him a troll. He mentioned, hey, how come this guy Harp is? I don't know you. It's like, yeah, I know you though. Yeah,
From way
equal
back.
troll. So they come in pretending. You know how they do it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, as soon as I called him out, he showed his true colors immediately. And they still kept going. So I left. I was getting tired of it.
Have you ever met Scott Mackey?
Oh yeah,
Or
wonderful guy here. Yeah,
Right.
sweet troll. He comes in daily and he gives his hours.
Yeah.
they're
He
all
puts his
trolls.
hours in. He does a shift. He comes in on a shift, leaves. They
That's
check
right.
in. Another checks. Checks out. Another checks in.
And then what are they? Globe Force dudes, the Globe
Must have
team,
been-
whatever.
Yeah.
Globe
Manifest
Six.
power and all them.
Mutt's
Oh,
been
yeah.
doing the
Right.
late night shift these days. It's
What'd
like
you
2
say?
in the morning. I say he must be doing the night shift these days. It's like 2 in the morning where I am, and he's there, just chatting away. I'm like, fuck, you don't even sound tired, man. How much coffee are we giving you?
That's true, dude.
We could speculate, that these people have ulterior motives, but, I kind of find that you can't really teach an old dog new tricks, and people just caught in their ways and want to defend their worldview, like a Muslim.
Yeah, that's fine. You can stick up for
Glover.
the trolls, but I don't.
Well,
Yeah.
Bro, I am not sticking up for trolls. I'm just analyzing the shit.
yeah. Well, think about it though. Like if he's like just every day coming, he kind of like Bob the Science Guy, right?
Right.
That dude is really, really like into that entire field. Like I think he's even made a career out of it. And he's very learned in that, very educated in that. But what's the point of having all that knowledge of a bullshit lie? Like, what's the point? Like, I mean, you're great in it. Great. That means you can lie the best now because you memorized all the lies and you can come out and spew them out. You use numbers, formulas. He'll ask you like, well, how do you get the angle of this, blah, blah. Like, he asks you arrogantly because he knows the answer. But that's like saying knowing the fucking smell of a unicorn fart. Like, who fucking that's false. So who cares? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it's bullshit.
When they say you don't know anything about physics, it's like, wow, okay. So you don't do any physics at all. Globers don't do any physics. They don't do any. They
Right.
do bullshit physics and theoretical physics. That's it.
Right.
They don't do actual physics.
Yeah.
Everything's according to gravity. That's not fucking physics.
Well, oddly enough, like the world that's been created for us and we were indoctrinated into,
Yeah.
like that's what they would call physics. So that is the physics for them. But when you finally break free of the mold of the lies and indoctrination and the brainwashing is done, like then you look back at it and be like, wow, that's not fucking physics at all. Like that's all theorized and that's all just pretender fucking models and imaginations and you have to
Maths,
believe. Yeah, like maths that can give
Yeah.
you a fucking triangle that's curved. And like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, if you're dealing with balls, like if you're making, basketballs and stuff, it might be important to know all that math, but it has nothing to do with the earth.
Right.
It's nothing.
They incorporate it to it. Yeah.
So check this out, man. Machine learning is going to destroy the field of physics because you're going to be able to just feed the data into a machine learning, into a model, right? And it'll just spit out the answer, right? It'll make the prediction, but it won't have any philosophy behind it. It won't have any explanation, but it'll spit out the right answer, right? So if I shot a cannonball like 100,000 times and fed like where it landed, how much gunpowder I used, the angle of the cannon into a machine learning program, it would be able to predict where that cannonball landed, but it wouldn't spit out Newton's laws, right? It wouldn't spit out gravity. None of those things would happen. So we're going to be able to just take the data, feed it into a machine, and it'll spit out the answer. And we ain't going to need to know, the cool story that goes along with it, right? Mass attracts mass or any other bullshit story. right? And it's going to make their entire job of storytelling, because that's really what they are. They're
Right.
storytellers. So their whole storytelling job profession is going to be out the window.
And
And what's
it's already
even more
heading
interesting,
there.
yeah,
already
and what's
heading there with the.
sorry, just on that point, just quickly. What's even more interesting about that, I forget. I think it was you, Indio. I could be wrong. Where someone actually did probe let's say a Chat GPT or one of those things about a question about all this, and when the machine gave back the answer and then kind of gave its explanation, kind of philosophizing, if that's a word, on the answer. And then someone probed it, be like, well, that's not correct. It could, because it doesn't do this, doesn't account for this, that, the other thing. After a couple pushbacks, it's like, oh yeah, you're right. It could not be this because da. So at the very least, you'll get some degree of honesty with a little bit of pushback. Maybe not right away, but yeah, it's getting there. It's very interesting to see.
Dude,
Yeah.
just
They
I mean,
already
that's
do this.
that's a large language model, so that's a little bit different. We're just talking about straight a physical model, right? Where you're just trying to spit out the answer. You don't really care.
Right.
And the thing about these machine learning is they're black boxes inside. Nobody knows how they exactly work, right? We know how to set them up. We know how to do all that crap. But like what the machine, the neural network is doing inside, we can't like look in there and figure out like what equation did it create
Talking
to
about
give
the
us this answer?
500 below zero boxes, the D-Ways.
No, no, just
You know what I'm talking about?
yeah, I know. They're not actually quantum computers. That's just a
Dude, they
marketing
swear. Dude, you've heard the people talk about, like, oh, you're talking to a demon. I'm like, whoa, like, come on. How the
Well,
hell
they're
you know
already doing that.
that?
They're
You're
already
more
doing
likely
that
to
with
see a
eclipses
demon
and
at
stuff.
the end of your stairs than you are fucking in a computer warehouse.
Yeah, so they're already doing this kind of stuff with their eclipses and all the things that go on in the sky. As they say, yeah, we predict everything right down to the second. But they were off just recently. They were screwing up.
They had to change
They
it
did-
twice or 3 times.
3 times. 3
Yeah.
times. Yeah.
Well, I didn't
3
hear
times.
that. Really?
Yeah, about the solar eclipse. Yep.
On the April 8th.
Did anyone document that? I'd like to see it.
It was
That'd be
on the
awesome.
news. Like it was on news.
It
Matter of
was
fact,
all over. They kept redoing it on the news on Yahoo homepage.
I don't watch news, so I missed
Yahoo news page that you go into Yahoo Mail.
yeah.
it.
So
Yeah.
so
Wow.
so
Cool.
so I went back to Arkansas to go watch the totality of it, and my girl, she was like, she came outside and she's like, "Hey, they like changed the time again." I was like, "Wait, what?" And she's like, "Yeah, they said it was off, so they changed it." I'm like, "Well, what is it
But
going to be now?"
the Globe said that it would happen this time, and the Globe is always right.
Exactly. Now think about it. If they have it down to a science to where they know that the rotation and it's a ball and it's math, and then if and they're all it's calculated and they know it to the second. Okay, but if it's off by 2 minutes, then what the fuck happened to your calculations? And they know what their excuse was. Oh, it was a man-made error.
But we miscalculated the umbra from the penumbra. Dude, the lady that thinks we're ancestors with rocks, man. That's the best video to watch. To see her explain, she explains the umbra and penumbra and the Selenalian eclipse. It's freaking hilarious. I wish I knew where that video was.
Yeah, she's that one that blonde astronaut. I forgot her
Michelle.
name.
No, Michelle. What's her name there?
Nah, she's got black hair. I'm pretty sure. Mrs. Our rocks are our ancestors.
Michelle
that's
Thaler.
It's Michelle Thaler.
Yeah,
That's
she's
it.
an
That's what I
astronaut.
think.
Or was, or whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
She's retarded. But somebody made mention of something that sparked conversation. I think that was you, Larry. You said something, and I was going to jump in, but I didn't want to cut off Harp because Harp was trying to get over and over, trying to get in. I forgot though. Damn it. Fuck. I'll try
All
to
I
remember.
said was about speculation about these people.
Oh yeah. Trolls.
Yeah, speculating about the trolls.
Yeah, and then we were talking about Bob and then his science. I forgot there was a point though. It's all right. I'll think of it on my own. There's something I was going to bring up, a personal experience that. Oh, a couple days ago. Oh, you guys were talking about ChatGPT. So a couple days ago, like I want to say like 2 or 3 days ago, while I was listening to the conversation, I started talking to ChatGPT, and I asked it a question, and it answered. Oh, I think it was you, Larry. Weren't you talking about the? Oh, maybe it wasn't you. You were talking about the anti-cyclones, or maybe it was someone else. But they
Wasn't
were
me.
asking. Okay, so like a year or two ago, that was a discussion before that I had with someone else, and I was saying like I looked into it, and like it just oddly enough, like every time there was like a tornado going the opposite direction than than what it's supposed to be, you know, north of the equator or south of the equator, because of Coriolis, quote unquote. Like every time there was one that went reverse, it just so happened that it was also like to where the sun was further north. So technically, that tornado is below or south of the sun still, but north of the equator. So like it kind of was technically still going in the direction that the sun, like if you take the sun and like skip it through, like let's say water, then like the tides or the way the currents go, they would go out, you know, opposite of each other if the sun was going over and over and over on its circuit and like in like this electromagnetic way, whatever. Like I'm just trying to say, like the way things are going is not because of Coriolis and the spinning planet. It's because the way the I guess the way the sky is, just in general, the way, I don't know, whatever. But back to ChatGPT. So I'm asking it questions like I'm sorry, it's very long winded. I'm sorry. So I'm like, hey, can you shut the fuck up? Thanks. So like, so I'm asking ChatGPT like, when's the last time it had this? And it gave me a date, right? Oh, like in April 5th, 2005, in like Argentina, this, you know, like reverse tornado or whatever took place. And then I saw where was the sun at the time. It was like, oh, it was like south of the equator. So it was like, it was making sense. That's why it was rotating like it was in the north. But then, like out of nowhere, the answers that it gave me just deleted off my ChatGPT. Like they just like vanished. And then I asked it again, like copy pasted my question again, and then it said, "Oh, I can't find any." Like I was like in real time, like the shit just switched on me. Like what the fuck? And then like they were still talking, and I was like, "Dude, that's crazy!" Like ChatGPT just switched on me, bro. Like it like deleted its answer, then it's like said, "Oh, I can't find one. I can't find a time that the tornadoes were reversed." I was like, "Dude, that's weird. That's very odd." So I don't know about this whole ChatGPT shit, Indy.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not good. They learn how to lie. Machines can learn how to lie very easily.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, and it's very easy for them to, obviously, it's very easy for them to give misinformation, right? Like imagine if
Exactly.
someone else, imagine if I told somebody, dude, I've gone on ChatGPT and I found it's recorded in history, like in 2005 and 2013 and like these dates when tornadoes went the opposite direction. And imagine some glober was like, "Oh fuck you, show me that evidence." Then he's like, "I'm like, go to ChatGPT." Imagine he goes and ChatGPT's like, "I can't find it." Imagine that, bro. Like it'll just shut down my fucking argument. And everyone's like, "Oh, see, if ChatGPT like it's saying it, you know, that it did happen, well then it must not have happened." It's so easy for
Well,
these
let me
fucking.
tell you, son. There's actually a peer-reviewed paper. They document all the tornadoes in Mexico, and more than 50% go the so-called wrong way. They spin the wrong way.
Yeah,
Yeah, in Mexico.
yeah.
I can actually post a paper. I'm sure I still have it somewhere.
Yeah, what I would say is look if at the correlation of where was the sun during that time, because I found some coincidences that it was like, let's say if it's supposed to be spinning to the right, but it was actually spinning to the left. Well, that's just because the sun actually moved like further down, so that it's still or further, or however you want to put it, but it's like spinning according to where the sun was overhead during that time, or where the cycle was during that time. I don't know how to say it. I always get fumbled on that. I'm trying to explain that, but that's what I'm saying. Just try to see the correlation. Was the sun in the Tropic of Cancer, or was it in the Tropic of is it Cancer and Capricorn? I forgot the two tropics. But just see where. Just ask, like if it gives you a date. Just be like, what tropic was the sun on this day, and then you can like you'll see a correlation. Like, oh shit, look at it. It was like either up above, that's why it spun that way, or it was below the equator, and that's why it spun that way. So technically, it's still south or still north.
of just the sun, not just the equator. You get what I'm saying? Pretty interesting.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
so Indio just posted a big thing there talking about data collected from internet videos on the rotation of the tornadoes formed in this region showed that about 50% of them rotated in a clockwise direction, contradicting tornado statistics of most of the North America.
Yeah. Yeah, that
we have Coriolis. It's just the whole damn thing moves with it, except for bullets and certain things that you got to account for. You
Right.
never account for Coriolis. There's no such thing.
Well, if I was a glober, I would just say refracted brujas.
Yeah, it must be those damn Mexicans making all them wind and just knocking it off course. Dude, I don't know, but if I can't see myself being a glober in 2024, bro. There's so much evidence of it not being a globe by logic and reason and documented pictures and videos and just the logic itself. Like, how can globers still be right now, bro?
Especially for 9 years. How can you defend something that is not happening for 9 years?
Right.
They're all trolls. That's how you can defend something for 9 years that hasn't happened ever.
Right.
They're all trolls.
Online
Anybody
trolls.
with a level head, like if you start talking to anybody outside, that's what I do. Anybody with a level head who has common sense is going to pick up on what you're saying immediately. I don't know how many people looked at me funny and went, "Oh," as I'm fishing or as I'm walking around, the fishing hole, which I don't usually do. I usually sit. And I got a lot of fishing buddies there, and basically, half of them are flat earthers. Because just with a few words, hey, look at how local that sun is, like in the sunset. Or be sitting there, I'm going, does it look like it's 93 million miles away? And they go, huh? Yeah, it's supposed to be 93 million miles away. And they look at the sun and they go, there it is right there. That's the spark. That's the seed. And then once in a while I'll get, I started thinking about that. And the one dude I was fishing with for quite some time, I seen him in the store. He's working at this store I go to now. And he goes, hey, Arlene, right? Whatever her fucking name was, the girl that was working for him. She comes over, he says, this is the guy who told me about flat Earth. So evidently he's spreading the word as well.
Nice.
So, yeah. So when you talk to these trolls here on the internet, these are not genuine, honest people. They're fucking trolls. How can you be a Kosho or a Zanuck? Are you fucking serious?
Right.
9 years? Dude, 4 years ago, I was talking to Kosho, and I hit him with the Black Swan because it was brand new. He kind of didn't know what to do. I said, the thing is, okay, they're saying refraction. You're going to tell me refraction is going to bring that curve up flat like that? And there's no curve anywhere? How does that work?
Right.
And for a little bit, he was going, And then the next day, it was, back to Kosho.
Right. So, he reset. He fucking
reset.
He did the Glober reset.
Yep.
Forgot everything, all the logic and theory. He just threw out the fucking window.
Yep. He went and looked into more lies about refraction. And I'm telling you, this is not even how refraction works. You'll never find any kind of refraction ever in any other sample of anything anywhere on Earth. It shows you a similar of bringing a curve up to a flat surface. That's impossible. Never happens.
Right.
Well, I guess if you say it, it must be true.
Hey, I tell you what. Oddly enough, their refraction makes things on the other side of a curved mountain become flat to your view. Isn't that amazing?
Yep. It also refracts.
Maybe we should try proving the flat Earth, though. Maybe that would be more fun.
What was that?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like actually justifying and. Ooh, sorry about that.
I mean,
I
what
got a
we've been
frog in my
doing all
throat.
night.
Oh, I just
Hey,
got
look
here.
who it is. This is
I
the
just
Oh,
got
guy.
yeah,
here.
we've
So
been
if you
doing.
want to restart, go for it.
This is the guy.
No, that's okay. We were just talking about trolls,
Oh, okay.
right?
And if the
So
shoe
yeah, you
fits,
don't,
wear it.
so you don't think that we've measured and proven that the Earth is flat over and over
Oh,
and
not
over?
even close. Not even close.
Okay, then you're a troll.
Yeah, then you might be a
What?
little
That's
bit
it.
brainwashed.
That's all there is to it.
Oh,
It's measured
so
flat.
yeah, if someone
Everything that
disagrees with
goes.
you, they're a troll. Gotcha.
No, yeah, you're a troll. I can tell.
No, yeah, make up your
Because
mind.
your first words that you came in and said, immediately I said, we were talking about trolls. For a
and
reason.
then I said, if the shoe fits, wear it.
Yeah, I know,
There
because
you
you guys
have it.
want to malign anyone who disagrees with you, so that they can't say anything of
Yeah,
worth
that's
in
it.
your
See,
room.
what a troll
You just want to
does is
malign
they
them.
start. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what we do.
Yeah,
what a
that's what
troll
you've
do
just
though,
done
they
to me.
walk in and they divert the conversation into nonsense. Just exactly what you're doing right now.
Yeah, proving the Earth is flat in the flat Earth room is nonsense,
I'm
people.
sorry. Why don't you come over and show us your curve? You are the people who taught us all our fucking lives that we live on a spinning water ball. Now it's time to prove it.
Sure, we have obstruction over a lake of 7 kilometers, which shows that the water is curving.
Okay.
Well, that could just be refraction, right? You ever heard of sinking or stooping?
I'd like to know what
I'd love
lake
to
he's
see.
talking
I'd love
about.
to. See, oh, come on, Battle. Is that
You'd like
Battle
to see
Mod?
what I showed you yesterday.
Okay, so
I showed you yesterday,
Battle
right?
Mod.
Remember?
It's the same lake I've talked to you about five
yeah,
fucking
I'm not
times before.
Hold on,
okay,
Battle Mod.
so
I want
I'm
to
not.
say something to him real quick.
All
Hold on.
right, all right.
Would you remember we just talked about the global reset? This guy just reset. He was making the same argument yesterday, and
Remember how I
debunked
said that all you can do is malign people? That's what you're doing right now.
No. Well,
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
they delete the chat. Otherwise, I would just copy paste it and show it in the chat.
I've done that too many times already, and
remember
I'm
the
walking
RC
around tidying up my kitchen,
Remember
so
the
I can't
RC
really
boats?
post it at the moment.
Do you remember the RC boats and the flag from National Geographic? Do you remember all that?
None of that disproves what I've shown.
Yeah, it does.
So
no, it doesn't.
It shows that your idea that bottom-up obstruction is impossible on a flat Earth is wrong.
Well,
It's wrong
explain
by
to me how it's.
I don't
Explain
have
to
to
me
explain
how.
to you how. It's wrong by
but then
demonstration.
you're saying that you what?
I
You
don't
can't
need
just
story to go
show
along
something
with
without
it.
explaining the phenomena.
I don't need to explain it. It demonstrates it.
Yeah, I mean, you do you, buddy. If you just want to scream and
demonstrates
post images, then you do that.
It demonstrates it. I don't need to know the reason.
See, you can't say demonstrates it. You can't say demonstrates it when you're not showing what you're demonstrating.
Rich, if
I
you
already
weren't
showed you
scared,
yesterday. You reset.
yeah,
No.
if you weren't scared of what he had to say, you just let him finish saying it, bro. You're not making yourself look good right now. I like you,
No, I
Rich.
thought he was going to get away
You know
with
what? You know what's making me look worse, Battle Mod?
Help me
Being in
help
this
you.
room.
Yeah,
There you go,
okay.
leave.
Listen,
No, I'm going to take the sacrifice of my personal
Listen,
image and
I'm
I'm
pretty
going
sure
to run
that's
with it.
fucking Dan. and
You
he
destroyed
keeps
your
saying
personal
it.
image when you reset.
You can go. Yeah, he can go.
Bricked.
So he
Yeah.
bricked out yesterday. I was waiting for him to say that same fucking video again. I knew he was going to say that shit. It's like, dude, how many
You just
ways
say
do
that
want
you've seen. You just lie and say that you watched the
Listen.
video.
Wow, now he's calling you a liar.
Yeah,
He is a liar.
Listen, it's like you didn't live the last week with us, where you got chopped up. How many fucking ways can you dice a potato, man?
Hey,
It's like
Mike.
you were reborn this morning, man, and said, I think I'm gonna debunk some flat earthers.
See, that's the greatest thing is that you guys think that hand waving evidence at one time means that you've disproven it for all time.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, that's what
we
I
were-
meant. How many ways can you dice up a potato? It's not a potato, bro.
Mike,
Many
we were-
different ways.
We were just talking about global resets, and here you go. Proof. Live and direct.
Dude, you just said that we proved it. How many times do we need to
It
prove it?
correlated with the
You haven't proved it.
astrological alignment.
You just said that we
we're
did.
right.
You said we proved it one time. How many more times do we need?
Oh, well, you misheard me then, Subdude.
No, I didn't
Because
mishear
that's not
you,
what
dude.
I said.
Well,
Yeah, he said you hand waved it one time.
Step by step with
Busted
Rich.
by Modus Tollins, but he keeps on a rolling.
You did.
Why not show us? Why not show us a freaking frozen lake? That's people are doing. The people are bobsledding down the freaking bendy freaking water.
No, actually, Indio's right. If he proved that the very premise that this isn't possible on a flat Earth, if that's been demonstrated untrue, then so the entire statement goes out. This is a proof of a globe because it can't actually happen on a flat Earth. If it's been proven by demonstration that it can, you no longer have a lake. You don't have
bare
an
bones
argument
thing
anymore.
is that we at least have a
It's
stable
not an
model
argument.
by which
you
we
have a
explain
story.
all of these phenomenon.
So what's better, explanations or empirical evidence?
What's better in terms of what?
What's better? What's has primacy
In terms
for
of
truth?
what?
Determining the truth. Explanations or empirical evidence?
In terms of truth being that which comports to reality, empirical evidence is better.
Hey, you kick their peg leg out. You kick out their peg leg, and they
But
lean on their model so they.
In
don't
order
fall
to
down,
have
bro.
a grand view of what's going on,
you got
you
a
need
peg
the
leg with a
explanation.
kickstand on it. Shut
If
up.
you
Oh,
just
a
say
grand
that
view. Is that
yeah,
philosophical?
not
You're
necessarily.
making philosophical statements, dude. You're just telling us what you want.
No, in order to it's science. Like in order to have a bigger view over what you are trying to explain via science, you would.
Why do you want to explain anything?
Why can't you just?
No, I'm asking you.
demonstrate it?
You have to. If you have to ask me that, buddy, I think we're done.
No, you don't even know what you're doing. That's the joke of it, right? You're using something called abductive reasoning, and you don't even realize it. You don't even realize what you're saying.
I don't see how that is anything to do with asking me why I
Because
like
it can't
to
determine
reason
truth.
or have an
Because it has
explanation.
no truth. Okay, because it has no truth value. You can make up all sorts of stories. They have no truth
Wait,
value.
propositions have truth values, and science makes
the Earth
propositions
flat?
all the time.
Okay, so make a logical syllogism for the globe.
If water at rest curves, the Earth is a globe. Water at
You
rest
need two
curves,
premises.
therefore it's a globe.
Okay, so that's a non sequitur, and it's a affirmative consequence.
No, it's not. It's modus tollens.
No, it's not. You need two
Well,
premises.
you didn't form it
Where's your two
properly.
premises?
I just gave
to be
them.
Modus Tollens, no.
You said and.
I said
So one
yeah,
is
as in
conditional.
and is
So you
not a
have to
conditional.
prove it.
If is a conditional.
And is it continuing on? It's not one.
So these two things have to be true, right?
Well, it depends if we're talking about validity or soundness, right?
Okay, so state it again, really slow, and listen to what you're saying.
If water at rest
Don't
curves
be an asshole.
Okay,
to
that's one premise.
the projected curvature of the Earth, then the Earth
Still
is a
one
globe.
premise. That's one. That's
Stop
still
being
one
an
premise.
asshole.
Yes, that's
Repeat
one
it
premise.
again.
Premise two.
Yeah, where's the other one?
We observe the Earth curving at the projected rate
Citation.
of Earth curve.
That's not a premise. That's just
Conclusion.
A statement of fact, bro.
That's still a premise.
Yeah.
We observe this is a premise.
Okay, where do we observe this?
Right.
In the video that I've cited many times, that you
So,
think is
how far- okay, let me ask you a question.
somehow
How far
just
away-
insufficient to show that.
Okay. No, I'm going to ask you a question about the video. I haven't watched it. How far away
No
is
shit,
the horizon?
no shit, Sherlock.
So let me ask you a question. Well, I can figure this out real quick. What's the distance to the horizon in the video?
Battlemod knows. Go ahead,
Like
Battlemod.
7 kilometers?
Is it the distance to the horizon?
What?
Oh.
That
What's the
changes with the
distance to-
observer height.
No, well,
Yeah.
what's the distance in the video? You said it matches the globe, so I need to know the horizon distance. Because
The
guess what?
whole point
Guess what,
of the
genius?
video is that the
Because
observer
guess-
height is the independent variable.
No, listen, bro.
Yes.
You can't even do the calculation without the horizon distance. All
Yeah,
derivations after the come after the horizon distance. You have to know that first. So what's
Well,
the horizon?
Maybe now bear with me here. If you watched the video, some
don't
of
need
these
to know. You don't know
questions
that- you don't
may
measure
be
the horizon
answered.
distance.
This is
No,
indicating your lack of want to actually seek the truth.
I don't need to watch the video because it's a looks like video. Okay? You said it matches the gold mathematics, and that's baseless bullshit.
What's a looks like video?
You're just saying it looks like I think it should look.
And so is
That's
the
all
Black
you're doing.
Swan. What's your point?
No, it looks like it doesn't look like you think it should look.
So the Black Swan looks like what you think it should look. It's just a looks like video photo.
You don't even understand the Black Swan. Obviously, it's not a flat Earth proof.
Okay, great.
It's a
So
global
glad you said that. So I wish I had been recording.
No one ever said it was.
I would want to play that over and over and over again. Can we all say that together in the room? The Black Swan is not flat Earth proof.
Rich,
no one ever said it was. I don't know what you're talking about. No one ever said
I disagree with you on that.
The Black Swan.
It says it doesn't say the Earth is flat, right? It says it can't be a globe.
Of that given radius, right? So it's an attack on the radius, and it's got nothing to do with proving flat Earth.
Okay, so what you guys are saying is you actually make no claims. You make no affirmative claim of the flat, planar, stationary Earth.
That's a good. You're just going to dance around it. You didn't know the point of it there. Oh, hold on, and he grandstanded and said he won in that debate too, but he doesn't even understand the premise of the Otis Tollins.
Well, Indio just conceded that any case for the flat Earth is not aided by the Black Swan because it is not a proof for the flat Earth.
I never said that.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. Is it evidence for the flat Earth or not? Is it evidence for the flat Earth or not?
Well, listen, when it killed your radius,
it's evidence for the general proposition, but it's not direct evidence of a flat Earth.
It's evidence. Say that
for
again.
The general proposition.
For the general proposition that the Earth is. The general
proposition involves also refuting the globe, right? It's not.
I don't know what you're I don't know what you're on about.
You know what refutation means? I mean,
I know what a refutation is. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so it's a refutation of the globe. That's part and parcel to this debate. Did you not know that?
You claim it's a refutation of the globe. There are numerous explanations of phenomena on the globe matching this. So I don't really understand how you can say it's a refutation when it's
valid explanations.
What? Wait. Okay. How do you determine a valid explanation?
Okay. So they claim it's refraction. Well, for that to be
we're talking about the grander scheme. What is a valid justification?
Can you stop
I said that particular explanation is not a valid explanation. And the reason it's not valid, I was going to tell you specifically why that explanation of refraction is not valid. Are you ready? Because the claim of refraction says that this is possible on a globe. It's actually not, because no one can get it to work in any ray tracer, any fucking thing at all.
That's a Black Swan fallacy.
No, it's not a fallacy.
It's a fallacy to say that this is not the case because someone hasn't done it yet.
They're making a physics claim. But they have no model that can predict it happening. That means the physics claim is invalid.
You're saying there's no model of refraction of light through.
There's no model of refraction that can make the Black Swan observation possible.
But that doesn't mean that the Black Swan couldn't have been taken on a globe.
Yes, it does, because
that's a Black Swan fallacy.
Dude, no.
That's a Black Swan fallacy. You're engaging in the fallacy.
Dude, is that all you got? You're like a one-trick pony, man.
The one trick I have is calling out bad logic, sure.
You don't get...
It's not bad logic. It's real simple. The claim of refraction is a physics claim, yes or no?
The claim of refraction is a physics claim.
Yes, you're claiming something like the physics of light, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right? So if you use the physics that describe refraction, right, if you do the calculations, it does, no calculation, no variables can match that observation. Okay? So that
and so you've worked through all of the calculations?
The model doesn't match reality.
So you've worked through all of these calculations and shown that it doesn't work.
I've used 2 different ray tracers from Globers.
What?
And I know
you said that there's no possible calculation that can be done in order to get the Black Swan fallacy.
No,
I'm asking you, how did you determine that?
Temperature gradients of like fucking 30 degrees, which are non-physical.
Temperature,
Can you have a 30
temperature gradation would be physical.
Yes, but they're non-Earth physical, right? You can't have fucking hot 30-degree temperature gradients in 1 fucking meter on the surface.
How do you
of the
know
Earth.
that?
Reality.
That's what? That's not an answer.
Observable reality. Dude,
I know that the Earth isn't flat because reality. I know that the Earth isn't flat because reality. There's your own logic used against you.
No, weather. Listen, no one's ever recorded a weather condition like this. You understand that?
Saying that it hasn't been recorded, therefore it can't happen, is the black swan fallacy once more.
Well, what do we go with? We assume. Listen, Rich. Let's keep it real. Do we assume everything is possible, right? Until
Logically?
it's proven negative.
Logically?
No, yeah, logically, yeah.
Yes, logically, anything is possible. Logically, anything is possible unless it contains a contradiction.
Explain the onus probandi fallacy to me.
What?
Why does that exist? Onus probandi fallacy.
This isn't logic quiz me time. I'm pointing out the fallacy that you committed.
No, I'm going to prove your claim wrong. That everything is true or until disproven. I'm going to prove that wrong because...
Say everything is true until proven wrong. Do not strawman me.
That is, listen, if it's never been recorded, that means you're assuming it's true until it's proven
you
wrong.
remain agnostic to the claim. You don't make a claim like you do and say it's not possible.
Well, I know it's not possible from empirical evidence.
No, you think it's not possible based on a lack of empirical evidence, which is the black swan fallacy.
No, we got hundreds of years of fucking weather data, bro.
Oh wow.
All over the world in all sorts of environments. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Doesn't make it any less fallacious.
It's not fallacious.
Yes, it is.
It is not a valid explanation. Well,
put it into syllogistic form then. Put it into if you're not scared to find out that it's fallacious, put it into syllogistic form.
Okay, aren't you making a special pleading fallacy?
What am I special pleading for?
The refraction claim would be a special pleading. That
why?
There's some rare refraction condition that doesn't exist normally in normal meteorological conditions, but it had to exist that day because the Earth is a globe. That's a special pleading, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be if I had ever made that argument, but I never made that argument. So, straw man once more, buddy.
Where were you on that one? That's their argument of special pleading. Where were you on that?
I've not heard a single person make that argument. I haven't heard a single person other than you make that argument.
No, Globers make that argument that the black swan.
So what? I'm a Glober. I'm here. Talk to me, not them.
Okay, why is the black swan? Why is that observation? How is that possible?
How is the black swan observation possible?
How does the many black swans? There's more than one, but let's just talk about the ones we're talking about. The oil rigs. Well, how is that possible on a globe? The Earth's
with the refraction of light.
Okay. Do you have a model that makes that prediction?
Like on me? No.
No. Do you know of one?
No, I can do some research into it.
And what's the basis for your claim?
That the apparent distortions within the image are indicative of refraction.
Are they?
Yeah, bendy cranes wall.
Be explained by turbulence?
Sorry?
Turbulence. Turbulent air?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yeah, turbulent air distorts images, right?
Yep.
So that's not refraction. That's not spherically symmetric refraction that bends light around a curve, right? That's something else.
No, turbulent air. Sorry, let me correct you. Not all turbulent air causes this kind of optical bending.
Well, what's your evidence for bending? That's what I want to know. You just said refraction. I asked you for a model. You don't have that. And then you said, well, there's a freaking distorted
The model is that light bends as it passes through a medium, right?
That's not evidence for curving light rays around a ball in flattening fucking water.
Well, I mean, would it not be the case that we would not see things disappearing bottom up on a flat Earth?
No. I've already showed you the demonstrations.
No, little toy boats in a pond don't really do the justice of the scale of the Earth.
Yeah.
Wait, what was wrong with the Nat Geo flag
Scale
again?
don't matter.
What
Look,
about
scale
missing
don't-
that bottom line on
first
the
of all-
flag? Don't you understand?
First
How
of
long are
all,
you gonna
scale
argue with
don't
this
matter.
troll?
With the
Leave.
horizon
so-
behind the flag?
Okay, so scale.
Wait, how
don't
did you
matter.
measure the horizon?
Okay, so scale don't matter. Scale don't matter.
Why does scale not matter?
In this particular instance, scale does not matter. Well,
No,
it's your
I
claim.
say
Why
scale
do I
matters.
need to review you? Okay, so why? Why does scale matter in this particular instance?
Because the amount
How long are you gonna argue with this troll, man?
I don't know. I think I might go for another
So
15
what's
or
the
so.
scale of the boat? Let's scale it up to miles instead of inches. What's the scale of the boat in the of the camera and all that stuff? Give it to us.
The
Tell us why the scale
scale
matters.
of the boat?
Yeah, well, because you can increase the scale, right? So we're scaling down, scaling up, right?
Yeah.
So we scale down because we want to eliminate the variable of curvature, right? So we're going to use a piece of water where there can't possibly be curvature on it.
No, but there would always be curvature to some degree.
Yeah, that's the claim, right?
Yes.
But we're going to use a lake, right? That's too small for any portion of the lake.
You
to
mean
be
that
talking about.
river that you sent?
It's not a
The boat
river.
on the
it's a
river?
lake. It's a lake, dude. It's a lake.
Well, I mean, someone must have pulled the plug at the bottom of that lake because it was sinking and going really fast.
Look, bro, it's a lake. I think it was windy that particular day, but there's more videos of this. There's tons of videos in all different weather conditions, different RC boats. They put a flag on top of it. They put lights on top of it. But the point is that the lake is 1,000 feet long. From that camera height, the horizon's supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So how can the boat be blocked behind a horizon it can't reach?
And the size of the boat compared to the size of the waves do not matter to you?
No, they don't.
Oh,
There's
well,
more than that.
I mean, I don't know how to help you there.
But it's not earthquake, right? Doesn't matter what it is. Do you understand? It does not matter.
If it's being obstructed by waves that are in front of it and are the same size as the boat, that's different than seeing a boat that is way more massive, that is way further away, disappearing bottom up on a horizon.
Okay, so I sent you 2 videos. There should be no horizon, bro. You not understand that? There should be no horizon at all.
Under your view, you're correct. There should be no horizon, and we should be able to see forever.
There should be in the globe model. There should be no horizon.
So wait, why can't we see across the Atlantic Ocean?
No, on this lake, bro. Stop trying to red herring.
You convinced me.
The lake is
you convinced me because we couldn't see this little RC boat that the world is now flat. Now I want to argue with some Globers, and I want to show them we can see across the Atlantic Ocean. How do we do that?
There should be no one ever claimed that, and it's not possible because of the opacity of the air. So stop being a fucking retard.
Opacity of the air.
You know, it's called atmospheric extinction or optical extinction. Yeah, so the air's not clear. You can look this up yourself. Go on fucking Google, ChatGPT, type in visibility meteorology. Farthest you can see a sea level is 296 kilometers. Now that we've dealt with your fucking red herring, we're going to go back to the horizon, which isn't supposed to
you haven't shown
exist.
that the reason we can only see that distance on the water is because of this occlusion.
I just told you, go on fucking Wikipedia, look up visibility meteorology. Real simple.
What if they give me a Mark Sargent link?
I don't give a fuck about Mark Sargent. Dude,
no, you're telling me to go look this up, but I could get a Mark Sargent link. That's why I'm asking you.
Dude, focus. Get off the drugs. Focus. Horizon. Why is there a horizon on this lake when the horizon is 2,600 feet away? Why is there a horizon at all? The lake is 1,000 feet long.
The observer height is low enough.
It's 2 inches.
Yes.
And at 2 inches, the goal predicts the horizon is 2,600 feet away.
And then how big is the boat?
Doesn't matter. Why is there a horizon?
Yes, it does. If it's 2 inches tall, if the boat's 2 inches tall, then you have the observer height at 2 inches, and then you have 3-inch waves between them. You can't say that won't affect it.
Okay, first of all, they're not 3-inch waves. Why is there a horizon at all?
Why?
The horizon's supposed to be 2,600 feet away. The lake is 1,000 feet long. The math ain't adding up, bro.
Yeah, but you haven't given the boat height or the wave height or any other specifics.
The horizon. It says nothing about the horizon.
It will do with whether or not you are able to see the boat on the water, which is what we're talking about.
Oh, now you want... There shouldn't be a horizon at all. This should not even be an issue. Your claim is the horizon blocks fucking boats because there's a physical fucking ball edge blocking shit. Okay? That's your claim. And that proves the Earth's a globe because that's evidence of curvature. Well, we have an observation on something we know is fucking flat because it can't be curved and it can't be blocked by the horizon. But it's blocked by shit anyway.
Well,
Proving your
maybe
entire premise.
that lake is locally flat. Why don't you try and take your observations and scale it up? Keep going. Keep trying. Or are you scared that it's no longer going to hold? Oh no,
we can't eliminate curvature as a variable. Okay? Because
it's obviously occurring.
No, it's obviously not. That's what the lake small scale thing demonstrates because we eliminated curvature as a variable. That's
no, you
the
didn't.
point. Yes, we did because the curvature that blocks boats is the horizon, and if the boat's being blocked and it can't be at the globe horizon, it's way closer. It can't. That whole premise, the whole idea is wrong, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it.
Why so
angry?
angry?
That's the National Geographic one. There's nothing you complain about in that. National Geographic said that was proof the Earth's a globe, dude. National Geographic has a video called Flat Earth versus Round Earth. They sponsored this shit.
And the bottom portion of the flag is obstructed by the water.
Oh, really? Where's the horizon?
What about what I said did you not understand?
It's actually not obstructed by the water because we have a side view of that flag, which shows that it's not.
How far away is the side view?
It's zoomed in. You can see right up to the flag.
You can see the horizon behind the flag.
The thing that you think...
Show me how you measured it was behind the flag.
You can just look at it.
Is that a measurement?
You don't have to measure it, dude. You can see the horizon.
Only I have to measure shit for my demonstrations.
Right,
you guys don't have to do shit.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right because we don't claim the horizon is physical. We claim it's optical. And you just claimed it was optical in the case of the Black Swan. It's only physical when your Dunning-Kruger thinks boats are blocked by a physical fucking horizon. Until we show it blocked by a physical horizon on a flat fucking surface, then it's fucking waves or refraction. Now it becomes optical.
Because the horizon is an optical effect, right?
And you're dishonest cherry picker.
The horizon is an optical effect, right?
You have confirmation bias. Yes, the horizon's an optical effect. That's why
I went to the lake and it was foggy and I didn't see a horizon, so it's not there.
If you look up the definition, it says the apparent place the sky meets the ground.
Exactly.
Apparent.
Yeah.
Yeah. It appears.
As it appears.
Yes, it appears, but it's not ball edge, bro. It's not geometry.
Maybe he needs to see the image that you're talking about from National Geographic. First of all, have you seen that video, Rich? Have you seen the National Geographic video?
No, I gotta be honest and tell you the fullness of it. I haven't watched the full video. I've seen the photo of the flag.
Okay, so when you see that photo,
the horizon's behind it.
Tell us the first thing you notice that doesn't. Remember those old school like Scholastic books, and you say like spot, the error. So like
what's
maybe
different?
you could, yeah. So like maybe you can look at it and tell us what is wrong.
Yeah, sure. And you're gonna have both the images, right? You're gonna post both the images of the front view and the side view.
Yeah,
that's fine. Okay, that's fine. But the point is, like, okay, looking from the front view, right? That flag, National Geographic, they said that they knew that it was low behind the horizon. Now, when you hear those words, look at that photo, and do those words make sense to what you're seeing with your own eyes?
You're getting rumpused by a fucking white knight now.
You guys figure out.
Where is this? Sorry, where was the second photo?
Sorry, what was that, Rich?
There was a side view I was supposed to see as well.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Hold on a second. Give me a
So
second.
can you
No,
add
the
are you
horizon. The horizon is behind the flag.
How did you determine that?
Look at the
We looked
freaking
at it.
picture, you moron.
How far was the side shot? How far was like that taken from?
Who cares? Why does it matter? The wave's not blocking
Because
the
that
bottom of the flag.
that would be indicative of the amount of curve and how far away it would be.
Great, dude, but the horizon's behind the flag. How can it be blocking the flag if it's behind it?
So you're saying that because you could see something, right? Like what do you see that's behind the boat?
The horizon.
You shouldn't see anything behind the boat, dude.
I see the boat is like on the horizon. And then like it's dropped a bit.
The color. I'll reverse the color so you.
Okay, he's
denying this now, bro?
He's brick, bro.
Wait, hold on. He's either being like completely disingenuous,
He's a
or is
troll,
or he might be just retarded. So like we gotta like configure, like we have to figure that as well. Like maybe he's not playing with the full deck. I don't know. Maybe he has prescriptions. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you all can be the judge and listen to me talk and determine if I have any kind of learning disability or anything. But to me, you can see that there's like a blue underneath and a blue over top, and it could be some like clouds there that kind of make it look as though it's in front of it. But I see a pretty clear delineation.
Rich, you're saying that the boat is being
Did you just say clouds? Clouds? Jesus.
That's what it looks like in the background to me. Are those not clouds?
That's rain, bro.
Okay.
There's no
It's hard to tell when all I see is a still, right?
Why is that hard to tell? Can you not see? You seriously can't see that the horizon is behind that flag.
The dishonesty
land behind that
and
horizon.
the uncharitability.
Right now?
It's ridiculous.
You're just going to keep talking like a troll. You're a troll. You're a dishonest piece of shit troll.
Well, maybe you're not the person I should interact with then.
Maybe not.
Maybe I'm not.
Maybe
because
you're
I
not.
picked you out
Maybe
in
you're
the
not
first
the person
sentence
we're
you
looking
said.
for to tell us that the Earth is a globe. Maybe that's the case.
I mean, ouch, Timbo. It's
Dude,
the deep cut, but you know, I'll call my friend. I'll call my friend Scott. I think he might enjoy it in here a little bit.
The next troll. Yeah, good job.
He might tell you you're retarded as well.
Oh, there he is. He's in here. I didn't see him. Scott, do you particularly think that I am potentially retarded?
Idiot,
I am
shut
looking
up.
for an honest
No,
opinion.
Not retarded. Dishonest. You're an
Thank you.
idiot, dude. You're a fucking troll. Go away. I can't see the horizon. Give me a fucking break.
Dude, you really need a Kit Kat.
Y'all did that with the Black
really
Swan
need
too.
to go away, troll.
Yo, Harv, you remember when the Black Swan first came out? You know, you ever seen the image that QE has where there's a bunch of horizons written on it? I made that, and I made that because every time we talked about Glover, they gave us a different location for the horizon. It was pretty hilarious for about a month.
Yeah, I saw all that.
Yeah, it drove me psycho, man.
Brenda still does that. I don't know.
It's almost like this horizon thing is apparent and not necessarily objective.
Thank you.
Physical. Yeah.
How about that? Now, how did you get your curve with no radius?
What?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
What? How did you get the radius if the horizon is an apparent place? How did you figure out and calculate your radius for your globe Earth?
Now, judging by the way you're speaking, would it help you at all if I potentially spoke more like Nathan Oakley? Would that help things get?
Would it help you? It would help you to understand what I'm saying and give me a fucking answer instead of acting like a little bitch. So where did you get your radius from? If
I get my radius from Wikipedia.
Okay, so where did they get their radius from if the horizon is an apparent place? How did you measure that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where they got it, buddy. Do you need me to Google that for you?
Measure it.
You got one hand busy or something? You need
The
me to
answer
check?
is you can't measure the horizon.
Here, Rich, what he's saying here is that the optical limit where you see the horizon done by
changes.
a possible character called Al Baruni. He's what he did was he went to a mountain and then had a slave that he owned walk out the distance until he could no longer see the slave. And then that was how far the geometric curve of the Earth was. Then he went
That guy
higher.
just lived in a hole. And
Then he went higher up. He went higher up and then saw how far he could see past the first spot. And he compared those two triangles and supposedly estimated the curve of the Earth. But the problem is, if that
is that the story now?
Yeah, if that was done from an optical effect, a non-physical, how does that work? Was he just lucky?
What?
Was he just the day he did it was
He
just?
still doesn't understand it.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to because it's weird when you start getting into optics being physical or not, right? Because intuitively we don't want to say that optics are physical, but like light acts in such a way that it is both a particle and a wave. So it is a thing that like is actually out there, right? So the light that we see coming from the other side, the thing that we call the horizon that we observe apparently is actual physical light reaching our eyes, but it's not necessarily a physical thing in and of itself.
It can't be.
Okay.
Not in your fucking paradigm.
You have to have a geometric curve. Follows your math, and it doesn't. Let me ask you a question here about Selenilian.
Can I not ask you a single question? Do you just have to berate me with questions?
Dude, you just diverted away from the conversation and asked us a question. I'm not letting you do that.
I know, but you're trying to buy time to think of another question, so I'm asking if I can ask you a question.
And you diverted, and you're going to overtalk me. So
I was actually just speaking before
you'll never
you.
fucking answer my question. How did you get your radius?
So I said this
How do you
earlier.
measure an
I got
apparent
it
place?
from Wikipedia.
Okay, how did they get it? You want to go around in a circle again, right? Troll?
Well, I mean, you're the one asking me the same question that we've already gone through.
Because
Talk
you're
about going in
saying now
circles.
Wikipedia. How did Wikipedia get the fucking radius?
He has no idea, dude. Don't you know that?
He's a
He
troll.
doesn't know why he believes what he believes. No, he's not a troll. He's a fundy zealot, dude. In here, he's dying for his religion.
Hey, can you hear me, Andy?
Lordy, gotta love my globe.
Hey, Harp and
I
Andy.
can hear someone barely. I hear someone barely.
Okay, no, because I was talking earlier, but no one could hear me.
Nobody in their right mind.
Harp,
okay,
can Harp hear me?
Is going to do this and defend this for
Harp, can you hear Apocryphon?
Probably not.
Yo, check, mic check. Like, can you hear me, Harp?
Why can't I?
I don't know. That was weird.
I don't believe he just spoke over you.
Hey, Rich, can you hear me, Rich?
Yes, I can.
Is he talking now?
Okay, so
he definitely doesn't hear you.
Oh, Christ!
Okay, hold on.
Hey, so the photo.
Now I hear you.
Okay, cool. So look at Rich. The photo that Indy that he posted, like I reposted it, but I drew lines. The red one would represent the horizon that you would say that sign is behind or the flag is behind, but the yellow is where the actual horizon of that blue line is. Do you now get it? Like, did that help at all?
Like, I understand where you're coming from, but realize that's not the exact line that I had drawn. Like, it looks like the left red line might even like. I'm just saying it. I saw the blue behind that, on top of that red line as well, and thought that could be, you know, a bit blurred as to where it exactly is meeting.
What do you say now? What do you say now?
I'm saying the words that are leaving my mouth.
Yeah, a bunch of bullshit. He asked you a simple question and you had to just go off into your bullshit.
This is a really low tier Darth.
Dude. Troll. You're a troll.
Hey, yeah, so is Echoplex in here or is he just in the chat?
I think he's just chat. Yeah, he only chat.
Oh, so he can't. Okay, because I don't
doesn't use a mic.
Okay, so I don't want to, but I don't want to like text back and forth because he's asking. Hey, that's another thing too. That Indy, I wish you were going to point out to Rich, is that in the video they show the flag being white, red, white, black, white, red, right? But then when they take it out, they flip the sign around and they're trying to deceive you that it's white is completely missing on the bottom. But they flipped the flag around because the top of it was red or blue or whatever it was. So what's barely missing is the actual top of the flag, and they turned it upside down. Do you get what I'm saying? They flipped it. And
yeah, if you, I will 100% grant you that point. If there is a point in the video where they're like showing how they're going to do it, and the bottom does have the white there, then yeah, it's either deception or
no, it's total deception.
No, that could be done accidentally. You have to admit that technically could be done accidentally and not necessarily malicious.
No. This was a hit piece, bro. This is not anything. There's nothing accidental about it. Like even with the helicopter, like you can tell it's a fixed.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think that Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain?
Oh man, come on,
Can
man.
we do another diversion? Let's do another diversion.
What's
I'm just
that
trying
guy's
to get
name?
Apocryphon a little, getting to know him a little better. You know,
Is it Flatman Dan that was in that video? He comes in here quite a bit.
Dan the Waterman.
Yeah, Dan the Waterman. He comes in here and he'll explain it right to you, Rich. He was there.
He was there. He was like the flat earther. They had he's part of a group called Flatlanders, and he's been on other YouTube channels. Like if you ever type up the video 3 or 5 or 3 flat earthers versus 3 scientists or something like that.
Oh yeah,
he's on. Yeah, he's on that one too.
Yeah, where he talks to like actual, they're talking to like actual physicists and stuff or whatever, and then
he's been in here quite a few times.
Yeah, he's got videos too where he went to like NASA, like yard sales and stuff, and like got where people buy things for props for movies and whatnot.
You know what? Also, he has is with him and his buddy Walter and like his little crew. They also go out to the salt flats and they take measurements with lights. They shoot them and they document. And I think the furthest one they have is 27 miles across, and they pick it up. And that's a globe destroyer in my case, in my opinion. Like, dude, if you can see what they're showing with the flashing of the mirror and they use like 3 or 4 different sources of light just to prove, in case somebody was like, oh well, there's a diffraction and or this how a laser beam is better to use than a flashlight because the light will disperse, and so they use like 4 different things, and you can still see like all 4 of those lights from like 23 up to 27 miles. He did a he has a YouTube. You can go check him out. And Dan's cool. Actually, if you want, I could call him and get him in here. If you, I could I talked to him on the phone. Yeah,
I could get Professor Dave in here if you want.
Oh my God! You mean not a Professor Dave?
Yeah, get him.
Do it.
Yeah,
do it.
Get him.
Bring
him.
Yeah. He would never do it. He's a coward.
He would last like 5 seconds before he would like thermonuclear meltdown.
Yeah,
he'd make
he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't come into the room like this room is right now. He might do it if you guys had like a stage and like actually had some legitimate moderation.
No, he wouldn't even do that. He wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no,
he's got no.
Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not. Moderation. So
maybe not. Maybe he might not.
He gets, listen. How about every insult costs him $1,000?
Oh man, he's gonna go broke.
Wait. Every insult that he says, not that you guys sling, right?
No, but he says every insult that he says.
Okay.
Every logical fallacy costs $10.
Okay, can he?
You're just adding things to this. You said insult first.
Well, I
Why
don't
is it
use
now
any logical fallacies, and I won't insult him at all. He won't have anything to say.
But then you're just utilizing the fallacy. You're utilizing the fallacy.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are.
I never said he was wrong because he uses a logical fallacy. Good try, though, Rich.
Oh, if he's not wrong because he used it, then you're good.
You randomly throw a dart at it.
As long as you're not saying he's wrong for using fallacious arguments, then
he is wrong.
I mean,
Rich, can you point it out one
that's the fallacy.
Rich,
fallacy.
Can you point it out one argument for Professor David debunking the flat Earth? One argument, please.
Debunking the flat Earth. Sure.
Yeah. Can you tell us what?
Okay, so in order to debunk a model, right, I have to assume a model. I can't just disprove the gaseous vacuous
not the model.
thing that would be.
Okay, I will give you a model. Don't worry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Everything you said is incorrect.
Okay, do you believe in country? Do you believe in countries?
Indio, if that's incorrect, disprove a that.
Just listen to Sasha.
You said a model, right? You said
Yes.
you have to have an alternative model to disprove a model. That's horseshit.
Okay, so disprove the
model of gravity that predicts gravity goes at fucking 1 meter per second.
No, sorry. Prove your claim through. You can't know anything about the model about but you have to disprove it.
It's not a model, dude. That's just fucking.
That is 100% a model.
No, it's not.
Can I prove flat
Yes,
Earth
it is.
model?
Give me the variables.
No, you don't have to know anything about it, dumbass. That was your whole statement.
Not a model, dude. It's not a model.
You just said you don't have to know what it is to disprove it. That's how dumb your previous statement was.
No, I said you don't need an alternative model to disprove a model. You said you did.
Alternative model? Sure. I thought you were saying that you didn't have to know anything about the model to disprove it, which was very dumb.
Uncork your fucking ears, dude. Okay, so Rich, I want to ask you one question now. So if I say Dave's making a straw man argument, right, and he misrepresented our position, is that subject to the fallacy?
Sorry, could you ask that again, please?
Okay, Dave makes a straw man argument against flat Earth that we think the Earth is a disk accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared, but no flat Earther actually believes that. And I say, hey, he used a straw man fallacy. Is that the fallacy? Does that
I'd like you to defend your claim. I'd like you to defend your claim that no flat Earther believes it.
Again, you get wrecked again,
What?
dude. You're just fucking taking L's left and right. Fallacy don't apply to a straw man argument. He makes straw man arguments every fucking time. That's all he does. So
I just want you to defend your claim that no flat Earther believes in this.
Show us one that does.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Well, I mean,
I've never met one.
You want me to dig up Mart Sargent, or
All right,
he didn't think the Earth was an accelerating disk?
Hey, Rich, we'll go around the room and ask every flat earther in the room whether they believe that. Yeah.
And that's supposed to be a good cross section of the entirety of flat Earth.
Well, that's the only cross section you've got at the moment. So.
Well, I mean, there is also this thing that's kind of called the Flat Earth Society, so I could call one of them.
Yeah, well, look at the rules.
You ever met anyone from there?
You didn't look at the.
I've not personally met anyone from there. No.
Rich,
I haven't either.
Yeah.
I haven't met any one of you.
Yeah, get IPS to kick it with you. Go debate
We're talking
IPS
to you right now. What are you talking
Rich
about?
Evans, Rich, can you tell us what is our position?
I could not tell you.
Oh, Mike, I just got that.
Here, look at the rules, Rich. It says right here,
yeah, Flat
Earth.
Earth
It says this is not the Flat Earth Society.
No, but Chris, the whole thing we were just talking about was whether or not people accept the Flat Earth Society model, and he said no flat earthers who, and so if you're just going to play the analytical game,
that's just one person's
people who are in the Flat Earth Society aren't real flat earthers, like no true Scotsman.
They have their own.
Sure.
No, they're not.
They have their own model.
Yeah, so then you're no true Scotsmaning them.
No,
because obviously someone in the Flat Earth Society would be considered a flat earther.
Rich, you're talking from ignorance, and the upward accelerating disk comes from Einstein, not flat earthers. Yeah, Einstein.
It doesn't. Well, it's a genetic fallacy to say that it matters where it came from.
We got originate with flat earthers. We didn't start it, dude. Some fake ass flat earthers adopted it, dude, and he strawmans it. That's the whole purpose of it.
Defend your claim that. Defend your claim that they're fake flat earthers.
Shut the fuck up for a second, Rich. Shut up for a second. Hey, Indio, can you ask him the question again?
I haven't heard that sounded forever.
We're ask him a question again, so he can't run off with something that you said is incorrect. I want him
about the straw man.
Yeah, about the straw man. Yeah.
Yeah. So if Professor Dave makes a straw man argument, and I say, hey, that's a straw man argument, does the fallacy apply to me?
Oh, no. If you're just saying that it's a straw man fallacy, obviously it doesn't apply to you.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, there's a video of his Dave
It
versus
wasn't
Dave
hard, was it?
debate. Yeah, so there's a video of the Dave versus Dave debate where someone actually counts the logical fallacies. I think it's like 281 or something. Yeah, 281, bro. So if you had to pay $10 for a logical fallacy, that'd be like $2,800.
And what? That would all that money that he would pay for each fallacy would go to a charity?
I don't care where it goes. It can go to a fucking bunch of crackheads.
Put it in your cuss jar with the I don't give a fuck.
But it has to be a paper check. He has to sign it because I want the evidence, dude. No
Well,
cash.
you can get electronic evidence of bank.
You're talking about Mindshock. Mindshock.
I want a signature on there fucking that says I'm a bitch in the memo.
You're really mad at him for all the work he's done, eh?
He hasn't done any work. He admits that.
What are you talking about? He's put out those videos.
Shut up. Then let me finish. He admits that he doesn't write any of his stuff.
So you would say that even if he didn't understand all of the concepts,
Not me saying
I'm granting that. I'm granting that. Now, how does that still not work?
He's an
He
actor.
didn't do anything.
That's the point.
Is acting not work?
When an artist
I
has
mean,
a
technically it's a job, but I wouldn't call it work.
Well, I mean,
When
I
an
guess
artist
you
has a
don't understand
songwriter-
what actors go through.
Oh my!
You don't understand what a real job
You
is.
definitely do because you're in here trolling. So you
I want
know
to hear Rich
exactly how
debate
hard this work is.
IPS. Really?
Yep.
He's working as an actor, a professor. He's not a real professor. He's not
A science
a man-
educator.
He's not even that.
No.
What?
It's a,
They
yeah,
always
it's a
do
stick.
that. Science educator or
That's what he's doing. It's different than acting in a
You are
soap
a
opera.
child.
If you are willing to say
mind
that
of a
putting out
child.
educational content isn't different than acting in a soap opera, I don't know how to help you.
He's not even putting out the education content either.
If an artist has a
It's
songwriter,
under
does that
his
mean that
name
they're
and it's
no
on
longer
his
musicians?
channel, regardless of where he gets the information from or it's his primary field of research.
Is the
Doesn't really
information
matter.
correct?
He's not the one that does it though. Somebody else does, like the show coordinator. The only
He's a
thing
social
he does
influencer.
is acts the part. He's the face.
Yeah,
There you have
he's
it.
a social influencer
And
just as
you
much
know
as
why?
Nathan Oakley
Because
is.
it's probably a bunch of people that society just wouldn't accept, so they need an average-looking guy to play the part because in real life, nobody would accept their premise if they give it up. You know,
He's a social influencer just like Nathan Oakley.
Shut your mouth, man.
So,
listen, it's
I
nothing.
don't want to talk about Professor Dave anymore.
I can't stand
Yeah.
this cunt.
Yeah, he actually did this to distract from shit.
No
Yeah, it's
shit.
just advertisement, dude. Just like IPS. That motherfucker put that shit on his webpage, man, and it debated people once. And then disappeared. Now we're tied down to this stupid shit that this guy said for years.
IPS.
Oh, like the Mad Mike shit too, man.
Yeah,
He was giving money to Mad Mike, and fucking now we are attached to that stupid ass.
Yeah. You know, they were
Should've
calling
known.
us killers at that point. They were saying that he was dead because of flat
Man,
earthers.
that's fucking Dan.
Yeah. No, it's not Dan.
Yeah, and for the record, he wasn't a flat earther. In case anybody didn't know, there
He
was
was not
actually
a
an
flat
interview.
earther.
Yeah, he
He was
said it in an interview with a TV station.
Yeah,
He said it explicitly. I'm not a flat earther. He said it.
He was
Yeah,
a
he just put the shit on the rocket.
steam rocketeer. That's right. They built steam rockets to see how high they could go. That's it. That's what he did.
Yeah. He
was very gay. Extremely gay.
He himself said that he didn't believe that the Earth was flat, but the media and the news said a flat earther goes up in a rocket, and like it's just it was another hit piece, bro.
That
Yeah,
was
they
all
told him,
because
no, you're a flirt.
IPS. That was all
Yeah.
because of IPS. And IPS got Jaron in on it, and Patricia Steer and Mark Sargent, the whole crew, to give money, Put
I'm gonna have
advertisement
to
on the
see some
rocket.
video of you before I believe you're not Dan, dude. I'm sorry, but I am.
He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor
here.
Dave
Hey,
explains.
did you see his debate against James Tor?
Yeah, that was really sad.
Look at my profile.
To see someone humiliated at their own school
Oh
like
my
that in a
God! I
debate
thought
was
you
crazy.
shut this fucking idiot up.
Yeah, you wish that's the way it was.
Yeah. It's done, man. I
Jesus
can't stand
Christ!
that
I was
fucking
trying to
guy's
talk,
voice.
and this fucking idiot starts fucking yakking again. Now I
He's
forget
just
what he.
it's just the guy doesn't even answer anything, and then he'll pick up
I know.
on something you've said, and then he'll run with that without answering what you've actually asked him. He's a fucking waste of time.
Right.
So I call
was
him a
in the middle
cherry
of
picker.
answering a question. Now I forget the question.
We were talking about the guy in the rocket, and then that it was the IPS fault. And then
Yeah. And then he said, "You're Dan. You're gonna have to show me a picture. Just look at my profile. That's me."
I'm just fucking with you, dude, man.
Because you said it several times. It's like, and a lot of people do this, man.
You sound a lot like him, but then you can hear the like New Yorker come out of your voice or something. So
Philly.
that's definitely not Dan.
Not New York or Philly.
Oh, okay.
He's from the brotherly love.
City of brotherly love, brother.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, I was gonna say this about IPS. Everybody should have known that he was trouble when he went before that city council meeting and said his name was Mark Sargent. Right there.
Shit.
As soon as you say you're somebody you're not like that, dude, you're a piece of shit.
Yo, the funny thing is that like this guy, I think he was actually asked. He was called out on it in a podcast, and the guy was like, "Are you an actual professor?" He's like, "No, it's just like a moniker that I use, for an online personality." Like that guy's he's not a professor, Dave.
He was like, I thought it sounded
Look at him.
Yeah, he's like, I thought it sounded.
Look at him. He's a joke. He's a clown. He's a jester.
He's a pretender clown. Yeah, he's a piece of shit, bro. And the way he like was being very disrespectful towards Dave Weiss and the one that mind shock. That's where he got the 281 fallacies. But like he was like such a fucking dick, dude. Like in the interview, like I don't know, dude. I have zero respect for a guy that would speak to an elder than himself. Obviously, Dave's younger than Dave Weiss. Obviously, not a Professor Dave is younger than Dave Weiss, and for him to speak to Dave Weiss like that, I don't care who you are. Like I get it. Like some people are older sometimes. I mean, I'll tell Scott, "Fuck you." So I get like where that energy is at, but I don't have respect for Dave because Dave was being nice and cool. Like he was being calm. Like Scott's not nice and calm. He's a dick. He says shit. He takes personal attacks. So Scott deserved it, but Dave Weiss didn't.
Well, if we know that Dave Farina has no substance, what else is he going to say? Right? He doesn't know anything. What else is he going to say?
Right.
Especially in a debate. There's no script and writers there to whisper in his ear, even though it wouldn't surprise me if that was part of his debate anyway. But like all he can do, right, is play the game that the Globers. He's still on like the 2015 game, right? The social shaming game. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to abuse this flat earther so that anybody that sees this debate will be like, "Fuck, I don't want to be a flat earther. Look what happens to you."
Right.
So that's it.
It was a tactic.
That's all his game is.
Yeah, it was a tactic, and that you know what? He did it to where like he controlled that argument because when you try to talk logic to him, he was like, I hate when you guys say these lies. But it's like wow, that's projection because he's the one saying the fucking lies.
Or he calls it a talking point or something like that, which is his talking point, right? Is to call whatever you say a talking point. He called magnetic declination made up bullshit or something like that.
Yeah,
because he didn't know about it. He had no idea what it was, no clue.
Yeah. A lot of them do that. Well, nowadays they just say, "Oh, that's a word salad." If they don't know what you're talking about or they can't grasp it, they'll just call it a word salad.
They have to because it's the perception. Listen, this is one thing I figured out in MC Toon. I figured out his fucking game, dude. It's perception management. That's what they're doing. They're not having. It's not about the debate. they're trying to create a perception, an emotional perception that this person's up here, this person's down here, this person has power, this person does not have power, right? This person is intellectual, knows what they're talking about. This person is dumb, backwards, Luddite. Be like me, not like them, right? So they're trying to create a perception. It has nothing to do with the topic. They're they've lost that. They know they're going to lose that. They've always lost that. They want to, but they have to create the air of. So they will do things like fear, uncertainty, doubt, right? Those tactics, right? Whatever,
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, plausible. Yeah, Mike knows it. Plausible deniability.
Oh,
So all these other tactics to anytime you present empirical evidence, they'll do things like this guy did. The boats aren't to scale, this, that, and the other thing, right? Try and nitpick it to death, right? To create some fear, uncertainty, and doubt about the observation, right? But they'll never exactly refute it directly. They'll just try to muddy the water. So all they have is just a bunch of tactics, dude. They really have nothing of substance. I can't remember the last time I'd seen a Glover. The only one who try and go head to head with you on a completely intellectual level I'd say would be Matthew Learns. He'll try to. Doesn't make him right, but he'll try.
But Matthew Learns, he's humble enough he will admit when he's like, yeah, that works on both models. He's humble enough to be to
He's
address
honest.
the point. Yeah,
He's also admitted. He's also admitted that it's a belief that he can't prove the globe, but it's only a belief.
I like Matthew.
Yeah. So do I.
Matthew's an honest guy.
He's probably the only Glober that is a genuine guy, and he's here to talk about it. But he will concede when he knows that he's wrong, and he will also address the fact that that does make sense on both on both positions, so he can't really argue against it, and I like that guy for that. He's honest.
Yeah, he's so humble and docile, man. I don't see how people can pick on him. He's like the kid you're gonna beat up for his lunch money, and he'd give you his lunch. If you're hungry,
no, I don't.
Why pick on him?
I don't want to put him beyond reproach, man. That's too much. Matthew is a snake. At the end of the day, I've heard when his mask. Listen, when his mask slides off, you can hear what he's like underneath that mask. But when he's wearing it, you can't. So I can see why you guys might think that.
Oh, I've seen it, but nobody's perfect.
Your hot air balloon is losing air, bro.
I know.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know what's going on in the background, Miggy, but
that's a machine.
Loud. Yeah, the machine's it was piercing, but it's okay though.
Listen, that motherfucker's in a mill shop or something.
Oh, nice.
I agree. I agree with Miggy 100%. And Matthew's been around long enough that he knows how not to piss people off. That's all he does.
Yeah,
but he's
that is a quality he has. Yeah,
I thought you were talking about a different Matthew for a second because I was like, really? And then Miggy steps in, and yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, Matthew Learns, I don't know. The discussions I've had with him, many times, he's pissed me off sometimes because he's still stuck to the ball. But that's more along when we got into conversations about biblical cosmology. I've gotten to with him, and he pissed me off. But there is things that he conceded about.
If you've seen some of his videos, Apocryphon, he's dishonest in the way he puts things forward. He actually one of the things that he said was he said in reality a clock goes twice as fast as the Earth's rotation because a clock goes around twice in one day and the Earth goes around once in one day.
Oh wow!
He said this in one of his videos. So what he does is
try to get away with them revolutions.
He'll come in and he'll say all this stuff and he'll be nice to you, so you guys think he's nice, and then he'll go away, make a video for kids, telling us how silly flat earthers are, and then makes a dishonest statement to try and convince people that what he's saying is true, and he knows it's dishonest.
Oh, I get what you're saying, and I see why.
I think I may have called him a weasel one time.
I see why. Weasel. I see why now Miggy said I wouldn't put him beyond reproach because that does make sense. He's got to be put on that same level of being a Glober still. Yeah, I get it.
Because I've heard him in his videos create straw man as well about flat Earth too. So And he knows. He's been around long enough to know not to do that because it's not what we say. But in his
Right.
videos, he puts it in, and it's not the case.
Yeah.
So,
You know what?
Right.
You know, yeah, and you're right. He has been around a long time because I mean, way back, like when I first joined 24/7 Flat Earth, I have to say, like it was 2018 to 2019, long time ago. I used to be a different name, by the way, but I never spoke, never ever. I would just go in and listen. I would be at work, never spoke. I would just listen. The only time I spoke in 24/7 was when somebody checked me in, and I don't even remember who checked me in. But somebody checked me in, and then I would just listen. And then someone said, "Hey, I was like, no, yeah, I've been listening. I found this place because of Nathan Oakley. Believe it or not, he came up on my suggestions on YouTube one day, probably because I was like looking into 9/11,
Because of
conspiracy stuff.
QE. Because of
No,
QE.
not because of QE. It was because
their affiliation. It was 2020. Yeah.
no,
It did the same thing.
No. I was before 2020. Hart. Yeah, no. I've been on. I downloaded Discord specifically because I was looking into some 9/11 stuff for a buddy, and then on my suggestions came up Eric Dubay Flat Earth stuff, and then because I went to Eric Dubay Flat Earth stuff, like it directed me to Nathan Oakley 1980 or whatever his YouTube. And then I went to Nathan Oakley, and then he's like, "Oh, you want to join the conversation? Go ahead and click the link." And it was a Discord link to Flat Earth Debates server. But then going into that, like 24/7 Flat Earth was like it's kind of like a weird trail, but it was all within a week. It all like doop 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 doop. I ended up in 24/7 Flat Earth, but I think I used to be under Fusion SCZ. I think that was my old account, or it might not be. I don't know, whatever it was, but since way back then, and I just used to be quiet. I never said anything. I would listen for like I would say about a good year and a half, and then I started talking in Flat Earth Debate. Not even in 24/7, just in Flat Earth Debate.
Yeah, just be careful, guys, because when it comes to Matthew, he cuddles himself up to you guys, and he warms your hearts. At the same time, he's going and making videos talking trash about you guys. And then you're over here, Matthew's such a great guy. He's over there like, fuck Flat Earth. And you're over here like, dude, Matthew's so good. He's swell. He doesn't give a shit, dude. At the end of the day, he just wants to come in here, prove that the Earth is a globe, and sandbag conversations. I'm telling you, man, this is like it is. The ones who I say are nice, or the ones who are doing the good work, are you guys. But I mean, don't get taken in by this shyster, man. That's his shtick. His dulcet monotone, like. Just be careful, dude. That's all I'm saying.
Miggy, were you there the first time I called him out? Actually, the first time I ever talked to him. He made that Flat Earth video where he depicted like it was a split screen with him like talking to himself. But like on the left, he's a flat earther and he's dressed as like a country pumpkin with like a straw in his mouth or some shit, bro. I called him out on that shit. I'm like, dude, that shit's fucked up, bro. Like, why are you doing that?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The flat earthers in here are giving him props, dude. I'm like, dude, this guy's a fucking snake, dude. How are you gonna cuddle up to this? I don't know, man. It's up to you. That's you guys. You do you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just talking about as far as the debate. He doesn't use like insults and things like that, right? He isn't playing like He isn't playing like a propaganda. He's playing propaganda in a different way, but it's not like they'll fight the flat Earth, at McToon, Mr. Dave,
yes.
that methodology. It's a different methodology. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, for the most part though, like even regardless, like you're totally right, Miggy. Now that I think about it, like he's nice, but you're right. He's still fucking like a wolf in sheep's clothing. I guess you could put it like a good way to put it. Like you still have to fucking be careful around him.
Yeah, he just doesn't do it in front of your face. That's the only thing
Right.
Indio's saying. He doesn't do it here like the other guys do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Just real quick, Harp. Yeah, my 2020. It's because I created a new account, but my original account.
That. Yeah, I got that. I remember now looking at your account and going, "Oh my God, you made this account the same exact day that Trump declared national emergency on the USA, Friday the 13th." Yep, exact day, Friday the 13th, March 2020.
Yeah, this was
I just posted it to show you, right?
Yeah, this is my second account. So the first one,
right.
Yeah, the first one was when I downloaded Discord. Like I want to say like 2000, early 2018, maybe mid 2018. And then that's when I was listening to Nathan Oakley. Matter of fact, I'm sure if I could go to his old videos, like from 2018, and look at his little his little list of people on his live show, I'd probably see my old account. I don't remember my old
Yeah.
account name though. That's how long it's been. I forgot my fucking name when I first joined Discord. But anyways, yeah, that's why like all the the voices in here, I remember from a long time ago. But I was always quiet. I never talked. I just stood quiet. Everybody, like I was just listen. I was just like a fly on the wall. I would just listen to them. I would listen to them like fucking flat smack people left and right, dude. I used to love it.
When I come in, I was doing that as well, and I was modding Miggy's YouTube channel, and all of a sudden I was in the chat one day, and all these people started promoting mud flood shit, right? And I'm going, oh no, what the fuck? Because I had made several videos debunking the crap out of all their stupidity with the basement windows and oh my God. And so I literally got timed out for 7 days for going against these guys with facts. This was in 24/7. And somebody, I'm not sure if it might have been Mike. It could have been, I think it was Mike that took me off and said, just, chill or whatever. I forget. But somebody stood up for me there. And I'm pretty sure it was Mike Smith, BattleMod. Pretty sure he also gave me several promotions when I was in that. But I had to leave because I got too stupid.
Yeah. Some people do stupid shit. Cool. We have a few mods and like that's actually kind of like against our thing, especially like side topics. We try to keep it like focused on flat Earth, but
Right, well,
it's
this
hard
was
to
4
talk
years
about.
ago.
Yeah, I know. Even then, dude, it's always been since the beginning. No pet projects, no fucking side topics. You know what I mean? Because you have people going off on who knows what, right? Because
Maybe it was you. Maybe it was you.
I wouldn't ban you. I wouldn't ban you for that.
Yeah, you. No. I'm saying maybe it was you who took the timeout off.
I mean,
it was
it's
a
possible.
7-day. It was either you or Mike, one or the other.
It was probably Mike.
Yeah, could have been.
Because I try not to interfere in what people do. I'm trying not to like micromanage fucking people. But still, we're not supposed to right? So if it gets off topic to like some side topic, like mud floods, for example, we're supposed to it's okay for like 5 or 6 minutes, 10 minutes maybe, but we're supposed to redirect to back to the topic. But not everybody does that. And then some people are really into their thing, right? Fucking lasers, fucking space lasers burning shit, right? So there's a lot of side topics to this shit, or people are into other things besides flat Earth. So and they try to drag in their prep project like mud floods or Tartaria or all that stuff. None of which I actually adhere to. I mean, I think it's just a bunch of.
Oh, I know it is.
It's a bridge too far for me, man.
Yeah, I researched it very much in depth. Plus, I'm a builder and I know what's going on. I know what pinning is and I know how they build under, from the bottom down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Shit and they pick shit up. They pick houses up and they move them in one entire piece. They were doing all these things and they were digging out and they were making new roads and they were literally leveling places.
They also raised in most cities. They raised the road levels to install new sewage systems and things like that as well. So yeah.
Oh my God! You imagine digging down 40 feet in New York City. The shit you'll find. I mean, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, people will be going, "Oh, Tartaria." Yeah, okay, stop it. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of moving buildings, did you see? I think it was it China? They moved like an airport building to a 90. Did you see that, bro?
No, I didn't see it, but
I'll look on YouTube and I'll tag you. I'll tag you, bro. It's fucking amazing, bro. A humongous fucking building. Let me find it.
They build bridges across the fucking ocean. Like Chinese have building down. They're extremely intelligent. Chinese and Japanese both are incredible builders. I've seen Japanese buildings that had no nails. No nails. They don't use nails. They just use dowels. It's all wood and put together with different types of joints and no nails.
Have you seen their gardening or their like lumber collection style where they'll grow one mother tree and then they'll hedge it, they'll cut it 3/4 of the way, make it fall down, and then let the trunks grow up, or the branches, they turn into trunks, and then they cut that down, and then they still have the mother tree to regrow more every single time. It's pretty crazy.
I've never seen that. Sounds like something they do, though.
Hey, Harp, I tagged you.
Oh,
Check
dude,
that
look
shit
at
out,
that.
bro. That's fucking amazing, bro, what they did. I'm telling you. Badass, dude. Like a whole fucking dude. Like, watch the video, bro. It's amazing.
Yo, man, my mother lived in a house that used to be like a post office, and it was like 6-story wooden building. And they cut it in half, and they moved it like 3 miles up the street and fucking put it on top of a fucking like a 100-foot hill with horses and wagons and shit. It wasn't even like because they did it like in the early 1900s.
Bro, they might have been the same knowledge that like the Egyptians used. I don't know, but they do some crazy shit. They do got building down, that's for sure.
Yeah, there are people you can go on YouTube and they'll show you how to move giant stones and all kinds of shit by yourself. There's all these secrets are kind of being revealed with leverage.
Mm-hmm. The thing about it, though, Harp, you have a lot of guys who aren't builders that are globers that come in here and try to tell you how to build shit. It's fucking comical, bro.
Oh my god, that gets on my nerves.
It's retarded. It really like. Oh my god! It's a what do you call it? A pet peeve? Like it just cringes me, bro. Like goddamn, shut up, bro.
Yeah.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
You don't even know what the
It should have
fuck
been
level
earlier.
is.
Mike, you know, Mike laid out Scott Mackey like clean out, man.
Oh really? I missed
earlier
it. I
today.
fucking missed it. Goddamn, I missed it. I know. Fucking Mike could smack like flat smack.
His reciprocal zenith angles with the theodolite using one measurement. One calculation with the idea he's using a theodolite to measure a mountain. Mike laid him out.
Nice.
Did we ever decide if we could measure elevations to distant objects? Did we ever figure that out?
He decided that you just faded to black, dude. You didn't have no rebuttal. It's just he let your jaw drop, dude. Yeah, he reset, dude.
So we never figured it out.
Go ahead and go back to
the answer right now is no. Is the answer right now no? We can't figure out distance.
Did he tell you that's how? Did he tell you that's how to do it?
He never really said anything, did he? He never really did say anything, did he? Yeah.
All of the words he used.
He just said a lot of things that he wouldn't do and that don't make up to spec, but he never once said whether we can measure the elevation to a distant object. He never ever answered that question.
Hey, Alpha. I'm
Should we go back
imagining.
and listen? You want to go back and listen, Alpha?
Hey, Alpha. I'm imagining like Scott got knocked out by Mike Tyson and then got up and thought he won the fight. Like that's fucking funny, bro. He reset. Like, what happened? Oh, wait, did you swing at me? What's up? Did you answer my question? Like, bro, you got knocked the fuck out. Like, stop already. Like, funny. Oh, he laughed. Oh, that was once.
Because that was pretty funny.
But the point is, he never did say whether we can measure elevation angles to a distant object. He never said yes or no.
Distant object. He probably asked you what.
You just changed it, man. You went from elevation angles, but first you said the height of a mountain.
No.
Harp, what's
He
up,
said
man?
no.
What's up, Harp?
Miggy said height of a mountain. I said with elevation angles the entire time.
That.
The example we used, we were talking about the height of mountains, but he just wanted to know is it up or close, and I said either one. And so he said, what about height of a mountain? I said, okay, can we measure the elevation angle to the height of a mountain? And he said all these things and never, ever once said yes or no.
Hey, but the whole point of that, though...
You can measure an angle to anything, dude. It doesn't mean it's accurate.
That's what I would think. That's what I would think.
Yeah, you can measure an angle of anything because it's just like an arbitrary thing. Like, It doesn't mean it's accurate or doesn't mean anything, right? You can
Oh,
measure
so we can't measure we can't know with any accuracy whether we're measuring something.
Right, it's gonna be well, it depends on how far away the mountain is, right? Like Mike said, right? So there's a specification for the instrument that gives you a maximum distance where it's accurate. If you use it beyond that, then it's not accurate.
Okay, so then can we or can't we not measure distances to the top of mountains or elevation angles to the top of mountains?
Wow, did you not just hear him
You
answer
can
you?
measure the angle, but the instrument loses accuracy with distance, right? Would you concede that?
Yeah, let me try to get in here because he's missing the point. Indio, he's not going to respond. I have him muted, but he's missing the point. That's not what Mike said. Mike said it's not up to professional standard. Like usually, the professionals have a standard. If you're a hack and you just want to measure anything, you can do whatever you want, but that doesn't mean it's measured to a professional standard. Like what the standard that they use is the same thing that he was saying he's not doing. You don't just take one measurement or one angle and say that's it. Professionals don't do that. They take multiple angles, and Scott didn't say anything about doing that. He's just doing one measurement of an angle. That's it. And professionals don't do that. That's not a standard.
And the point that he misses, Alpha, is that to make that angle, you're still basing it off a baseline to the bottom of that mountain, which is actually calculated. The top of that mountain was based upon the elevation of it based upon sea level, a 0 point. And then if you take your theodolite away from that mountain, you're establishing a baseline according to your 0 or your elevation to sea level. And every way you look at it, you're creating a baseline that would be a flat plane across from you. So when you take your angle to the top of it, you're still having to do it on a plane Earth that's not fucking curved. And he doesn't get that. Scott, you do not get that. You will not concede that.
So Apocryphon knows this, right? So they've been doing construction, building buildings where I live forever. It seems like, dude, like fucking half a decade at this point. But like when they first put it up, they do it a lot. But like when it's almost done, they survey, right? They survey like the corners of the buildings and they set up benchmarks. And they're out there all day taking hundreds of measurements.
Right.
Hundreds. Scott thinks you can just fucking point the theodolite at something at a mountain 10,000 miles away and fucking just go, hey, it's fucking 200 feet high. It's stupid, man. It's just dumb.
That's not what I asked, though. Can we get the angle of elevation to a mountaintop? It's a simple yes or no
who cares?
question.
It's a red herring.
Scott, the point would be that you can do that, but in a professional setting, you wouldn't fucking try to measure the top of a mountain 60 miles away from you, because you would not use the equipment in that fashion, because the amount of error in that distance would be so great that you can't turn that paperwork professionally to a contracting company and they will accept your fucking claim, because they would know that you're so far off from what it actually would be because you took that measurement from such a great distance. If you can't understand that, I don't know how to help you here, brother.
You'd be effectively guessing.
You can help me by telling me what exactly the amount of error is.
I don't know the amount of error, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't know the amount of error.
Scott, do you think everything can be calculated?
He's a troll.
Yeah, yes, sure, why not?
So why don't you go collect a $1 million Clay prize for the Navier-Stokes equation?
Ooh. He'd be a millionaire with his bullshit.
Well, you think you can calculate everything? Go calculate that, right?
Calculate
fluid dynamics. Everything can't be calculated.
Hey, Indio, do you think you can make something actually level?
But can this be calculated?
Indio, do you think you can make something level?
Yes. Oh, yeah, dude.
To, like, what degree?
Depends on the size of your level.
As in, like, 0.00000001 or more zeros? Like, how exactly is it perfect?
Well, I mean, for that, you'd use what's called an inclinometer. Actually, I think it's Gepiat knows more about this than me, because he has one.
And then you're talking about then you're talking about a measure of flatness. You're not talking about anything else. You're not talking about
Right, but
level.
I'm saying like, how do you know?
Level is
Like,
shut up. Level is one point to the other. You're talking about a measure of flatness.
no, I'm just talking about one point being level. How do you know, to what degree is it level? Because can't you just do like, well, maybe it's off by 0.1, but it's damn near negligible.
So what?
But it's not
It depends on the
perfectly level.
depends on what you're doing, right? So it depends on the tolerances of your operations. If you're building like a giant fucking bridge, you know, you have a tolerance for that. But if you're making you're supposed to be making like a concrete floor for an ice skating rink, I suppose you would need that like super level, right? So it probably just depends on like what the operation is.
So can you measure that height of the mountain with a certain amount of error, and have that be your margin of error?
Yeah, but you can't quantify the error because of the chaotic nature of the air.
I thought the Earth was stationary.
Dunk.
The air moves, though, dude. The air moves.
Hey, Dunk, are you great
dumbass,
white?
man?
Yeah, it's tag team, bro. Can you hear the tag?
Am I what?
Can you hear that?
Dunk, are you Great White, who used to be under Great White?
No.
Okay, I thought you were someone else. Because Great White, you kind of sound like him. He's just another character.
So Duncan, you
My
know
bad.
they make like levels of different lengths, right? So they have like a bullet level, then they have like a 4-inch level, and then like a 6-inch level, and like a 48-inch level. The biggest level I've seen, they got 10-foot levels. Do you think they'll
my
all
point is
measure
that
the
you
same?
can't actually make
Think all those
something.
measure the same accuracy?
You can never actually make something perfectly level. Is my point.
Wrong. That's
I would
absolutely
disagree.
I mean, I mean, perfectly. I mean, what does that even mean?
Yeah,
like for example,
each measurement
What do you mean by that?
is all square and plumb and level. That's what that means. That means your walls are exactly correct. That's what that means.
So,
and yes, you
so
can.
for example, there's an ideal level. Like there's like a concept of level, but we can never actually get there. Just like there's a concept of a vacuum of space.
Up with your micrometer. Put your little micrometer down and go measure your dick with it, okay? Put your little micrometer and go fucking measure your cock. That's all you're gonna do here.
Hey, I will say this, bro. Hey, Duncan, have you ever thought of this? Like something that's a really good, an example would be like CERN. Like, think about this, okay? They had to build I think it's 16 miles of a circular 17 miles. Okay, and it's underground, right? So like if they made a 17 mile in circumference building to for their what do they send light and they spin it. So
no, they were shooting protons or something. They would have a proton beam that's in a big fucking circle.
Right. So think about this. They build 17 miles circumference and it's level because it has to be flat for that to keep its trajectory like perfectly circled. Like it's kind of like if you want to make it real small, like imagine you're building something on a table and you want to make sure that it's going to line up like to when it goes around, it comes back and it's going to hit the same point. If you truly believe in a globe, that means that the light would be bending like constantly on a circle. If they built it like because of the elevation underneath, if it wasn't, it has to be equal. But then that would take away, because if it's a globe, well, they didn't account for curvature in that because they would be the circle would be oblong. It would be like a fucking like a roller like a carnival ride, if you will. You know those ones that go around, but they go up and down and up and down. Like because you would have to account for your own globe. It's bullshit if you really think about it. The way they would have to build it. The only way they can have that truly built to where it's like level to keep the light to specifically collide 17 miles in circumference, and they have to hit each other head on. Like you can't have that on a globe. It would have to be perfectly fucking flat because it's not like one side of it is deeper than the other to make up for the globe. It has to be completely flat underneath the ground. Does that make sense to you? Do you get what I'm saying or no?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Can I just make it? Can I just make it simpler? So you've got to measure it from a horizontal baseline. Yeah, level horizontal baseline. If you've got that and you're trying to make it perfectly flat, you can't do that on a globe because when you try and make it perfectly flat, it's going to be curved. Do you get that, Duncan?
Exactly. Thank you.
Your
You
plumb lines
worded
are going
it
to be
way
tilted
better.
all over the place.
Right. You worded it way better than me. Thank you. I'm kind of drinking, so I'm not way fucking off. But
By the way, I just learned. I know how they built it, so I read the surveying and engineering documents because I'm a fucking nerd. But so they used a custom datum, right? They didn't use the WGS 84 platelets, so they didn't use that. They used a custom datum just for that. They measured distances using steel wires. That's how accurate it had to be. They had to use stainless steel wires that wouldn't change length with changes in temperature. Yeah, dude, that's the precision which that was made to. And by the way, they didn't assume it was curved; they assumed it was flat.
yeah, they had to have. They had to have because think about it. Think about it. In 17 miles circumference, how far across would it be on the to the surface? Like think about what's that? About 6 miles straight across.
Duncan's saying no, though. Duncan's saying no.
Yeah, I heard
What
him
are you
say
saying no
no.
about?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm saying
yeah.
no.
So,
It's not. It's not perfectly level. There's a margin of error.
hold on.
Oh my
But you
God.
can't have it though. You can't
Once
have that
again,
margin of error. Bro, you're colliding something pinpoint accuracy. Go ahead, Mike.
Reasonable doubt. What he said is fair. There'll be always be an amount of error in any measurement.
Always.
Yeah, no.
But it's as true to level as we can actually manufacture.
Okay, you're going to collide those lights head on 17 miles an hour around, and that's not precision? You don't even have a micrometer.
But it's not perfect.
You
His
don't even
standard is
have a
perfection.
micrometer small enough.
Well, here's the thing, though. Where you're launching them doesn't have to be exactly perfect, but they have to be both on a collision course. That's more the issue, where they're not going to pass each other and then end up bottom out in the ceiling and the floor.
Okay, so let me explain it this way, Mike. So let's say we're going to build this facility. Let's just start at 40 feet below the surface. Okay. Now, what is the diameter of something that's 17 miles? What, like 5 or 6 miles long, or stretched across, or what's the diameter of 17 miles? Like, I'm asking that wholeheartedly.
Is it an oval or a circle?
It's a
oval or a?
It's an oval. I think it's no. It is a circle. It is a complete circle. Well, it depends which one you're talking about, because I think the one in Switzerland.
Yeah, to know how big it is.
Sorry. Yeah.
We'd have to have the profile. Hold on. You'd have to have the profile of it. Like, is it like a NASCAR track or an oval track or a long track?
5.41 miles.
So the diameter would be 5.4 miles.
Okay. So with that being said, so in 5.4 miles across, how much curvature would be in 5.4 miles? So think about this. If it's dipping down because you're going across 5.4 miles and you're keeping it level in the sense of to the top of you, above you, then that means on 45 feet at the beginning, down in the earth, and then 45 feet down 5 miles away. If you're on a curve, there's
that'd be about an 8-foot drop or a
right.
5-foot drop. 5-foot drop.
So that drop that would be needed to have that same, we're both 45 feet down digging to make this platform for this, this collision of photons, then that makes zero sense on a globe, because they don't account for an 8-foot or 5-foot drop. It's just there. It is where it is. And then they're
20 feet.
20 feet below? It's 20 feet below the surface?
20 feet.
Okay, so what's what?
No, 20 feet. 20 feet curvature of 5.4 miles.
Oh, okay. So, but how deep is it built underneath though? How? That's what I'm asking.
At that depth, it wouldn't really matter. Wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, technically it doesn't matter because you can just arbitrarily throw a number in there. But the point is that light, if you built it according to the curve, then it would be that whole thing would be curving, and it wouldn't be on a straight track or a straight rail. it would be a curved rail, and that makes zero sense.
It has to be a flat loop because the protons are going like almost the speed of light and shit.
Right.
So they're like the magnets that are in it. They only account for like the loop. You would need them. You can't account for like up and down motion, right? You really need to only focus on changing the trajectory in one direction. If you have to change it in multiple directions, it's basically going to smash into the side of it. Its momentum will overcome the magnetic field that's keeping it in the loop.
Yeah, it would miss its target. In other words, if you had to account for curvature, then that means
The target would be us, dude. We'd be fucking getting beamed by the target.
I'm just saying, dude, like the CERN is a good point of how we don't build shit according to a curve of the Earth. If anything, we're building it specifically off of to make everything plumb level and square, and that's it, bro. That's the way we build shit. No matter how you
Same
fucking
with
spin.
LIGO. Same with LIGO.
Right. Remember that argument with Zanuck years ago about LIGO?
Yes, I do.
And then I fucking pulled up the actual fucking the facility, and then I proved to him because they're like, no, it actually goes in. There's a slope to it, and then you find out that the reason why there's a slope is because the topography is like 430 feet above sea level, 430 feet, and then 390. Like there's a slope to it. I'm like, Dick, that's fucking topography. Has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here with their bullshit, bro. They're all wrong.
Nothing has ever been built according to the curvature of the Earth. Ever. Nothing.
Yeah, but they'll
Not these giant bridges that the Chinese take across oceans. Nothing has been. Railways. Come on, man. It's just like these guys do not. They call us dishonest, and we don't want to know the truth. But in reality, they do no research at all. They just come in here parroting bullshit. And that's a troll. That is not anybody who wants to learn or wants to have an actual conversation. That is a troll.
Well, it's even worse than that. Like when they say that, oh yeah, they built these things to the curve of the Earth. It's like what they've done is they just get all the measurements, and then they say, okay, the Earth is this big, so if we built them level, and level is with the curve of the Earth, then these two towers on this bridge will be this far apart. And then they just put it in. This is how far apart these two bridge towers are because the Earth is this size. No one can even measure that shit, man.
That's not the way it is anyway.
Yeah.
And Parker and I are going through this shit where they're talking about the stress, the way they overbuild it on an angle for stress, especially on bridges, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
The same way.
Remember me telling you how as an iron worker I learned this, that when we build bridges, that when it comes to the towers, the engineers include what is called cant, and the cant in the towers is it's compensating for the weight that would be pressed upon the middle if for some reason all the traffic was to stop in the middle. The engineers build it to where it doesn't collapse in on itself, so they add a cant. And the cool thing about that is, Globers, you can't just Google what is cant, because so they don't get it. You have to know it to know it. You know what I mean? Like, they just can't fucking Google the bullshit. And and so cant is one of the things that they don't even know is what's accounted for when building bridges. But that's something that's like, it's like a trade, as a trade, not secret, but it's what we know is what they're including. Yeah, it's the lingo. Like when we say, oh, does that tower have cant in it? Like, if I was to ask a Glober, okay, you think it's fucking diverging? Well, does the tower have cant? And they'll be like, what do you mean? Like, they don't even know what the fucking cant is. So I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
What's the distance between the two towers is never measured anyway, so they come in saying that it's measured, but it's never measured anyway. It's just a calculation.
Cant is similar
to the Earth. It's just silly.
Cant is similar to camber and tow on a vehicle in your front end.
Right, yeah.
So cant is a lean for a functional purpose.
Correct. And the point of it is it's
I
about
know what it is.
Yeah, well,
it adds. It helps with the arch is one of the strongest structures known to man.
Right.
But when you add cant, you're distributing the weight over a larger surface.
Exactly, and it's about keeping the structural integrity so that it doesn't fall in on itself, and
Yeah,
that's the whole
so
fucking
that's
point.
so that the
So
entire structure supports the load bearing possibilities that you built it for. Like, say,
Yeah.
if I figure at any given time there can be 2,000 cars on a bridge at one time, then that you times that by the average weight of cars, and there's your load bearing capability that you
Right.
need to have.
Yeah, and I learned that in my when I was an apprentice in the union. I learned that shit. So imagine like
Yeah, because if you're a steel worker, you're putting in the steel before we're laying down the concrete and the asphalt.
Exactly, and we have to know how much
That
your
has
weight's
to be
gonna
right.
Right, yeah,
Exactly.
because
And not just the cars, but also the weight of the concrete, the steel, and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, all the material. Exactly. Yeah, these Glovers don't know what the fuck they're talking about, bro. They think they do, but they don't know shit, bro.
Yeah,
Fucking
that is the
comical.
problem, that you can like Mick Tunes. He Googles everything on survey, and he's like, he kept asking. He was debating Shane one night. He kept asking him for these the transformation equations, and I came in, and so I was like, yeah, we got the meridian placement transformations from planar to polar. Hold on, I can get them right now. And as soon as I said that, he said, well, we're ending the stream right now, BattleBot. I'll have to get to you next week, because this was Mick Toon against an entire server. I said, yeah, but hold up, the entirety of the server just got here. You could extend it and get more, super chats. And he was like, I'll talk to you later, BattleBot. I'm like, yeah, I got those equations, buddy. We can live stream that shit on YouTube anytime you want.
Yeah,
I'll break the entire process down to you.
We have the evidence of the way we build things, the way we measure things. Like we have all these like this logic and understandings, and all Globers have is like the lie. All they have is the lie.
Listen, they say this bridge was built, they're off, and it's only could become a curvature. And you have a writer, a publicist, who's publishing that article, but you can't get an engineer to back what they're writing. Give me one engineer, a structural engineer for that project that says, yeah, we accounted for the curvature, Show that guy. I don't care what a writer thinks about a bridge that's already been built in a process he never witnessed. I don't care what the writer says or what the article says, because I know there's a law in America that says you don't have to have truth, even in the news. Like, the news doesn't owe you the truth. They don't have to tell the truth. You can't get them for that no more. They can be disingenuous, for the purpose of propaganda.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't defame people on TV or lie about how like voting machines.
Well, that's another thing. You know that.
Why? What are you talking about?
You know why that is.
You want.
Fox News lost $787 billion for lying on television.
Well, yeah.
So lying, you can be held accountable for lying on television.
They all lie.
You guys are not.
So Talon
X. Only one corporation that got sued for $787 billion. So.
Hold on, Mike. Go ahead a second. So Talon, since we're talking about Fox News, two reporters did a story on Monsanto and whistle blew on their corporation, Fox News, their local affiliate, and went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, well, they can lie all they want.
Yes.
So what are you talking about?
Fox News did the same thing, but you can't break defamation laws. But it's not free speech to go and lie about whether or not a company you can't hurt another company. You can't talk about E. Jean Carroll also got defamed by individual one, and
that's liable. That's civil law. That's
so you are liable. So you are responsible for lying.
Yeah, you can't slander reliable people. Yeah, because you're doing harm. That's different.
It's liable.
Want.
Yeah, so liable.
So you can't accuse people of lying unless you have evidence.
If I can sue you, it doesn't matter what platform.
No, you can accuse people of lying.
If
you prove people they're lying.
Look, listen. For defamation of character, even truth is not a defense. It's the motivation for the defamation. It's the motivation for the defamation. So if you have malice and you're just trying to slander the person's reputation, even if you're telling the truth, it's the motivation. It's called malice aforethought.
Yeah, liable isn't covered in the law I was talking about. You're liable by the words of your mouth wherever you're at. Honestly, I can sue you for saying something in public, period. Yes, that's true of everything. But it doesn't make lying to you illegal. If you've got malice intent and you're trying to harm me and my character is part of my income, then yeah, you're liable. And I'm going to sue the fuck out of you, especially because I know and I already got lawyers hired. Yeah. That's liable, but it doesn't equal illegal. If you can understand that, the difference is simple.
And also, if you're a public figure, that doesn't really apply. So that's how a lot of these people that libel and slander public figures get away with it. There's different rules for people that are in the public.
Yeah. So liable doesn't essentially mean you committed a criminal offense, but that I might have lost because you defamed my name or my character.
They broke a civil law. It's just civil offense. So it's still law breaking.
Or maybe you violated
it's still accountability.
A contract.
Well, I mean, even libel and slander are also crimes.
It's
because when Rachel Maddow got sued, when somebody accused. But the thing is, when Rachel Maddow got sued for saying that, Russia, that Trump colluded with Russia, or whatever. That's not. Don't quote me on that. But what she proved was that she was telling the truth and that she wasn't lying at all. And so you can actually try to sue, but if the person can prove that what they're saying is true with evidence, so when you're complaining about people saying things when you're accusing people of lying in public, you have to actually provide evidence that they lied. You can't just say.
Are you giving us a lesson now? Or are you taking
a second? She proved at trial that she was just telling the truth. That's what she proved at trial.
Right, that's how she proved it. Right, so that she
at trial. And the jury instruction was.
Yeah, you want to bring it up? I can cite it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what you need is the jury instruction. What they actually had to decide, right?
Yeah.
How far away from the actual
because the truth might not have even been a relevant fact that they actually have to decide.
How far away from the point did he drag us? What was even
way far, as far as you can possibly get. So these laws are this shit's way more complicated than you're making it out to be. They don't just decide whether someone's lying or telling the truth. It's not decided like that. So there's shit that's public and there's shit that's private, right? So if you were I'm going to tell everybody in town that I saw through their window that this dude was freaking having a gay orgy, right? And you did it and you told people I'm doing it to harm the person, even though what you said was true, it didn't matter. It's not going to matter. You're trying to defame their character. You're trying to put them in a bad light. You're trying to ruin their reputation.
No, right?
So it doesn't even matter if it's the truth. Truth is irrelevant to defamation. You actually have to be trying to hurt somebody. It's the motivation.
Yeah. Okay, you can give the truth, for a harmful intent. If your intent is to harm my character and I make money off my character, you're still liable.
Okay, so
because reputation, when they made these laws, reputation was very important, right? People wouldn't deal with you, right? Because people live in small communities, right? When you knew everybody, and often they were Christian, right? So your reputation meant something. You fucking starved to death if you had a bad reputation.
What do you mean? Donald Trump had a horrible reputation and he won the presidency.
Who cares? Listen, no.
You can become extremely powerful with a shit reputation.
Reach around.
Okay, so bring it. Okay, so
I don't care about Trump or Biden.
Well, so bring it example.
So bringing it back to flat Earth.
What brainwashing?
If you're gonna have somebody that just lies and says engineers are accounting for curvature of the Earth, and then you actually talk to an engineer and they're like, no, we're just making sure everything's level, plumb, square, that's just what it is. Then I'm just saying, you can lie all you want on TV, but that's not the fact. That's not the truth. When you're like, oh, we build bridges, we have to account for curvature of the Earth. That's a lie. No one's fucking
apocryphon. It's different. So what their claim is that they're accounting for the curvature of the Earth is that the Earth is curved. So that's their defense. Yeah, they say, yeah, of course we count for it because every time we change position, the level changes. Yeah, so that's their accounting for the curvature of the Earth. It's not in the math.
Been measurably done.
Can I just finish? Yeah. It's not in the maths or in their working outs or anything like that. It's simply, of course, we accounted for the curvature of the Earth because the Earth is curved. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's a falsehood, but I mean, then you talk to
that would be the defense. Yeah, that would be an engineer's defense. Is I accounted for the curvature of the Earth because the Earth is curved, and every time I change position, the level is not the same level as it was on before. That's their defense.
But that's stupid.
I mean, it's just been proven that
Why is
that's
that
the
stupid?
case. I mean, I'm sorry that you don't like it, but it's been proven that level in one place is not level in another.
It hasn't. Sorry, it hasn't. It hasn't.
Oh
it
my
hasn't.
god, it has.
Okay,
Where?
so
is it level everywhere?
Wait, where? I'm
if you
Is it the same exact level everywhere, or is it different level?
If you establish it, it's level.
Duncan,
Okay, so establish level, and then I want you to and then go like and then go 100 miles, and hold that level in place. See if it.
Shut up.
Yeah,
People have actually done that, Alan. So someone did this with a MEMS
dude with a
accelerometer.
micrometer.
Someone did this with a MEMS accelerometer and not one that's in their phone. They actually bought one, right? A high precision one. And they drove 260 miles and it never changed orientation. So, yeah, people tried this.
What would you expect it to do?
Duncan, shut up!
Well, if you're going over the curve of the Earth, it's going to change in orientation because it's going to rotate, right?
I'm not sure. What's changing or what's not changing?
Okay.
Honestly, don't
If you
say. I'm
drive
not being argumentative.
Yeah, I'm saying a MEMS accelerometer will measure rotation, right? You have one in your phone, right?
I
It
don't
measures
know,
the
does it?
rotation. I don't know. I guess you don't play video games probably on your phone. There's an accelerometer.
Even if you've got a compass on your mobile phone, it's the same shit, man.
Yeah, it's an accelerometer, so it measures. It'll measure rotation. Uses little. I'm not going to get into technical details. Has little fingers. It measures the capacitance. When something changes orientation, the capacitance changes. It registers that as a rotation. Anyway, that's not the important part. The important part is if you drive 260 miles, that phone's going to rotate some amount, right? If the Earth is curved, it's going to rotate.
Yes, the very slight
orientation
amount.
is going to change.
Indio. So you brought up a very good thing. Our phones have accelerometers, right? When the phone's at rest, what does it say?
Well, I mean, they program in 9.8 meters per second acceleration, so they program that in.
So you don't trust it?
Well, I mean, I don't trust it. I actually think someone did this. Back then, like when they did this back in 2016, there was an accelerometer and there was a chip for the gravitational acceleration, and they drilled out the gravity chip, and this thing still worked.
So let me ask you something. So you're using the accelerometer that you don't trust to disprove the globe, and at the same time,
who said I don't trust
to disprove the globe?
Yeah, who said he doesn't trust it?
Who said I don't
said he
trust
didn't trust it? I said, what does the accelerometer do when it's at rest? And he said, well, that's built in.
That 9.8 second vector there, if it's the direction of down, hold up. If it's the direction of down, then the phone should rotate because the direction to down should change as he travels over the fucking globe.
Okay,
so that it doesn't affect what you've said at all, Indio.
Yeah, it doesn't affect what. It doesn't affect what I said at all. So they program when they have to calibrate it, right? So what it has is you had two combs, right? Two combs, right? And you take the two combs and you interlace the teeth. Understand the teeth of the combs? So the distance they are away represents the capacitance between the teeth of the combs. And when the thing moves, right, there's a separation, right? So the capacitance in between the comb fingers, right there, will increase, right? And that they measure that, and they infer a rotation from that measurement, right? So they're measuring an acceleration. And then using the digital signal processor, they process it and they go, okay, it's turning at this many degrees per hour, minutes, seconds, whatever, right? So when they program that in, they have to program in what? They have to program in a zero, right? So the zero program for the vertical direction of the accelerometer is what? They program in 9.8 meters per second squared. In programmatically, it's not directly measured as an acceleration like that. You know, they do the same thing like with the ring laser gyro and the fiber optic gyro. So they program in a Earth rate drift at calibration.
So let me ask you something.
They do the.
And I'm not sure how often you have the ability to do this. I'm not sure. Hang on.
They do the
Indio.
same thing with.
Hang on.
They do the
Oh my
same
God.
I'm
thing.
listening.
What?
I'm trying. So Indio, I'm not sure how
Yeah.
often you can travel on a plane, but when you travel on the plane, next time you go to east to west, I want you to take out your accelerometer, and then when you go back from west to east, I want you to take out your accelerometer again, and tell me if there's any difference. What do you think would happen?
What's the difference going to be?
What do you think would happen?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. What do you think's going to happen? So accelerometer measures relative things. It doesn't measure absolute anything.
Yeah, relative motion. Yeah.
Okay.
But we know what he assumes. It's going to vary one way to the other. We know what he assumes, right?
I just think it's funny when you guys will say, "Hey, man, imagine if we had this empirical evidence," and then I present it, and then you guys try to change the topic to something else.
They also have to program in these things to the Foucault's pendulum as well that are run by magnets. They have to have a zero, and that zero is 15 degrees drift per hour. So if they don't set it at that, because they've got a magnet either side of the ball, either side of the rope that is swinging, they have to. They say, okay, well, the Earth spins at 15 degrees per hour, so we have to set this thing to calibrate it at 15 degrees per hour drift.
Foucault's
If you set it
pendulums
at zero,
they don't drift at 15 degrees per hour.
okay, go.
Yeah, we know that.
Depending on
Foucault's
what?
pendulums do not drift at
Depending
15
on
degrees
what?
per hour.
Depending
Latitude.
on what?
They depend on latitude.
So at a different latitude, they're programmed to a zero, correct?
No, they're not programmed at all, but
Oh, they're not
Listen,
programmed. Okay,
he's
so a Foucault's pendulum, right? You know how it works, Scott? One that maintains its swing, one that keeps swinging, right? How does it keep swinging?
A museum piece, right?
I think
Something
they have
like
some
that.
kind of. I think they have some kind of a little bit of push from a magnet.
Yeah, they do.
A magnet. Yeah, that's
I
right.
Googled
So
the dude was talking about
what powers the magnet? What powers the magnet?
I guess electricity.
Okay, so if you increase, what they have is they have two magnets. So so if you increase the magnet's power on one side of that swing, is it going to show a movement to one side?
I bet they could, but I don't think they are. Do you have any evidence that they are? Well, I mean, if you're gonna assume every,
That's in the manual that they say that's how to do it.
Wait, I'm
Wow.
confused.
How do you
I'm confused. Is the pendulum pre-programmed, or are they affecting the magnet?
In the article, listen. In the article I read about the one that's in the embassy. Hold on. The Foucault's pendulum that I read about in some embassy was powered by magnets, and they said due to the loss of momentum and air resistance, they would have to power it to get the desired result. Magnetic engines weren't installed. And under the heading, to get the desired results. So on these pendulums, they don't argue. It's not a debate. On the ones in the embassies and the museums, this dude brought it in as he said these aren't powered, and he quoted the specific place. And the only reason I know about it is I Googled it, and the embassy gave me the entire breakdown of how they build it. And because of air resistance and the loss of momentum, they have to use magnets to maintain the desired results.
Yeah, so they're all built by one company.
If you tell me where the pendulum, Foucault's pendulum, is, I will Google it and find that and find all the blueprints and manuals and technical manuals on that one. They even have a maintenance schedule. So people who say, oh yeah, it's not powered like that, I want to see the maintenance schedule. Because if it is powered, then your engines, whatever powers it, will be on there, and I'll understand the schematics and I'll know that. So.
Hey Mike, here's a funny story. I took my kids to the Griffith Observatory where they have a pendulum, and it wasn't moving.
Desired results, Rupert.
And it wasn't moving. And then somebody in the crowd on the tour was like, why isn't it swinging? And they're like, oh, it's not turned on.
And we all know that the desired result is a swing of a certain pattern.
So,
right?
So that was my whole. That was my whole point, Scott.
So nothing can be.
You have to set a zero, and based on your latitude, there should be a desired result. So you have to set the magnets up to swing at that desired result, and that is your zero. If you set it at 0, it won't swing.
Well, it's purely aesthetic, right? So they're wanting to show something, and they want to always be able to have that available, and they don't want to have to keep going out there and swinging it themselves. Or
why won't it swing?
Air resistance.
Think about it.
Loss of momentum, bro. Nothing's going to swing infinitely in this atmosphere.
Scott's asking why perpetual motion machines don't exist. What the fuck?
I know why they don't.
It slows as the wind blows.
But the question was never about the swing, right? It was about the precession.
Think about it, though.
Listen, tell me where your pendulum
right?
is. Where's your Foucault's pendulum at? I'll Google it. You can read the shit yourself.
Look,
I'll do the
Scott,
Googling
what do you think is more important to the company? Making this thing work to what the customer wants, or making a scientifically accurate device?
I think the customer wants the truth.
Okay, so with that being said,
no, dude, they put these things in fucking malls. You think fat ass people on LARPs deserve the goddamn truth?
Yes.
No one cares about they don't care.
Hey, hold on though. Well, think about it. If the
fucking
world
400-pound lady on a LARP in the mall going, oh my god, it's driven. Fucking fraudsters.
Can you guys hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
I'm hoping she don't
They're
go
just
to lunch
ignoring
where
you,
I go.
Okay, so just think about it though, Scott. Think about it. If the Earth, I'm sorry if it sounds echoey. I'm in the restroom and cleaning it because my kids are coming tomorrow for a barbecue. But think about it. If the Earth is if the Earth is rotating,
shit while you're in there, mate.
No, I don't have to right now. But if the Earth is rotating and a pendulum is to be represented from because of it rotating, it's going to cause it to swing back and forth and then like change degrees. But the fact that it wasn't, precession. The fact that it wasn't moving at all, and they said, "Oh, it's not turned on right now. That's why it's not swinging." Because someone in the asked, "Hey, why isn't it moving?" And they're like, "Oh, we didn't turn it on today. It's having maintenance or whatever." And it's like, well, if it was like something that was going to like have an effect, or there's going to be this rotation that would be affecting it to do so. How do you turn off the rotation of the Earth? Then we learned, well, it has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth. It has to do with the mechanism that they turn on and turn off. Like, how does that not be a red flag for you, Scott?
Because it's not true.
It is true. It's in the manual. Go on the Google and type in Academy Pendulums. They got a bunch of manuals that says how to do it. Now, the reason, listen, if I was the company and my choice was to make a bunch of high precision, high tolerance freaking apparatus, right? I need precision bearings, precision freaking everything, right? I need a precision gimbal. I need a precision ball. All that has to be weighted and balanced perfectly to set up, and then spend fucking goddamn 10 days trying to set this thing up and balance it perfectly. Or I can just get a fucking electromagnet and drive the thing and make it do what I want. I think I'm gonna go with the electromagnet.
How do you think they program that in?
You got to set a zero.
Just explain that, right? So the armature swings between two. Listen, the armature swings between two electromagnets.
Yeah,
right?
I can give
and
you
you can vary the voltage on each one so that there's more of a torque, the Lorentz force, on one side than the other side, right? And this will cause it to precess, right? Because it's not. Yeah, it's really simple. It's not hard.
Are the electromagnets moving?
Listen, it's called
the armature is passing through them, and every time it passes through them, it pushes the pendulum. But it's going to push it. But it's gonna have a torque, bro. If you have more of a magnetic field on one side than the other, there's gonna be a torque on it.
And how do they get this magnetic field to keep rotating?
Current.
No.
There's an
magnetic field is not rotating.
It has
go
to
ahead.
be.
There's an actual.
You haven't thought about this, I don't think.
Hold on.
Here, I'm going to give you a citation. Hold up. This one's
Okay.
for the Houston Museum of Natural Science. It's a Hertzenstein-Foucault pendulum. They use the same pendulum for all 24-hour exhibitions. You know, it's going to be there all day. It's periodic. The pendulum receives the energy needed to keep swinging from a magnet surrounding the cable at its top. As the pendulum reaches the middle of the swing, it closes the circuit that activates the electromagnet. The magnet pulls the cable away from the center position. The pendulum keeps on swinging as the world turns below. So that's right from the damn post. I told you I can find them in it. You can pick the place. Pick the place where you know the Foucault's pendulum is, and I'll get you an entire article on how it's magnetic.
Okay,
Pick your place.
In which part does it say that's what determines the precession?
It doesn't matter. It's powered by this. There's no precession without
We
movement.
already know it's powered. We all agree
I
it's
don't
powered.
care about your premise.
That
Listen,
was never the question, whether it was powered or not.
the magnet keeps it swinging within a certain.
We all knew that already.
Okay, Scott, how about if we swing a pendulum and there's more force applied to one side than the other? Will it precess?
Well, as it's precessing, the sides is changing, right?
Yes, Scott, if I release it and it's not released evenly, right? Let's say it's just one that's free swinging and we don't release it evenly, right? And there's a little more that the left side gets released up tiny minute fraction slower than the right side. Will it precess?
I don't know.
Jesus, what are we talking to you? Fucking.
Listen, they give it enough time to precess 180 degrees so it knocks down all the pins. It's an exhibition, man. Have you ever went and watched one of these?
Yes, of course.
They knock down a pin every time they go, don't they? It's clockwork.
Most of the time it's not knocking down any pin at all.
Well,
most of the time it's going between the pins. Yeah.
No, most of them do knock down the pins.
No.
Read the article I gave you. It'll knock down all the pins. It says it right in there. And it
will
does.
knock down all the pins, but each swing does not knock down a pin. Most of the swings don't knock down anything.
There's also one at the LA Science Museum that's really, really large and really big, but
you can see it in the image. Hold on. If you just look at the image I posted with the link, you can see it right there. It's knocking down all the pins, Scott.
Scott, look at that picture. Scott, look at that picture. It's knocking down everyone on every pass. Look at that picture.
I said it'll precess 180 degrees and knock down all the pins. It says it right in the article. I can give you bigger images of it. It's in the article.
Mike, we agree it knocks down all the pins eventually.
As it precesses 180 degrees.
Yes, but does each swing knock down a pin?
Look at the picture.
Well, actually, if we're counting one full swing, it knocks down two.
Scott, why do they?
You really think each swing knocks down a pin?
That's the point of it, Scott. That's why they put pins up, Scott. They want to show you.
I know. I guarantee you could change the magnet on the top, right? I guarantee you could change the magnet on the top and knock down a pin on every swing.
Yeah, that's my point. It's clockwork. It's a machine. I can make it do whatever the fuck I want it to. If I got controls of the power.
Hey, Scott, why do they have to do maintenance
But it doesn't get technical into all that crap you're asking.
Do they do maintenance on the spinning of the world? Why would it have to do maintenance on it if it just naturally would be swinging and then processing? Why do they have to have maintenance on it to adjust it? Why, Scott?
Well, you got to calibrate it so that the machine works the way it's supposed to.
Right. But that's my point.
Okay.
Like Scott.
And how much those work? 15 degrees times the spine of the leg?
I think it's a more powerful point that this fucking apparatus would not stay moving and it wouldn't process and it wouldn't do anything if it wasn't powered, Scott.
Exactly.
Mike, now that we just spent the last 35 minutes, you guys trying to say why things don't work and to say why we can't know anything.
No, I said
you guys know.
And you spent 30 seconds making a straw man so you can burn it down.
Do you guys think we can just
Dude, I just ripped apart everything he said.
Do you think we can just let a pendulum go without being powered and it will go for a certain amount of time?
In your paradigm, it should, because the Earth is
Well, that
always
time will
rotating.
vary. Hold on.
How much time? How you think?
Yeah,
You think we? You
time
think
will
we can
vary.
get what you? Do you think we can get one to go for
The
5
time
minutes?
will vary.
Do you think we can get one to go for 5 minutes with no magnets at all?
Well,
Depends on the
I
length
don't
of the
know.
pendulum.
Like the big one, like the big one in this picture, that big old heavy pendulum on a
Anybody who's
really
gonna
long. Do you
entertain
think?
this
Do you,
bullshit?
do you think it would go for 5 minutes? Come on, guys, just try to answer one question for once in your life.
5
Do you
minutes.
think
Just
it would,
try to
think
answer
about,
one
well, I
question.
mean, we
do
can
you think it would go for 5 minutes? It's a
Okay,
simple
guys,
question.
chill out one at a time. Let them now.
Chill
Give
out.
them a chance to answer, Scott, please.
Okay.
Oh, do you want me to answer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it depends on it depends on a lot of shit, right? So it depends on the friction of the rope or whatever's attached, right? So say it has a swivel or bearings. Depends on the friction in the bearings.
Indio, you can
Right.
see the picture that
Yeah, it depends on the friction of the
that
bearings. How does that change anything?
you see the picture that Battlemod posted. That one. Do you think that
Yeah,
one
for all
right
we know,
there
it's
would go for
hollow.
5 minutes?
For all we know, that's hollow, bro.
Yes, it
It's
can go
not
for
hollow.
5
It's
minutes. Is
solid.
the answer.
Do you
For
think
fuck's
it would go
sake.
for
You
5
think
minutes?
that's solid? God
Yes,
damn,
I know
that's
it's solid.
dangerous. You know it's solid. Now fucking
Yes.
Sky has Superman X-ray vision.
Do
Well, if
you
it's
think?
solid,
Let's
hold
say it's
on.
solid. Would it go for 5 minutes?
Okay, the
You
answer.
know
The
the
answer.
I don't know,
Come on,
man. I
guys.
actually,
Stop trying
Scott,
to run away from
Scott,
knowledge. It's
Scott,
not
I
going to
don't
hurt you.
know. Is the
let
word I don't know
him.
scary, Scott? I don't know.
Hey,
I don't
hey,
know
hold
if it
on.
would be
Yeah.
5
Okay,
minutes. I don't know if
Indio's
it would
on
be
the
30
record. He
seconds.
doesn't know. Does
Hey,
anybody
Indy.
else
I don't
think it would
know.
go for
I can
5
find
minutes?
out.
Hold on. Indy,
If
hold on.
that's
Indy.
Does
solid, the
anybody else
cables.
think it would go for 5 minutes?
Wait, hold
Listen,
on.
Scott,
Indy,
I'm not
Indy.
in. Hold on, Act. I'm not into trying to fight to talk over other people. I mean, unless you're going to open the floor up for response, then we should just quit trying. And
That one
Apocryphon,
I'd say no.
you
No,
go
not
ahead
5 minutes. Hold on.
and answer now.
Hold on, Mike. I got a better picture. Yeah,
I
no,
would.
Scott. That would not go for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It isn't long enough.
The answer would be it's
Yeah, it
going to
depends
go.
on the rig, the weight of the rig, and the weight of the cable, and the weight of the pendulum. All of it together, not just the pendulum itself. Indio,
The longer the cable, the longer it'll swing.
The answer would be
Yeah.
it's going to go as long as it's on. As long as it's turned on, it's going to swing. As long as the mechanism of it is turned on, because
Well, Scott's making
listen,
hypothetical, non-powered hypothetical.
yeah, the question is, would it go for 5 minutes by itself? Now, if it's not on very long of a cable, I would say no too, because
It's
I
gonna
know a
come down-
wrecking ball. Listen, I know a wrecking ball that hangs on a great amount of fucking cable can go for a minute if
Come
you
on,
just don't
Mike.
stop it.
Focus,
So
man.
you can get 5 minutes out of something that's hanging and got a lot of room for movement and articulation.
Hey, that's a good point, Mike. Like, why don't cranes, like the tower crane, they don't swing, they don't rock. Like, they should be moving.
Well, they
according to
don't.
fucking
The
Scott.
answer is no. It wouldn't swing for 5 minutes. Based upon the height of that from the pictures, that wouldn't be 5 minutes. I think it's only suspended like maybe 30 feet, if that. I wouldn't even say it's 30 feet. It's like 20.
Well, why doesn't my
Okay, how
wrecking
long-
ball
how
just
long you
start
think- how long you
processing
think-
and shit? I thought mass attract mass and the Earth was rotating. Hey, wait a minute. He's got a good point there. My wrecking ball should get sucked right in there and conform
Yeah.
to the rotation. Damn it, everything's
Exactly.
discoing. Why isn't
Well,
it?
have you ever seen Flat Level Observers videos? He's a tower crane operator.
It's
Yeah,
And he
that-
says
no,
that
no.
becoming very clear why you guys don't understand any of this stuff. You cannot.
no,
yeah.
You are incapable of focusing
That's
on a
listen.
single
You must be
question.
really deaf
Yeah,
to
Your
go to
brains are all over the
again.
fucking place. You guys'
See,
brains
this is
are
what I was
just
talking about,
scrambled.
perception management. That's what Scott's doing right now. We answered your question. The answer was no. It would not swing for 5 minutes.
Okay, how long do you think it would
Prove
swing
me
for?
wrong now. I'll
My
wait.
guess, I'd say if the release point was about 6 feet off the ground, right? So that's where you release it from. And if it's 20 feet long, I would guess about 90 seconds.
Do you think it would precess any time in that 90 seconds?
I knew.
Listen, probably, but it might be in one direction versus the other. It depends on how you release it.
If you
Let's
release
just
it in the
go
way
there.
that's going to drop it straight, you can do it like, have one of those
Let's
burn
just go
fuses or
there.
whatever.
How can you tell you dropped it straight, Scott?
Welcome to electromagnetics.
Do you think we're not capable of doing that?
No, I'm asking you a question, Scott. Don't answer your question. Answer my question with a question, dude. That's rude.
Yeah, I would use one of the burn fuse things, where you lit the thing holding it on fire, so then it just burned off.
Yeah,
I would say that would be sufficient.
And if it doesn't process after that, Scott, then what?
But it will.
But it will.
Yeah.
Well, let's go there and tell them about the flat Earth argument.
Would you bet your life on that it will?
Yes, I would.
What
and my children's lives.
Huh?
Holy fuck, bro!
I
Your
know.
poor kids.
Oh, my poor kids are doing quite well. I'm paying my kids way through college. They will get through college.
That's big balls.
They will get through college without a debt. And I'll even leave them a bunch when I die. My kids are doing quite fine.
Hey, this motherfucker.
I am this confident that the Earth works the way it's supposed to.
You said you'd bet the kids' college fund on it, man. You could have hung out with my
What do you mean the way it's supposed to? Hold on.
I said I bet
the way it's supposed to, Scott. What way is it supposed to work? Who decided that?
The way we measured it, and the way physics says that it will work.
Is it supposed to be a globe, Scott? Why is it supposed to be a globe?
Oh my goodness, you got to.
We just probed into you just released part of your mind, right? It's supposed to be a globe. That's your expectation. You just said you would bet your kids' lives on whether a Foucault's pendulum works, even though the Foucault's pendulum could be defective, right?
Yeah.
You don't care about.
Did you read that article? It says, basically at Houston's 30-degree north latitude, the pendulum will possess as it should, and that's what the powering is all about. It leads in with that information. So to say it's not powered to get the desired results is just being disingenuous or biased or something. You don't want to read it. I said you could pick the location. You can pick the Foucault's pendulum, and I'll get you an article or a manual on every one. Because I have a name here, I mean, we can Google the Hertzog pendulum if we want. That's the manufacturer.
So just out of curiosity, would any of you bet your kids' lives that the Earth's flat?
I wouldn't bet my kids' life on anything, Scott.
Really?
Would you bet your life that the Earth is flat, Bill? Would you bet your life?
I'll bet their life on the fact you better be a bad motherfucker if you come for any of our lives out here, but that's about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet my kids' lives on anything. That's fucking silly, bro.
Would you bet your life?
No confidence in yourself, huh? Wow. Right.
No,
they wouldn't.
No.
Listen.
I don't have the right to put my other children's my kids' lives at risk for
but then answer the question: would you put your life on the line?
It just shows how irrational
my life on the line. Right? For what exactly?
Say that the Earth is flat.
For the
sure.
Shape of the Earth.
Why not? Because it's not looking good for your retirement.
I would.
Where is it not looking good? You got fucking wrecked 7 ways to Sunday. I don't know what you're talking about. And since it is Sunday.
What I'm saying is if a guy comes up to you, he's like, I know the true shape of the Earth. This guy knows the truth regardless of what he's saying, right? He knows the true shape of the Earth. And your life is dependent on the answer. Is it curved or flat?
They got these Hertzensteins all over the place. It's a Museum of Natural Science.
Are you going to answer the question or what?
It's a Houston Zoo.
It's flat, bro. It's flat.
Indio, is it?
Here's my choice, right? So here's my choice. Here's my choice.
Is it Sunday in Hawaii?
No. Yeah, great. No, it's not. Who cares? So time zones are arbitrary political constructs. Stop being stupid.
All right, so I was
fucking time zones. Retardation, dude. Retardation. Legit retardation. You don't know anything about time zones, otherwise you'd never bring that up. Any Glover from now on that brings up time zones has got to be the dumbest fuck in the room. So why is there 19 time zones in the north and 32 in the south?
Why are there
borders?
Only 24 time zones in the universal time zone?
No, there's not 24 time zones. There is no universal time zones.
You're right, there isn't.
Who uses that?
UTC. The military, maybe?
No.
Yes, so why do the 32
maybe.
in the south and 19 in the north?
But China has
I want to go back to the bet my life on fucking flat Earth, right? So what do I have? I have two choices, right? Globe. What's the globe based upon? Shit I can't experience in TV shows, or my direct experience. What should I go with, Matt? Should I go with the TV, or should I go with
You should go a globe, or else your life would be over probably then if you chose the wrong option.
My so-called knowledge of it being a globe is TV. Should I go with the TV or should I go with my direct experience?
You should go with the TV.
Can I answer this?
TV.
Can I answer this?
You heard it. Clip that shit.
India, let me answer this real quick. I would bet that I don't know the true shape of all that we live upon because we can't explore it. But I would bet my life, and I would even bet my children's lives, that it's definitely not a globe that you think that we are living on spinning.
Wow.
You think we're spinning through an infinite vacuum as an oblate spheroid? I would bet anyone's life, myself, my kids, my mom's, anybody's life, because I know for a fact that that is a fucking lie. That is an oblate spheroid spinning through an infinite vacuum. 1,000%. That is falsehood. Now, I can't bet my life.
This is
an
infinite vacuum is a falsehood.
That is also not a shape.
This is who said it's an infinite vacuum?
An infinite vacuum is a falsehood. Very good, Apocryphy. Thank you. Thank you for finally saying that space is not an actual zero pressure vacuum. There's actually still some pressure. Thank you.
You know how many Globers say space is infinite? Are you serious?
Are you fucking retarded?
Some people believe that.
No, Apocryphy. I just want to thank you for saying that. We don't think that.
I'll give you a list. Instead of the 24/7 server that space is infinite.
You for telling the truth that us Globers don't think space is an infinite vacuum. I want to thank you for finally telling the truth.
It's an infinite vacuum of space, you moron. Who the fuck said it ain't? It's a vacuum. It's almost a perfect vacuum.
I mean, it's
according to your science.
Yes,
the paradigm,
almost a perfect vacuum.
The paradigm.
Yes,
the paradigm,
exactly.
Okay, the paradigm is that it's infinitely expanding. Yes or no?
That I don't know.
Expanding. That's not true either. Okay, so it's expanding, but what do you mean infinitely expanding? What does that even fucking mean? What does that even mean?
Expanding vacuum of space.
There's a limit to how far we can see.
You can't say something is infinitely expanding,
so therefore
unless
we can't
you know that
see
it's going
beyond
to
the
be
point.
infinitely expanding.
I agree with you. I literally. That's my fucking point. That's my fucking point.
It's expanding,
you can't say,
but you're being dumb when you're saying it's infinitely expanding.
Maybe you didn't get the memo. But maybe you didn't get the memo. But when you talk about the universe in the academia world, they believe, and we were taught as kids that it's infinitely expanding. There's an expansion.
No, they don't. Okay, when we say that it's expanding, first of all, we're not giving you infinite speeds. We're not saying it's going to be expanding for this many billions or trillions of years. So there is no infinity in that. What are you talking about?
So you're going against your own paradigm.
Look in the chat, dude. Look in the chat. I'm going to post. There's 270 of these in the Discord. 270 fucking Globers saying space is fucking infinite.
Thank you. These motherfuckers don't even know their own.
Yeah. Something is infinitely expanding enough.
Which one of those?
What are you talking? What does infinitely expanding mean?
Which astrophysicist knows if space is infinite or not? Nobody.
The point is, if you go in one direction in space, you'll never hit any barrier.
Why do you think that is? Point. Okay, so if you go one direction and you're going slow use your mind for a second. No, you can do this.
Dude.
If you are going one direction, let's say on Earth, and and the way you're moving is a lot slower than the expansion of the space in the medium that which you're in, do you think you're ever going to surpass?
I think this is hilarious, man. We got Globers talking about where's the edge of space, man. It's fucking hilarious. You guys are epic.
That was word salad. I didn't understand anything what you just said. The point is, if you're going in one direction in space,
if you were moving in space,
you don't hit a barrier. That's what's
a lot larger than you.
Can you guys hear each other talking, dude? Did you hear that other guy talking? Can you calm down?
He kept interrupting me.
Listen. It's an open platform. You should allow the person who was talking first to finish their fucking sentence. Come on.
Mike's trying to figure out if he can hear you speak, man.
Let me finish.
Listen. Shut up.
Holy shit.
Let the other guy finish. He was talking first. No, we got plenty of time. That's why you shouldn't cut other people off. It's fucking rude.
All I was saying is that...
Last finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, when people say space is infinite, I think they're just simply meaning that if you go in one direction out in outer space, you're not gonna like hit some barrier. You're just gonna keep going and going and going and going, right?
Well,
Am I misunderstanding anything here?
Infinitely, yes, forever.
You're not misunderstanding anything.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Again, when people say it's infinitely expanding, they're not giving you numbers for how long it's going to be expanding for. They're not giving you infinite numbers as well.
Okay.
So when we say that you're going to be on a point in space, you're going to be moving, and you're never going to hit the edge. You're never going to hit the edge because the edge in which it's expanding is moving a lot faster than you. And it's already pretty fucking massive. It's something a 5th grader would be able to understand. Anybody could understand that. How is that complicated for you?
I also just want to be clear. That's just what all the evidence appears to be showing us right now. There's no scientist that's ever going to claim we know for an absolute fact that this is what's happening.
Let me guess.
Dark matter.
It's the best explanation for the evidence we have now.
Yes, that's what knowledge is.
Straight out of abductive reasoning that is just absolute garbage.
Dark
That
matter.
is just what knowledge is.
It's not knowledge, bro. It's storytelling.
Yes, it's filling in the fucking space. That's what it's doing. Just like
I can
your
prove
dark
it's just
matter.
that's what knowledge is because
Just
you
like
say
your
you know
dark
the
matter.
Earth is flat based off of the
That's
evidence
right.
you have. Based
Okay,
off of what
so
you think, based off of
I
what
can
you
send an
think is
image that
evidence,
destroys flat Earth.
you know
I can
the
literally
Earth is
send an
flat.
image
You
that
have the
destroys
knowledge
flat
that Earth
Okay,
is flat.
Duncan Darth, do you remember when I asked you about empirical knowledge versus stories?
Yes, like actual observations from space
Yes,
of
so
the
I
Earth.
observed the Earth to be flat. It's not a belief, that's actual knowledge. Your story about an ever expanding, or his story, about an ever expanding universe, because it's the quote unquote best explanation based upon the evidence we have now,
One
is just
says
a
it's
fucking
ever expanding.
story.
Indio, when have you ever seen the entire Earth?
Never.
Oh, God.
So you can't possibly know that the entire Earth is flat then.
I know. Listen, I can because I can. I'll explain to you why. We can make a statement that says I can't know something. Yes, I can. I know that most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, and I know that water's not curving. Yes, so yeah, I can know the entire Earth is flat, or the vast majority of it.
So based off of the evidence that you think, you know the Earth is flat, because that's the best explanation. That's the best explanation you have based
It's
off
not an
the
explanation.
evidence
It's an observation. It's an observation of water.
The entire Earth is flat. You haven't observed the entire
it's
Earth.
called an axiom,
just
right?
based off of the information,
An observable
the observations
truth?
that you have made, you're just making the best explanation that you can think based off of what you. Yes,
It's not an explanation. It's a description, bro. This is what you don't understand. You don't understand description versus explanations. You don't understand knowledge versus belief. You don't understand we delineate these things, right? Because the devil is always in the details.
The difference.
It's a description. What water
is that
does.
You judge the shape of an object when you're at the surface, and I judge the shape of the object when we're looking at it from a distance.
Okay, what distance have you? What's the farthest away you viewed it from?
Space.
So you've been to space?
No, but we have cameras.
Okay,
that
so
can
when
go
someone
to
else
space.
observes it. So when somebody else observes it, and then they tell you I observed it, that's what your evidence is.
I'm not even talking about people that have been to
Second
space.
order evidence.
Just cameras that have been to space.
Who put the cameras in space? People?
You don't know that
Who sends you the image from cameras in space? People?
Yeah. It's not first order
You can't take out the
observation.
human element, man, no matter how hard you try.
Right. It's
Okay, but
second,
you've
third
never
order.
seen the entire Earth as a whole, so
And
therefore
neither of you were, neither is anybody else.
So you were just using the evidence based off of what you think is the best explanation, and that's your knowledge.
It's not an explanation. It's a description. Okay? I'm not trying to explain anything. I'm not trying to explain why water's flat. I'm not trying to explain why the Earth's flat. I'm saying, hey, water does this. Hey, there's this amount of water on the fucking surface. It's greater than the land. So even if the land is curving, it doesn't matter because the sum of the water outweighs the land, right? So now we have more water than land. We have flat water based upon observation, not theoretical notions or ideas or concepts, just observing water and its behavior.
Except that you think Earth is stationary, water's always level.
Now we're switching
and
to
yet
stationary.
You don't think Earth is stationary? You think it's moving?
No, but you're trying to change the subject.
No, I'm not. So you said if Earth is stationary and water always level, there would be no explanation for the tides.
Oh,
it's
Jesus
a repeatable
Christ.
pattern. It's
And
not
here
just
we go,
weather.
explanations
It's not
again.
just weather and waves, because weather and waves change, directions. Like wind can change directions. However,
Yeah.
tides are an actual pattern that we can predict to the minute.
Yeah? Based upon what? How do we
What do
predict
you mean
tides?
based on what? Through
Based on what?
observations of the.
How do we
We
predict
can just
tides?
do it based off of
So
pure
observations
observations
of the tides and charting them in a pattern. Yeah, great.
Great. So if water's always level and Earth is stationary, what could possibly cause that change in elevation of the water?
Who cares?
I do. I think you should.
Why? Oh, because you want an explanation?
Yes.
Back to the abductive reasoning. See, like I said yesterday, this is what you guys do. You bounce back and forth from empirical evidence to abductive reasoning. Empirical evidence, give me an explanation. Oh, empirical evidence doesn't go with my explanation? Let's go back to the freaking abductive reasoning. Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Pick a lane, bro. It's either the explanations or the empirical evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So it's either the descriptions or the explanations. You understand? Descriptions of reality. Yes, tides exist. Why they exist? Who fucking cares? Doesn't make the Earth curve. You can't even infer, right? You can't. So here you go. Here's a challenge for you. Make a logical syllogism in which the conclusion is Earth's a globe from tides existing. Oh, it's a non sequitur.
What the
Doesn't even logically follow from that.
based on tides existing, that's it? That's my only option?
Well, that's your evidence, right? That's your evidence.
No,
Your empirical evidence is the observation of tides. So we want to get to Earth's a globe from tides. The logical chain of thoughts that go to frickin' Earth's a globe from tides.
There's a difference between evidence supporting an idea and evidence that disproves an idea.
How did tides disprove a flat Earth?
If Earth is stationary, not moving, and flat, and water seeks its level, the level of the water would not change on a repeatable pattern. If it's like, for example, because I've heard the explanation, it's weather, it's the wind, it's waves, it's currents, it's this. However, that is not a repeatable pattern thing that happens. It's chaotic. Weather changes. It's not consistent. However, tides are consistent.
Okay. Yes, weather is chaotic on certain scales, but we're talking about large scales. So you can have actual patterns but within the system of patterns is a chaotic system. This happens actually even in fucking light. Even in light, where we know that pretty much follows a Gaussian pattern, right? A sine wave. Even within that, when measured down to lower levels, you have things like solitons. You have things like frickin' ringing. What do they call it? Ring down waves. A bunch of other shit within it, right? So you can have chaos within patterns. That's not an actual argument. It's you can't say it's the weather or fucking differential heating or whatever, because those are chaotic systems and this is a regular pattern. Yeah, you can't say those things because chaotic systems can exist within regular systems. They're not actually mutually exclusive ideas. Plus, we can come up with just any old series of storytelling. We can come up with an alternative hypothesis. So, because we know that there's actually water under the land. Yeah. So what they're saying now is there's water that's 3 times larger than the surface oceans under the ground. You know that, right? Have you heard that? Did you update your DLC? No.
Okay,
if there's water 3 times, if there's an ocean 3 times larger than the surface water under the ground, what's the land on top of?
So that water underneath the ground is seeking its level to where?
No. Listen. So what's the land on top of? What's the land on top of the continents? What are they on top of, right? If there's water underneath the ground, what are they on top of?
What's the water on top of underneath
the ground.
No, I'm asking what the land. If there's an ocean underneath the ground that's 3 times larger than the surface water, what's the land on top of? It's on top of water, right?
Okay, and I'm asking you what's underneath that water. Is it land underneath that water?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh.
Why would I know? Got to have an explanation for everything, dude. It's crazy, man. Does it make you sleep better at night if you have an explanation for everything?
Well, it's just I'm just curious as to like what's underneath that water.
I don't know. Well, we know, right? So there's been a bunch of like testing, right? So some things we know are there's water underneath the ground, and it comes in and out of the bottom of the oceans. Right?
Okay, is there?
We know that because they've measured the water, right? They can measure the difference in the water. They can take samples of the water, right? So there's water that flows from underneath the ocean. So you got under the ocean, the ground, right? And then there's what do you call it? I don't know what you call them. Vents or something, right? Where the water actually flows into the ocean and back into the subterranean water. So it goes back and forth, right?
They're called thermal vents, Indio.
Yeah, okay, these aren't necessarily thermal. These there's thermal vents, but these are vents, but they're not actually thermal vents. So the point is that what if the land is just going up and down? What if the land is going up and down? The sea level is actually not changing.
The land is going up and down.
Yeah, the land is going up and down. The change is only changed by 3 feet.
Like the stationary, remember?
Yeah, we don't. When we say stationary, we mean not spinning. Not orbiting, not spinning, not tumbling.
So
denying earthquakes.
Wouldn't you feel that movement?
This is interesting. So the land is moving.
You feel a fucking 3 foot or 6 foot drop in 8 hours? I don't think so.
So the land is moving up and down.
Some of us we can't feel. Okay, thanks.
Listen, Scott, we dealt with this yesterday. The rotation of the Earth. I said you wouldn't be able to feel that, so I already agree with you.
Hang on.
But I don't make that argument.
I want to explore this.
I don't make that argument, dumbasses.
I want to explore this land going up and down. I want to explore this idea of yours. This is very interesting. This is the first time I ever heard.
It's just like a hypothesis that can't be unproven or disproven, right? Right?
Well, I mean,
it's just an explanation. You wanted an explanation, so I'm giving you one. I just made up a story on the fly.
Right. So
now you can sleep every night again.
So what would happen if you had a level on that ground? Would you see it? Like, would it move? Would it change?
Why would the level change? The level only indicates the direction of down. That's all that indicates. So the fluid inside the spirits, they go down, and the bubble goes up the opposite direction. That's how we determine whether something's level. And Scott was correctly. I hate to say this. He said. Level is actually the 90 degrees from the direction of down. Whichever direction that is. So we find plumb, and that's how we find level.
But once you talk about angle, then it's no longer a curve because the angle of it has to be based upon a baseline that would be
of a curve.
Oh my god! There's no such thing, bro. There's no such thing as a tangent of a curve. In reality,
where's your radius come from? Back to the radius and your geometric Earth. Where are you going to put that tangent to again?
You got to Google that shit.
You got to put that tangent to the apparent horizon. Is that what you're doing now? Putting a tangent to an apparent horizon.
Let's finish the point real quick. So the point is that I just came up with an explanation. It's a bullshit story. Could be true. Might not be true. It's no different than tides are caused by the fucking moon. Which the story behind that, right? The so-called, the actual mainstream story that's even taught in school is actually wrong according to what the physicists actually say of how tides work. So tides, according to them, is a hydraulic action caused by the moon's gravity. It's not the actual pull of the moon. It's that the vectors to the moon are a bunch of different fucking angles causing the water to push. The moon isn't actually pulling the water. So you guys don't even get your own fucking story right half the time. But that story can be falsified. You know how they falsify it? It's real simple.
I don't know.
So they have tidal records for Great Britain. Great Britain's an island, right? And it's small. So if tides were based upon the moon, the tides across the entire coast of England should all be at the same time, but they vary by up to 11 hours. Yeah, they should be the same time, right?
Why should they be at the same time?
Well, why wouldn't they be, right? It's by the gravity of the moon, right?
Good answer.
It's by the gravity of the moon, right? So the water's being pulled to the moon.
Water's being pulled. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but like
tides are caused by gravity being pulled, the gravity pulling water to the moon, man.
So underneath the water, there's different. So underneath the water, there's different terrain which can carry larger bodies of water, or like not carry as much bodies of water, which would affect like the time differences in the tides. But I also just want to ask you. Hang on. So I just want to ask you something. Why are there stronger tides at new moons compared to full moons?
Good question.
That's a good question. Why should whether there's light of the in your model? Why does the light of the sun matter?
No, not the light of the sun.
You said new moon versus full moon, dude. So why does the light of the sun matter?
It's not. It's because
the light of the sun.
The gravity of the moon is counteracting the gravity of the sun in such a slight way that affects the tides. And when they're on, when they have this
story, bro.
So and not only that, but this is consistently true also. Not only with the patterns of the tides consistent, but it's consistently true every single time there's a new moon, there are stronger tides compared to when there are full moons.
Yes.
But Duncan,
I don't think it's based upon. I don't think it's based upon the moon phases. I think it's based upon.
Why not?
Where they say the moon is coincidence.
It's just a complete coincidence.
I said I don't think
consistently happens all the time.
Oh my god, you're gonna keep fucking talking over me or what? You asked me a fucking question. You gonna let me answer? Fuck, dude. Seriously,
I'm sorry.
It's based. So the moon.
My bad, man.
So
I'm sorry.
according to you and your paradigm, the moon has an orbit and has an apogee and a perigee. And when the moon's closer or aligned with the sun in a certain way, gravitationally, not optically, right? When it's aligned with the sun in a certain way, tides are supposed to be higher. It's not based upon whether you can see the fucking moon or not.
Tidal nodes completely destroys this argument, by the way.
Yeah, and then there's that, right? So most of the Earth has no tides at all. So why do you explain that? Some places have 4 tides. Some places have 3 tides. Some places have 2 tides. Some places, I've heard Tahiti has this tide at the exact same time every fucking day. It's at 7 o'clock p.m., 7 a.m. every day, forever and ever and ever and ever.
And you know what?
Doesn't matter where the moon is. Doesn't matter any of that shit.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it doesn't even matter the position of the moon at that time. So these guys, they want to invoke that the moon is pulling on the oceans, but in reality, tidal nodes completely destroys that fucking logic. Completely.
Dude, there can be freaking high tide on opposite sides of your freaking globe model. It's nonsense. It's nonsense.
Go ahead and give us your scientific explanation for tides. Go ahead.
It's scientific explanation and back to the fucking deductive reasoning. Give us a story, man.
Okay, listen, dude. Listen.
I gave you a story.
Water. Okay, in your
I gave you a story, man.
Contained. Hold on. In your worldview, water is contained, right? It's contained through with your Earth's container. It's contained. So why is level water moving around?
Do you want to hear my? Do you want to hear my?
The world is not in thermodynamic equilibrium. We live in a dynamic.
Whoa, you guys, wait. I know a common ground between your 2 points. It's called equilibrium.
Yeah, we're not in thermodynamic equilibrium. That's why.
No, not thermodynamic equilibrium. Kinetic equilibrium. The reason why
but it's the same. It's a distinction without a difference, right? So
kinetic equilibrium answers both of your points and connects them together and makes them the same. So you guys are both saying the same thing.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing because the kinetic energy is thermodynamic energy.
So it's so flat. The Earth is both flat and round. The Earth is flat and round. Yes, it is. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, and your dad's your mom.
My uncle's Bob. All right.
Yeah, it can be round and flat. Yep, but not spherical and flat.
Yeah, like a quarter, exactly. So check out though. But if you have a dynamic system to where the oceans
are rising and also like lowering, then it's almost like you have a bathtub, and then imagine underneath the bathtub you have this way to like add water to this whole entire bathtub from underneath, and then it will rise. But then there's also a cycle to where it also lowers because the water also goes back into that. You know that point where
I believe it's 4 huge rivers in the fucking middle.
Bro, you're literally raping the microphone. Stop it. Stop.
It is a cool story.
Yeah,
right.
Cool story.
Cool
but since you're an empirical scientific person who likes firsthand experience, go ahead and provide your evidence to the rest of us here. Go ahead.
Well, I would say that the anomaly of tidal nodes completely debunks that the moon is pulling on the ocean.
That's not what I just asked you for. That's not what I just asked you for.
I'm addressing the fact. I'm addressing the fact that
you better go back. You better go back.
Okay, I'm addressing the fact that we think we know what's happening, but in reality we don't, because we have a falsehood conclusion.
So you don't know,
we have
you
a
don't,
false
but
conclusion.
you do know. You just said we do. What happened?
Hey, bro, we have a false conclusion because we're saying the moon's pulling on the tides. Fair. Okay, let's run with that. Now, when the moon goes over a particular area and the centers in the oceans, there's no change to it. That negates your claim. So now we have to go back to the drawing board collectively. That didn't work because obviously the tidal nodes completely destroys that fucking argument. So now we are stuck to where, well, what the fuck is going on? And a glober like you are and others, they're gonna say, no. The moon is pulling because gravity, blah blah blah, bullshit. But we can say no because that's not our reality. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes or no?
Okay, so what you said is cool, but I don't care about it because it's not what I asked for. What I asked for was evidence or a citation or a source, whatever you can give me that supports what you were talking about as an explanation for tides. Go ahead.
Okay, that's
made
fair.
it up.
Yeah, well, that's fair. Let me show you the tidal node. That's fair. Let me show you the tidal node.
No, that's not the tidal node. Is not what I'm asking for. The tidal node is not what I'm asking for.
Explanation? You want citation for the explanation?
Give me the citation of the kinetic bullshit that you made up. Causing the moon, or causing the.
Oh, I didn't say the kinetic shit. That was your other Joel guy. I said that the world is not in thermodynamic equilibrium. So when you don't have thermodynamic equilibrium, fluids convect, right? Air convects, water convects, and you end up with differentials. And because these are chaotic systems, small inputs end up in large outputs. So I'm sure you've heard of the butterfly effect, right?
Thank you for all of that. Go ahead and provide the citation for that or a source.
You need a source for the world not being in thermodynamic equilibrium?
So, Indio. So you're not an empiricist anymore. You don't believe in firsthand observations and
the source isn't. Listen, a paper is not a firsthand observation. I can just live and know the world's not in thermodynamic equilibrium because I have a thermostat in my house. Why does that exist? Why is there a thermostat in my house to change the fucking heat if we're in thermodynamic equilibrium? Why does that exist? Why is this here?
It doesn't have to be in thermodynamic equilibrium. You got to just provide the source that explains tides with that. You can't find anything on the internet that says that. Like, you just say the world is not in thermodynamic equilibrium, so it causes that. It's like me saying, well, the world has it like fucking moves sometimes or fucking thunder, whatever, so it causes tides and
water.
So I posted.
Water and air are not in thermodynamic equilibrium.
Earthquake, guys. Earthquake.
Energy.
The world is not stable.
I posted citations.
Yeah, we're not talking about earthquakes, man.
I posted citations that you asked for. Now check it out. I posted
That's not my
citations.
citation that I asked for, by the way. That's not the citation I asked for.
You don't need a citation. Listen, if you don't believe that the world is not in thermodynamic equilibrium, go get the thermostat, take all the heating out of your house, take the heater out of your car, just remove all that shit because you're all at one temperature.
Congratulations, it's not what I also claimed, and that's not the source I was
looking
for.
Yeah, it is your claim, because if it's not a thermodynamic equilibrium, it's a static. And if it's not static, it's thermodynamic. It's dynamic, right? It's either static or dynamic.
Congratulations. It can be whatever you want it to be. Just go ahead and prove
it. It is what it is, man.
Okay.
You're spiraling, bro.
Just tell me how it proves tides.
Hey, Matt. Do you think that is dynamic or is it static? Let's start there.
What, the Earth? Probably more dynamic than static. than anything.
Okay.
In terms
so
of like,
if it's dynamic in your mind, what does that mean?
things can change.
Okay,
That's what
so
dynamic means.
in a dynamic nature, if the oceans, in that sense, they can change up, down. They could raise, they could lower.
You gotta prove it.
It has
You gotta prove it.
I posted the citation. I showed you.
That's not a citation.
I showed you the data.
That is not a citation.
I showed you the data.
First of all,
I showed you the data, bro.
Where is the data that you posted something from 2015 and you literally just screenshotted like what? That's like a page. Quarter of a page or something.
I showed you the data of where it was recorded that there was no change, so there was no pooling on it. Do you understand that? Can you grasp that? That means there was.
Pooling. Listen, dude, you do realize this whole time I was looking for a citation of what you claimed was a possibility that was happening, right?
I proved it to you. I proved it to you. Let me rewind.
What did you say again? What did you say? Say again what you were saying before.
Let me say again. Let me rewind. I said that the moon is not pulling on the oceans because in that paradigm, that means that there would be a change of the waters beneath it. Now, with that being said, if you can prove, as I did with this very clear fucking picture right here, it shows you that there's no change in these specific points in the world. So that means they're not affected by this so-called gravity pulling from the moon, gravity swells that would increase it to rise. So if you have a tidal node, that completely negates your claim that the moon is pulling on the ocean.
Did I ever mention a tidal node?
No, I did. No, I mentioned it.
You were the only one that mentioned it. And another thing you mentioned was your little
so bad. Stop it.
Wow, bro. Holy fuck.
And I want you to give it to me.
Bro, I know you didn't talk about nodes because you don't even know about them. The reason why I mentioned them is because it negates your falsehood claim that the moon is pulling on the ocean. So imagine this. Like, let me give you a little analogy, right?
Jesus Christ.
If I ran a magnet over a table and it pulled all the steel up to it, we can thus claim, wow, the magnetism is attracting it and is pulling it up. Now, if somebody else came around and said, well, I have a magnet that it doesn't always pull the metal up, well, then that would be a false claim, right? Because we proved it with everything moving up. Reverse that. You're saying the water gets pulled up because of the moon, but I can prove to you with the little picture I showed you, it doesn't get pulled up, so it negates your claim back to the drawing board. Do you understand that? Yes or no? Your silence is good enough.
So
Thank you.
Unmuting. So Apocryphon, in your entire rant, you didn't actually.
Okay.
Can you stop
Okay,
talking?
my bad. I didn't know you got muted.
Yeah, I got muted. But in your entire rant, you kept mentioning the title note, something I never mentioned. You kept mentioning this is negating your falsehood. Congratulations. Give me your explanation. Go ahead, because that's what I was asking for.
I don't know, you fucking moron.
That's the explanation, bro.
Okay.
I know you did.
He's back. He's back at it. He's back at it without the citation. And that was not.
What do you mean without the citation? I posted the citation.
Citations. There was a diagram and a citation. You're a fucking loser.
Bro, like imagine this.
Now look at this. Watch this.
Go ahead, Art.
Watch this. I'm posting something right there. Now, what is causing the tides in the fucking ocean are these whirlpools that appear at the times of the tides. The water is literally getting sucked down and recirculating and coming back up, just like the whole earth works. Everything circulates and refreshes.
That is possibly the stupidest thing I have heard in my entire life.
That's
wow. Good job, Harp. Good job.
Look at the fucking proof, you fucking retard.
And that's called dynamic.
Oodles of proof. Go research it.
How come there's tides in the Great Lakes?
Whirlpools.
Very
really?
tiny tides in the Great Lakes.
I've heard a lot of stupid things in my 60 years, and that's possibly the stupidest. Wow. Good job.
Think about the great. Think about the great plastic patch in the ocean. Why is it all collect in one spot?
I don't know. Have you ever seen it?
I have not.
How come the Great Lakes experience tides?
We experience tides every day, and they're caused by the Earth draining and recirculating. Period. End of discussion. There are tide where there is no tide. There are places in the ocean that match directly. And now they're saying that these things cause weather and whatever.
All right, so we got one person saying whirlpools and the other person saying the ground is going up and down.
Yeah, whatever. I'm telling you, what they're showing us is happening in the oceans as they have discovered these freaking whirlpools.
Yeah, facts.
Suck the water right down. I've been posting pictures like constantly.
So, are there any other flat earthers who want to get on the whirlpool argument, or does it sound stupid to you guys too?
I keep saying that.
Whirlpool. You guys think water hills exist? So relax.
Really,
but are you getting on the
Here's the
whirlpool
thing,
argument?
right? I'm literally.
Are you denying the existence of whirlpool,
Dozens
sir?
of pictures.
Oh, so he's a whirlpool denier, guys. He
Can we
denies
have
whirlpools.
team?
Got it.
Can we
Got
have
it,
Team
guys.
Land going up and down and Team Whirlpool and get a vote?
Oh, he's a whirlpool denier, guys.
I want to vote between Team Whirlpool and Team Land going up and down.
So I guess whirlpools are fake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whirlpools are fake, guys.
Shut the fuck up, you idiot.
Can we get a vote versus the up and down
Look at the
land?
trolls. Look at the my God, the trolls came out of the woodwork.
I mean, the land up and down at least makes sense.
No,
I gotta give them that. The land up and down makes sense.
No more. See what's going on? See what's going on? Or no? You fucking idiots.
I don't see it.
Wait, what do you?
Yeah, okay. You don't see these guys laughing and giggling and disrupting everything I'm saying?
I hear it. I don't see it though.
Okay.
Wait, who's talking right now? Aren't you a flat earther, bro? You're a flat earther, bro.
Wow. So you guys are gonna let this happen, you mods, right now? You're gonna just let this happen?
Who's talking right now?
They're gonna ignore title nodes because it disproves what they're saying, and then they're gonna jump into some dumb bullshit argument and try to pin you to a corner, and like they're gonna try to change the conversation, but they're ignoring the title nodes, bro. They're ignoring the argument, and it's fucking ridiculous.
They're ignoring all the pictures of the whirlpools I'm throwing at them that happen in the ocean.
No, wait, bro. I'm on your side, bro. I'm on your side with the whirlpools. I agree with you with the whirlpools, bro. I'm with you.
All right. How long do you think it would take me to find an explanation for those title nodes?
Hey, Scott, do you have an explanation for those title nodes?
No,
Scott doesn't.
Scott doesn't have shit. No, Scott doesn't.
I bet I can Google one and find it.
Matt, you got an explanation for for the tides?
No, hell no.
How about Duncan Darth? You got an explanation for tides?
Of course not.
Gravity.
Wait,
Gravity.
tides or tidal nodes? Which
Oh
one?
my god! Oh my
So,
Show me a
dude,
picture
tides
of
or
gravity
tidal
real quick,
nodes?
will you? Show me a picture of gravity.
They're two different things, right?
Like I just keep showing you pictures of these tidal.
Would you
fucking
accept
whirlpools.
pictures of space showing gravitational?
Hell no. Of course not.
Ah, damn. I would say a picture of showing gravitational lensing would be a good one.
Hey,
go ahead and present.
Showing you gravity.
Hey, do you guys remember? Do you guys remember when they used to have an animation of the moon going around the Earth and pulling the water? And they used to say there's like a 13-mile hump of water because of the moon going around, and apparently there was like this miles high of water being pulled up. Yeah, but then all of a sudden,
they're still saying that.
I know it's bullshit, but then all of a sudden, this new fucking image came out showing tidal nodes which weren't affected by the moon. Then it completely demolished the fucking argument, and Globers are hanging on to it like there's for
Haven't
dear
you ever
life. It's
heard when
bullshit.
Neil deGrasse Tyson frickin' says there's frickin' tides on opposite sides of the planet, and he says, well, one side the moon's pulling, and the other side is because the water is staying out, and the frickin' whole Earth is being pulled the other way away from the water. There's a hump. There's a hump on the other side.
Yeah, hill of water, bro. Hill of water.
Right. Water on the other side.
Water mountains.
Water mountain. Hill of water. Water mound. Yeah, facts.
The moon is being pulled out. So you've got high tide on both sides of your freaking stupid ball.
Right at the equator.
It's such nonsense.
Yeah,
such
it's
nonsense.
retarded. It's retarded.
Facts.
It's fucking retarded.
Facts.
It's retarded.
Facts.
And the Globers will not fucking concede to it. And they've been defeated, but they will not. They can't. They can't concede because it destroys your fucking paradigm. It destroys it.
Exactly.
These fucking goons. All of them. Goons.
All of them. Trolls. All trolls.
Nobody wants to stand up to this? Y'all Globers gonna let y'all talk? You gonna let the Flat Earthers talk shit like that?
Yes.
Y'all Globers gonna let them talk to y'all like this?
We laugh at their brainwashing.
That's crazy, man.
We laugh at
the Flat Earthers talking shit, man. Y'all Globers gonna take that?
BPC's freaking paralyzed. You're gonna let him stand for it.
Man, BPC.
I didn't hear any evidence creation. So what? I don't. Any
None
claim
of
without evidence can
wait,
be dismissed without evidence.
I heard my name. What?
The evidence is in the title notes. The evidence is the title notes. That is the evidence, brother. So if you're trying to say that lack of evidence, no, that is the evidence. You can't say that.
What creates title nodes?
Oh shit!
The fact that it's not being pulled by the moon. Holy fuck!
Shit!
Are you unique to the situation?
Yeah, but you're not explaining what creates title nodes.
You explain.
Okay. Wow.
Not the moon, bro.
No.
He needs another story.
When you say something isn't doing it, you're not saying what it is doing it. So I want to hear what you guys say. It is creating title nodes.
Just
so
not the thing you think it is.
You're saying,
give me my replacement story now.
You think
give it to me.
Okay, well, what do you think it is? I don't have any. I have no on what title nodes are. Just tell me what it is. I'm a blank.
Not the thing you think it is. That's the only thing that matters.
Tell me what. Just tell me what they are.
Not the thing you think it is.
And I'll agree with you.
The only thing that matters is it's not the thing you think it is. Period.
Why can't you can't tell me what something isn't? Doesn't tell me what it is.
We don't care.
Tell me what it is, and I will absolutely repeat what you say. Just tell me what it is, and I'll do it.
Don't care. We don't fucking care.
The missile knows where it is or where it isn't.
What you falsify.
If I say that Harp isn't a serial killer, does that help? Like, tell you what it is.
We don't care, bro. Hey, we don't care, bro. It's just not the thing you think it is.
Title nodes, but you won't tell the audience what it is.
No, exactly. You're correct.
So then you don't. So do you not know? Because it implies that you don't know what title nodes are.
Exactly. Neither do you. Correct.
Well, I do, but
no,
I'm just asking you guys what you think it is.
The thing you think is wrong.
Speculation. It is Sunday. Do you want
I can't respond to whether or not you're right or wrong because you won't give me an answer on whether or not title nodes are something.
Let me fucking answer.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Tidal nodes are not the moon pulling on the ocean.
Fact.
You get that?
Okay, so my nuts are not pulling. So neither are my nuts, right? So my nuts are not making title nodes. But what is?
Somebody just get rid of this idiot.
I can tell you. We can sit here all day and say what isn't creating title nodes, like
speculation.
Like also my butt cheek isn't doing title nodes.
You're trolling, man.
Well, tell me what it is.
You're trolling, bro.
Is that what we're doing now?
Okay.
I like the whirlpools. I like the whirlpools, but if maybe it's pulsing in and out. The tides are pulsing in and out. It's the Earth's the ocean's rising and falling. Maybe 4 great rivers in the middle that pulse in and out that possibly cause these freaking whirlpools. Possibly. There's a freaking speculation for you. The Earth breathing in and out, the tides going up and down, these whirlpools that are seen. You can see the whirlpools. So if you have 4 great rivers in the center that breathe in and out, in and out. The tides go up and down on opposite sides of your ball is what you're thinking, but it's not. It's one big freaking puddle pulsing in and out. Here, there you go.
Exactly.
That's my freaking
Dynamic.
speculation.
Dynamic. Exactly.
It's called. Because I agree.
It's called equilibrium, and we live in a dynamic system that's consistently like, even like if you want to talk to like any like physicist or anybody that understands like that the world is constantly trying to find equilibrium in the sky and in the oceans constantly.
There you go. The real Stephen Hawking, paraplegic.
There you go. Like
EPC in the building.
I'm like, hold on, let me redo that. The tides are constantly equilibrating. I'm trying to.
Bro said the world is not in perfect equilibrium, therefore water moves in a container.
If you can't grasp that we are living in a world that is constantly trying to find equilibrium in the sky as well as in the oceans, then you're probably too indoctrinated to the bullshit. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, sir, but there's gravity and science and gravity. So therefore, you're wrong.
Like, bro, like, come on, really, bro?
Making fun of science just makes you look like a very dumb person, so I don't know why you're doing that.
What? Making fun of science hold on, bro. I guarantee you don't know what science is, so be quiet.
Tides are gravity.
No, I'm able to make fun of you guys who don't know what science is. Stupid.
Well, what is it?
So, well, it's not the thing you
what
think it is. Y'all use it as an umbrella term, as a buzzword, like you work at Whole Foods and you wear a pin on your freaking damn lanyard and you have a badge that says science. That you guys think it's your Boy Scout badge. It's not that. It's the scientific method. Your experimentation, observation, and experimentation of the natural world that you exist in. But a lot of you guys use science as a buzzword. And, well, I did science this and science that and math is science and Chinese is science. It's not
Creation.
the thing
I
you
have
think
both
it is.
Hey, Creation. Did you know that I have both the astronomy merit badge and the environmental
Astronomy's
science
not
merit badge?
Okay, great. I love
literally
that
have
you
those
did it. You
badges.
set
Astronomy
yourself
science?
up on a nice little T there, my
Environmental
boy.
science.
Hold on, one second. Can you give me a single viable scientific hypothesis from the field of astronomy? We will wait. Go ahead.
Not gonna happen. I'll tell you right now.
Kiwi was here to be left this
Can't do it. He can't do it.
Does E equals MC square work in
He can't do it, guys. He doesn't have a single viable hypothesis from the field of astronomy.
Well, I just said.
Hey, let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question.
Let
me ask you.
What's up, Sheik? What's up, Sheik?
Did you hear my hypothesis?
You don't have one. You don't have one.
I just said it. I said, does E equals MC square work?
What do with it, man?
In astronomical
Why is talking about MC?
Why are you talking about
let him get it out.
Well, you said astronomy. Let him get it out. MC square.
MC square.
Listen, man. Hypothesizing that you will be able to find E equals MC square everywhere in the universe.
Stupid.
Yeah,
that's my hypothesis is that you will find
why
E equals
are
MC
you
square.
not talking, can you?
Bro, these people took. Listen. Those people took the work of astronomy, which is clearly observing things, right, and not using mathematics, and hijacked it and started using their stupid mathematics.
Facts. Whoever just said that is facts.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. That's facts right there.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think observance is more important than mathematics?
Of things that flat earthers don't.
Nope.
Is there difference?
No, he thinks talking over you so you can't get the point out is more important. That's what they think.
Sciences, and they're all held to their own standard of evidence. They don't understand that. You don't always
you already got debunked, man.
To manipulate the independent variable, which is another thing.
Oh, he's debunked, bro, guys. I hear he's debunked.
Matt,
he's debunked.
Don't always need
Matt,
to do it.
you got debunked. Matt, you got debunked, bro. Stop.
No, you're a boy.
Me? Who debunked me? Who?
Me.
We all did.
You're debunked, bro.
Right now, me, boy. Listen.
What?
You're debunked, bro.
And everything, boy.
Where?
You're finished. You're finished already, don't you see?
Where?
You're cooked, man.
Thank you. Thank you for not explaining where, because I'm not cooked.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine.
Because you're already finished, boy.
It's over.
You don't even speak your own mother tongue, boy.
Why do you guys speak?
Matt, Matt, you said here's how you got debunked. You said the moon is pulling on the oceans, and we just proved you wrong, and then that's it. Case closed.
Goddamn.
The moon is pulling on the oceans.
That's what you believe. We proved to you that it's not happening. You're debunked.
Magical moon tractor beams.
You know, this is
Magical
what I love
moon
about Flat
tractor
Earth.
beams.
Instead of bringing your claim to them,
Pulling in,
instead of bringing your claim to
pushing out.
What the fuck is happening in here right now?
Paraplegic can't control himself.
You're
Is what's
fucking
happening.
15 people trying to talk at the same time, and this idiot is saying whatever.
I think they should get some kind of a moderation going on over here, man.
The thing is, Cambodian, I'm trying to speak, but Paraplegic can't control himself. Anyway, what I was saying is, Apocryphon, is that you don't need to take your claim and bring it to Flat Earthers. Just take their claim and use it on them. So, what's your claim for why the oceans randomly move in patterns? You go ahead and tell us.
So, I'll say it one more time. The oceans are dynamic, just like the entirety of the Earth. The sky is also dynamic, where it's constantly having this equilibrium. It's just constant, bro. No matter where you look, no matter where you live, it's constantly trying to find its equilibrium in the sky and in the oceans. But guess what, brother? Has nothing to do with the falsehood that we were told that the moon is pulling on the oceans, and we proved that wrong by the tidal nodes. Because when the moon,
us what it's not doing.
Why is it doing
equilibrium?
What like, what's making it?
Why are you interrupting, boy? You already finished, huh?
Causing it to go to equilibrium.
What do you mean? Why does it?
You're just saying what it's doing, which is a tide.
Massive
Shut up, Coffee. Why are you interrupting, Coffee? Shut your mouth.
Because it's dynamic.
No, it's not. Tides are exactly the same every day. They're not dynamic. They don't change.
We don't live in a static system.
Oh my God! What?
That's wrong.
You've never been fishing.
You're wrong, boy.
I know you've never been
high tide.
We don't live in a static system.
Oh my God!
Do we have like
your world is the one that doesn't move through space and shit, right?
Yeah, do we have high tide like during weather reports? Do people say like, "Oh, high tide's this," or do we just like say high tide's going to be at this time?
Yeah,
hey man, I think you're a troll. This Talon X guy is a troll, man. He's a troll.
Chart, you moron.
He's a troll.
Chart for your local river.
Right.
Tide chart.
He's trolling around right now.
There's a specific point that we're trying to make to you, bro, and it's not a globe. That's the whole point. Because everything
now we're changing everything.
Listen, the Flat Earth Society are a bunch of idiots.
Over them every time, dude.
Hey, the Flat Earth Society are a bunch of idiots. They're used as the second stupidity to show you that it shows you that the globes is right because the opposition is stupid. So they're using them as a stupid opposition, while you actually have people that goes around and explore and study, and they're not being shown as the opposition. They're using the Flat Earth Society as stupid puppets, you know.
Those of us who come here don't need the Flat Earth Society for that. We listen to you guys talk every day.
No.
You guys are almost worse than them, I think.
Not Flat Earth Society. Whoever this is talking, that's crazy. But whoever was cooking before that, you're on point. Exactly. Flat Earth Society is propaganda, and most people fall for that bullshit.
You're doing good at telling us what it isn't doing. Now you tell us what it is doing.
But here's the point, though, bro. You don't understand, bro. Like in a court of law, like you can disprove the evidence that's being presented to the jury, and if you can disprove it, then that makes their evidence null and void. It's like not even like not even you can't even present it.
You're telling me.
No, check it out. For instance, if the fucking opposing, if the opponent was saying,
doesn't matter. Do you have an explanation? Yes.
Why are you interrupting? Why let him cook, bro? Why are you interrupting? Let him cook.
Fucking mute this fucking troll.
Yes.
Whoa, calm down, man.
If the opponent was presenting to the jury that the moon is pulling on the fucking water, and then the defense shows tidal nodes and
Why
says,
are you wasting your time?
You're interrupting, bro.
Over and over and over.
Hey, Harp.
Wants you to. Because
yeah, you're right about that.
Don't interrupt, bro. In cross-examination, I would ask, how do you explain tidal nodes?
Bro,
okay.
Fuck that.
But that's not the fucking point, though. The point is, I can't explain why the tidal nodes exist, but I can explain that the fact that tidal nodes exist means the moon's not pulling on the oceans. Do you understand that?
Facts.
But I'm in cross-examination. I'm going to ask you, why do
that doesn't know. No, the why.
The point.
The why doesn't matter. Do you understand that? The why is not the fucking argument.
To my case.
No.
He didn't address your point.
You don't have an explanation.
He didn't address your point.
So I would be able to go to the jury and say that I'm the one that has the explanation for tides, which is gravity.
He's running away from the point.
Although you were kind of right, you were half right.
And I would rest my case based on
dodging.
You don't get it. You don't get it, bro. You don't get it. Yeah, so you don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, even in a court of law,
that's literally circular reasoning,
sort of made up bullshit explanation. You know that, right? They still have to give some sort of an explanation up.
No.
Explanations are trash.
In the court of law, in the court of law, if you can present reasonable doubt that would negate the fucking original claim, then that means your claim is null and void. You can't even present it to the jury. Done.
Yeah, if you can present reasonable doubt, they still make up some explanation, even when
you know it's bullshit.
You have to do that. You haven't done that.
Some reasonable explanation for what
you haven't done that yet. You have no contention.
That's your job, actually.
No. You have no contention. You have no contention to counter that, because if your original claim is that the moon is pulling on the oceans, and then I tell you, nope, tidal nodes would disregard what you're saying, then it's on you to then go back to the drawing board and come up with a new fucking theory, because your theory's been dead in water.
You can't talk forever. You can't talk forever.
I have a new theory.
None?
Unintended.
Bro,
go ahead.
He didn't talk forever. He just made a good point. You gonna address it?
Okay. Yeah, I've been addressing the same point for like 10 years now, and he doesn't understand what I'm trying to tell him. I don't care what you think my claim is or tidal nodes. I'm asking you to provide your explanation, and if you have citations, that's it.
Bro,
all I know
you gotta keep that same energy. You gotta keep that same energy.
Stop interrupting.
All right. I'm gonna go after you then. I'm gonna go after you.
So what I know about your world is that it's flat, not rotating.
No, you don't know about our world.
Right? So your world has level water that is contained. Now you can go ahead and explain the title.
No, bro, we're not gonna pretend like you just don't have a claim that's on the table. So
that's gonna be an L, and Cambodian, we can indeed move on.
Bro,
that's gonna be a
hold
on. As usual.
Flat Earther, hold on.
For your water moving. Thank you.
Wait, so you guys are actually arguing about flat Earth in here?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Well,
I was just wondering.
We're not really arguing flat Earth. We're kind of just pointing and laughing. You know what that is?
So here's another argument for the fact that the moon affects the tides. Tides have a 29.53 day cycle, and the moon has a 29.53 day cycle. So the question is, there's certainly strong correlation that would imply that there might be a causation. It doesn't imply that not all correlations imply causation, but strong evidence towards that.
What about the areas that don't have tides at all? Moon goes over, no tide.
Yeah, those can be explained by other things.
Just not the moon.
No, the moon is still part of the equation. It's just that there's certain places where the sloshing back and forth, so to speak, across the oceans, the waves kind of add up to cancel each other out.
Anybody hear the weasel in his voice or what?
No, it's not a weasel. This is the actual.
What about the new moon and the full moon also? Don't they highly correlate with that?
The moon picks and chooses the same way gravity does.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The cycle of the moon is 29.53 days, and all the tides around the whole world have a 29.53 day cycle for the places that have tides. Don't you think that's
on top of the super tide when there's a new moon compared to when there's full moon?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's just what I mentioned to Matthew. Also, the new moon and the full moon.
Yeah, it's part of the cycle. I'm saying the duration of the cycle happens to be 29.53 days in both cases.
Shouldn't there be a massive high tide during the eclipse with the moon and the sun all in the line? One big pulling. Shouldn't there be a freaking huge chunk of water during the eclipse?
So Matthew, with that being said, are you agreeing that the moon pulls on the oceans?
I think that that's strong evidence that the moon is involved in the tides. Yes.
Okay, so with that logic, when we can show that there are positions or there are places where the moon should be pulling on the water, but it's not because it's called tidal nodes, then doesn't that negate your whole theory about the moon pulling on the ocean?
So it negates. You're right. It does negate the idea that the moon is the only influence on the tides, but I've never claimed that. I said that it's a influence. The 24-hour day cycle is one, and then also the geography of the underwater topography is another part of it, and this sort of sloshing back and forth is another part of it. So all of those seem to have something to do with it.
I would also add, it's not the moon pulling on just the ocean. It's pulling on the entire Earth as a whole. It's not just the ocean. It's not like it's just because we experience the tides, we feel like it's the water.
Is that how gravity works? Hold on. Is that how gravity works? Because I'm sorry, I thought the Earth pulled on the moon. That's kind of weird.
They both pull on each other, to be fair with you, but the Earth has a bigger influence since the massive
They pull on each other. I see. Okay.
So okay, with that logic, what gravitational pull stronger, the Earth or the moon?
The Earth, of course.
Okay, so then how does a lesser force? Hey, what up, Fresh? Oh shit, I didn't know you're in here. What's up, brother? Hey, with that
be a very dumb question, by the way.
With that being said, then it's almost like I'm going to say it again. I said it earlier. It's like a full-grown man pulling on a rope, and then you have a baby pulling on the rope on the other side. How can the baby overpower the grown man?
It's not overpowering anything.
No. But would it be able to pull anything out of the grown man's hand? You understand what I'm saying? The moon.
I wouldn't know. That's not how gravity works. All massive objects in space have a correlation with each other. I mean, this is where affected by the sun. What are you talking about?
This is where your whole fucking analogy collapses, because the moon. No, it does, because the moon. Hold on.
Yes.
Just listen. The moon is weaker. It will never be able to pull from the hands of a wrestler, a grown man. No, bro.
Okay.
You're not getting what I'm saying. You're not getting it. You don't want to understand.
I know what you're already saying.
I think you're not getting
I explain. You're not getting it at all. Because look,
explain, man.
Right? You're saying that the moon. What you're saying is the moon shouldn't be pulling. First of all, it's not pulling anything out of anything's hands, so it's not like it's removing an object from Earth. It's literally just having a gravitational influence on the Earth, and that's understandable since it's relatively. Hold on, let me finish. And it's understandable. Hold on, let me finish. And it's understandable because massive objects or even smaller objects have an effect. There is something in gravity called R squared, right? Gravity is influenced by distance and the size of massive celestial objects in space. And that's
prove gravity.
It's not pulling anything out of the Earth, and it's weaker. Just like the sun has a weaker correlation with tides on Earth than the moon. Why? Because the sun is farther. Gravity's affected by distance and the size of the celestial objects. What you said was the most dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's a load of shit, Matt, because at 250,000 fucking kilometers, which your moon is supposed to be, all bodies of water would be affected at the same time.
Exactly.
What do you mean at the same time?
Whoa,
is the moon
guys,
facing both sides of the Earth at the same time? Or am I just getting some bullshit in my ear?
Use your brain and think about it. The moon would affect all bodies of water.
You said something that's very fucking stupid. I think you just realized it was
okay.
Stop and think logic, boy.
Okay, no, if the Earth is round, and there's a moon, it's not going to affect all the tides at the same time because the Earth rotates, and that means the moon also rotates, so it won't be affecting everything at the same time because it's on opposite sides.
Okay, so check this out.
They think the moon is on
Yeah,
the front and the back side of the
huge lakes? Why aren't huge lakes being pulled?
So check this out. A backyard pool is not being affected by the moon's gravity. Why not?
Neither are lakes.
How much mass does the backyard pool have, to create a gravitational force?
Oh, so now it's based upon the mass of the water. Now we're gonna have to fucking kitty this out to where only a big ocean of water is affected by it. That's bullshit, brother.
It picks and chooses. It's only like salt.
Hey, listen.
You're trying to do an internal critique, and you look at the formula for the force of gravity, you'll see that mass is directly involved. So yes, so the mass of the water is important if you want to determine the effect that gravity would have on it.
Hey, hold on. If all water was affected by the pull of the moon, then that means I could put a cup of water out and it should also raise and bulge out, because you think that the fucking gravity of the moon is pulling on water. You guys are fucking retarded, bro. Because
if I put a glass of water out there, you didn't listen to a single word I just said.
Oh,
yes, but
large.
Apocryphon is right about something. Wait, listen. Apocryphon is right about something. He is right that that the gravity of the moon should pull on one atom of water in the ocean the same as it would pull in one atom of water in your swimming pool or in a glass of water. So he's right about that. However, us Globers claim that it's not the pull of the moon only, but the differential pull. So the fact that the oceans are big enough to experience different amounts of pull in different directions is what causes the tides. That's why we don't have tides in your swimming pool.
But Matt, what if, hold on, just a big what if it had nothing to do with the moon, but it's actually based upon the dynamics of the water in general that's being always constantly in an equilibrium state, just constantly breathing and going up and down to keep the currents going, to keep the movement going, because there's a dynamic breathing, if you will. Like the earth is dynamic, it's breathing. The air as well. Like we're talking about water this whole time.
The earth is breathing. Does that sound very scientific, dude?
No, that's a good hypothesis. The only pushback I would have on that is that there still seems to be this 29.53 day cycle with tides, which exactly matches a 29.53 day cycle with the moon. So that would require some explanation.
Well, I agree. So imagine this: there's a harmonious, dynamic system that's in place, but the point though is it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with this pooling because of gravity. Now, I will say this: even on a flat Earth, right? Even on a flat Earth, to where there's the moon and the sun going round and round and round, I would agree that there is this electrical charge, negative and positive, that's constantly trying to find its equilibrium within this dynamic system that we live in. So yes, there can be this potential raising and lowering, but the fact that tidal nodes exist, you cannot just like 100% say it's the moon pulling on it, because the fact that there's places in the ocean and in lakes and everything else that doesn't get pulled, it just negates the fucking argument. So let's all go back to the drawing board and say, well, then what is it? Because it's not clearly just gravitational pull. Like, that's a falsehood.
No, you're right.
Paradigm. Okay, go ahead.
So you're right. Those tidal nodes, they completely negate the idea that the moon is the sole cause of tides. However, we've never claimed that. We say that the moon is part of it, the sun is part of it, and then also these aphrodromic points, I think they're called.
Aphrodromic points.
Yeah, they're synchronized to this 6-hour thing, and it has to do with the geography of the oceans and where things are in the continents and all that type of stuff. So we do have explanations for that, but you are right that if the moon were the only thing causing tides, then those points would disprove that idea.
I agree, and you know what? And then that goes to the point. Well, welcome to the ether, if you will, or this really weird magnetic force that's going around and around and around the earth as it's like a toroidal field. There's this pull on everything, just magnetically, because is water magnetic? Yes or no?
It's polarized
slightly. Yeah.
In kinetic energy,
you don't see Lake Titicaca being pulled by the freaking moon. You don't see big lakes being pulled.
In kinetic energy, there is a pull, right, on water. Yes or no? Yes, right. Like you can just. I have a video of it. This guy is putting like a little electrical charge to water, and it pulls it away. So connect this magnetic force is present. But it's a begging the question, and I admit that. But it's a good explanation that there is something more than just quote unquote gravity, moon pulling on the tides or the oceans to create tides. I don't think that's what it is. That's all I'm saying. I think it is a combination, like Matt said. There's multiple things going on. I agree, but it's not just the Globers' explanations. Not you, Matt, because you get it, but other Globers, they don't get it. They don't understand that there is a dynamic system going on where there's a rising and a lowering of the water. And I personally think that it has to do more with beneath it, as well as the kinetic energy happening above it as the Earth is constantly trying to equalize. How is that not a fucking good argument?
What do you mean? I can ask. Maybe Matthew can explain to you, but I wanted to ask you a question. What do you mean by the Earth trying to equalize? My bad, Matthew.
Okay, so in a dynamic system, when there's a pressure that's high, it will try to seek to equalize because there's also a pressure that's low, and they're constantly changing to equalize. So that pressure that's high and low is what causes the environment that's our reality. That's why you have storm systems. That's why you have storm systems. That's why you have electric systems sometimes. And this whole like beautiful harmonious rhythm that's going around and around and around on their circuits as they go around on a plane, right? Not a globe, on a plane, it's affecting it accordingly. It's constantly trying or not trying. It does. It doesn't try. It just does it. It's constantly equalizing. So when there's like a breathing of the water, up, going down, going up, going down, it's because there's a swooshing and a pulling and a pushing from underneath that creates it. Like, I don't know what you guys don't understand right now. I'm really lost.
Okay, so there's
saying that air
what
pressure
are you talking about? Like talking about air pressure, like because we're talking about water, right?
All of it. No, you don't understand. Air pressure has to do a lot with the water. Like, what did you get about that? That's why there's whirlpools.
Not crazy, unless it's not crazy. It depends on the weather conditions. But I mean, what you're saying is not really making sense. So tides are usually in patterns, right? You have tides at certain times or whatever. You can look that up easily. So what's your explanation for that? Isn't that kind of destroying your point? You're talking about trying to find equilibrium.
No. There's a constant lowering and hiring of the water within itself because it's a dynamic system. It's constantly moving. That's what keeps the currents what there are.
Dude.
Okay.
What you're saying is it's a dynamic system, but you have no like citation to explain why. Okay, that's fine. You can say water, so you can say whatever you want. You have to try to explain how that correlates with tides.
So in other words, there's a pressure system in the sky, right? High and low. That's constantly it creates jet streams, and then you have a constant high and low pressure in the oceans, and that's what creates this currents in the oceans because they're constantly like moving. It's dynamic. You understand what dynamic means? It's constantly equalizing, and in that equalization, it creates these vectors, if you will.
Hey, Pog, do you not understand that we're trying to explain that movement, and all you're saying is that it moves?
Wait, what?
We're literally trying to explain the movement that you're describing, right?
Yeah, and I'm telling you why there's a movement because it's a system that's constantly from a high pressure to a low pressure that's above the sky, right? Like you could turn on the news in the morning and they tell you we have a high pressure here and a low pressure here,
okay, so
and there's a storm coming.
Pressure. So APOC,
right.
What is pressure?
It's pressure is what's created by these differences of temperature. Temperature creates pressure, yes or no?
Shut up, nigger.
Oh, wow.
Jesus Christ.
You do
Nice.
talk a lot, Apod.
Oh, wow. I just changed my mind because of that.
I would say when you put energy into a system,
I'm a
yes,
racist.
You have the ability to change the pressure in that system when you add energy to it.
Exactly. So the energy that's manipulated by the presence of the moon and the sun, because guess what? The moon and the sun, they're not fucking millions of miles away. The sun, and it's not fucking 250,000 miles away. This moon, no bullshit. They are where they're at,
You don't.
and where they
Good.
where
It's
they
funny
go.
to me. Apocryphon, the thing, I don't want to interrupt you, but it seems like you're just ranting, and even the moderator, Cambodian, I'm pretty sure you know that this guy's more ranting than actually like
My
discussing
bad if
anything.
I am.
And why do you say that the moon's not 250,000 kilometers away, whatever the hell you say it is, when you don't know how far away it is? Like, how do you know it's not this far, but it is definitely this far, or whatever? Like, how do you know? If you,
Yeah,
you don't
have you ever gotten in a car and driven there yourself?
No.
Hey, then,
So
how do you know
how
it's
do you
not a
know?
million miles away from? How do you know?
Because it's not.
How do you know?
You see my point, guys? It's like it's definitely not this far.
Here's why. Here's why.
I don't know.
Because,
I don't know how far it
because
is. It's definitely
I'll
not this
tell you
far.
why. I'll tell you why.
I don't know how far it is.
I'll tell you why. Because in the beginning, right, there was a lesser light and a greater light that was created, okay? And they were put on their circuits, and they're the same size. According to Enoch, they're the same size. And they're put on the they're put in the firmament or what we call the heavens or the sky, and they go around and around on circuits. Matter of fact, they go in their quadrants. There's quadrants and positions for these celestial objects we call the moon and the
So
sun.
they were put places, dude. Let's not hop into a religious discussion here in an empirical room, okay? I don't know why you're talking about stuff being put somewhere, okay?
I'm just telling you the truth.
You've been in a religious discussion. You just didn't know it.
Hang on.
That's where Apocryphon's coming from.
You're right, actually. I have been in a religious discussion. You're right.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, and you're the religious.
Hang on, Apocryphon, you brought up something earlier pretty interesting, and I kind of want to talk about that because I feel like we beat the tides to death on this. Like it's been almost 2 hours. You talked about the magnetic field that we detect. What do we know in nature can cause magnetic fields?
What in nature causes magnetic fields?
He can't answer that because he's a stupid fucking Nick.
No, I can't answer that.
Damn, holy.
Who said that? The magnetic.
I don't know who said that, but
yeah, I'll answer that. That's fine.
I think it's 9K1. I'm pretty sure it's 9K1.
I'll answer it.
Yeah, it was him. I thought it was him before. Hey, you're gonna be banned off the server for saying that.
But I'd rather get this guy.
Not just in this chat server. Get hard
I
R.
don't appreciate that stupid type of bullshit that 9K1 is doing. It's not that I don't want to hear from you. I'd just rather get that fixed before it happens again.
Yeah. I'll explain why there's the magnetism in our sky over us because it's measured. There is a measurable every like 100 miles you go or whatever, however the height is, there is there is a actual like measurement of electricity that you can actually you can do it yourself. Do it yourself like a home experiment. You can like set up a balloon with a little fucking meter, and you'll realize that the electricity every like 100 meters. There's like so many volts that you can actually measure. So that makes our system, our dynamic system, electric. And in electricity, there's magnetism by its own self property. Electricity by itself creates a magnetic fucking field. Now, with that being said, it has to be magnetic in the world across the plane because we can measure it. And we know that to be. It's a fact. Like go ahead.
So can I give you another thing that we actually know happens in nature also, which creates magnetic fields?
Yeah.
When you spin a molten metal.
Okay, so so what you're saying is that, and I agree with you. Yeah. That's true. But you can't say, you're not going to tell me that because the center of the Earth is a molten lava fucking iron core, that's bullshit, because technically it doesn't even survive under its own fucking paradigm. Because if that was the case, now you're going back to the Earth being a sphere or not. And then that leads us back to the measurements of this so-called sphere that you believe we're on. And now we're back into flat Earth. Go ahead.
Well, before we go there, would you agree that when we create like an electric current, we can tell how powerful that magnetic field is?
Yeah, we can.
Right. So, can we detect how powerful the magnetic field is on this Earth?
Yes. Yeah, we actually can measure it. Yeah. That's why wait, hold on, let me finish. That's why if you can literally make an object rise, which would defy gravity in your paradigm, if you add a current to it, and then you can make it lower if you take away the current. So that gives you this dynamic principle of how magnetism is obviously going to be. It has to what's the word I'm looking for? It has to obey the law, if you will, of the electric force that's being created, because that's what makes things go up and down. Is the electric magnetic force? Go ahead.
Right. So if we know that this amount of electricity creates this much magnetic field. I don't personally know the answer, but how much electricity and where's it running through? Where's it running through that we're not getting electrocuted to create the Earth's magnetic field, which is immensely powerful?
Obviously it is. Guess what? But guess what? We are grounded. So we are not affected by it. And that's the whole point. So for instance, when I'm on a job site and we set up a generator, right, to do the power, what's the first thing we do is we ground the generator. And the reason why is it prevents shock. So if you can stabilize electricity, you won't get shocked, right? But you can rub your feet on carpet and you can shock somebody, right? We used to do it as kids. As kids, we used to shock somebody. You could rub your feet, create electricity, and you shock somebody because you're generating that force that allows electricity to fucking shock somebody, even though they're grounded too. But that still exists. So if you're to talk about it on a big scale, where you have a toroidal field that's literally going over us and around us, of which our moon and sun is a part of, this is why when it's going around and around on the circuit, it's changing the dynamics of our sky, the air. It creates low pressures, high pressures, but it also creates low pressures and high pressures in the ocean. And this is why the ocean is also dynamic. This is why it's raising. This is why it's lowering, because there's a constant equilibrium that it's all trying to find. Go ahead.
I just don't want to go back to the tides. We can see electric needs a path to travel through, but you're saying the Earth is grounded. So if the Earth is grounded and not creating this electricity, how is it creating the magnetic field at the same time?
No. The electric field is above us. It's in the toroidal field itself. That's where the magnetism electric system's happening. So imagine if the moon and the sun is the positive of a battery, of a diode, and then the ground is the grounding of it. It equalizes. And then everything that happens in the sky is based upon this constant pulling and pushing and tugging and there's this constant dynamic system. So if you understood how magnetism works, when so let's break it down. When you have a force that is from, hold on, let me break it.
I'm sorry. Did you say that the sun is a positive charge and the moon is a negative charge? And
No. I said they are both a positive charge, and there's a negative within the sky that's created by the ground itself. So like there's this equilibrium to where the electric field is going to stabilize accordingly. That's why if you didn't ground your electronics, they'd get fried. This is why you have to ground it, so that way it doesn't have a surge of energy. You understand that? Like when you ground something, you're preventing that surge of energy. So in the sky, there's a surge of energy, and on the ground, it stabilizes it. So this is why we're constantly grounded, so we're constantly stabilized. And everything in the sky is constantly positively charged. But that's what creates the pressures of high and low. This is why we have storm systems. This is why if you look on the news in the morning, they're going to say, we have a high pressure developing here, but there's a low pressure. And then when they collide, they create storms. And that's because they're equalizing. And that equalization creates this pressure that makes the clouds and everything else, the whole dynamics of it, creates a storm. And then you have electricity. That's called the lightning starts to happen. The lightning is a reaction of those two things colliding. You understand that?
Okay.
Holy shit. Apocryphon, dude, you're just making a lot of claims about water pressure and lightnings and everything.
Bro, I'm speaking facts. I'm speaking facts, bro. If there was
come on. Hold on. Even I have the like ability to admit that I don't know how much power we need to create the magnetic field. Or how much, I don't know all that stuff. I'm not going to claim I know that. I don't think you should be claiming you know that both the sun and the moon are positively charged and it's creating the negative in the sky and then the ground. Come on, man.
No. Look at it. It's measurable, bro. This is why if you were to bring a meteorologist in here right now, they will tell you that I'm on the right track because they understand how the things in the sky are positively charged. And the fact that there's a dynamic system to where things become, they're trying to equalize. This is what creates the storm systems that we even have in place because there's a constance of it. So like when you have like the moon in its position and the star and then the sun in its position, like that sometimes the moon is way on their side and the sun's way on the other side, right? So then your pressure. Right. So your sky is now affected by that. It may not have a storm. Why? Because there's not these two forces that are going to create the positive charges to overcome the negative charges. But when you bring them out all together, right? So as the sun and moon catch up on their circuit, it creates storms, usually, technically. So then what happens is it's a balance. The whole earth is dynamic and it's balanced, bro. What don't you get about that? It's a beautiful. God is good, bro. God created an amazing system.
Like we said, the moon has a 29-day cycle. I don't think there's ever been a day in that 29 cycle where there hasn't been either calm weather, extremely stormy weather, or this. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. There's storms on Earth constantly.
Right. And in today's world, you know what changes that? Is that the fact that we are cloud seeding. So when we are adding salt and heating it up, it's literally creating a pressure system within the sky. So if you want to avoid the fact that us as a country and across the plane, by the way, all countries are doing this now. They create they cloud seed. That's a fact, bro. And what they're doing is they're creating their own high and low pressure to make sure that we are getting rainfall. It's like man playing God, if you will. And what they're doing is they're manipulating those dynamic systems. Do you get it?
So you said that this is the case because we measure it, right? We measure the magnetic field. This is how we know this is the case.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why can't I say? So why can't I say? Because we know for a fact that if you spin molten metal, it creates a magnetic field, and if we know for a fact, we measure this magnetic field, so we know for a fact there's a molten core to the Earth which is spinning to create this magnetic field because we measure the magnetic field.
No.
Okay, hold on. Everything you said is nonsense. Everything you said was nonsense.
I'm literally following the
You
same
said
exact his logical.
okay. Post
saying we measure
something.
the magnetic field. We
Okay,
know electricity creates magnetic fields.
Okay, I'm going to
Therefore,
demand the evidence for
the
your claim.
electricity must be the thing that's causing the magnetic
Great,
field.
I'm going to demand the evidence for your claim.
Okay, post.
I want the evidence of molten metal forming a magnetic field. Please post that.
Absolutely, I will do that right now. Give me a few minutes to get it out for you.
The rambling from Apocryphon was so bad that he got muted.
I think he muted himself or something. I don't know.
Actually, Apocryphon was making a valid point.
Well, I'll go back to the
valid point
tides.
that he made.
I didn't hear anybody give any evidence for the cause of the tides. Not even one little thread.
That's not true.
I heard about no correlation isn't causation, right?
What causes
right?
the tide?
Correct? Is that correct? Well, I think the tides. Every time the tides are high, they pull the moon closer, and every time they're low, they push the moon further away. Why not?
I just posted it in the chat.
Even in your dynamic or in your view, that's still influenced by the moon.
That thing is, listen, it's not a self-generating electromagnetic field. They create the magnetic field. See how it's in a coil? Yeah, it's better evidence than from fucking Kosho.
The ocean is a coil?
Wait. So you're looking at the picture and just making up your decision. You're not even.
No, I've already seen this, dude. I've seen this 5 years ago. More than 5 years ago. So I said that the first person who came up with it, Kosho, okay, who you may or may not know or who you might have got that from, okay, this is not a self-generating electromagnetic field.
He's got molten sodium.
How do you think it's spun in the first place?
A spinning sphere of molten sodium. That's ridiculous because if you look at iron, which is what the presupposed core is supposed to be, it loses its magnetism at 770 degrees Celsius. So that's out the window.
Right. When it's not spinning, it doesn't conduct a magnetic field. I absolutely agree with you.
What do you mean conduct? So the way iron magnetizes, right?
A magnetic field.
So what you're actually saying is that the Earth is an electrodynamic motor.
No, my claim is
that's what it would have to be.
That there's a molten metal core to the Earth, and because Earth's rotating, it generates a magnetic field.
Yeah, but the way
iron loses its magnetism at 770 degrees Celsius.
When it's not spinning, yes.
It doesn't matter spinning or not. If it's that hot, it loses its magnetism.
There's something called hysteresis, right? In metal, we have graphs that we've known about this since fucking at least the early 1900s. It was invented by a guy named. It was invented by a guy. So it was invented by a guy named Steinmetz. So it's discovered by a guy. No, it's called magnetic hysteresis. Go look it up.
You always complain about straw manning. Am I saying that if you heat up iron that you can make it lose its magnetic properties? No, I'm not denying that. But when you make it into a molten, if you have molten metal and it spins, that generates a magnetic field.
Molten is hot, right? Right.
And when it's spinning, when it's spinning.
Can you tell us the mechanism?
You know, when it's spinning, it's creating more friction on top of the molten temperatures.
Can you tell us the mechanism for the creation of a magnetic field? Is the metal electrified or something?
I don't know the exact physics to it. I'm not going to claim to know it.
Okay, so I'll tell you what creates a magnetic field. It has to be an accelerating or changing electric field, which is basically the same thing. So changing in time or changing in position, but not just like static, not just like changing at a steady speed. It has to be accelerating. So if it's accelerating something that's electrified that's accelerating, it'll create a magnetic field. Or if you have the electric current changing in time, increasing or decreasing, or changing direction, then it will also create a magnetic field. So it has to be electrified. So the reverse is true, right? To create the electric field, you need a changing magnetic field, or one that's accelerating, or one that's changing direction, and that will create an electric field. So what came first, the chicken or the egg?
The egg came first.
Chicken came first.
See, we got a disagreement here. Fight it out. I think you should fight to the death, chicken or egg.
Yeah, the egg was evolved before the chickens were evolved. The egg has been evolved before chickens have evolved. The egg came first.
Dude, I can't believe you just brought up evolution for chicken and egg. Yo, man, it's funny as hell to be.
Riddle. Because you didn't say the
riddle.
Like if the real riddle should be what came first, the chicken egg or the chicken.
I think the chicken evolved from strawberries or something.
We're more closely related to fungus than.
Want to know what two plants are most closely related to marijuana? It's strawberries. Technically. Anyway, Evolution to Falsified by Michael Lewin. Go check it out. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that because that'll just go down a rabbit hole. What?
When you stop trusting science, at what point?
What do you mean trust? I looked at the scientific method. I didn't see the word trust in there.
The evidence, you trust the evidence? That's where it says to trust the conclusion, no matter what you do.
No. So I only care. Listen, I'm an empiricist. I'm an empiricist. I only care about the data.
How do you trust the conclusion? How do you?
No, you don't trust the conclusion. You look at the No, listen, dude. This is how you do it. You don't trust the conclusion. You don't trust all the words and verbiage around it. You look at just the experiment and their methods. You ask yourself, what are the sources of error? What are the assumptions? Right? And you evaluate the experiment. And then you, no. Okay, hold on. Then you evaluate the experiment and you evaluate the results. What they say about it is fucking irrelevant. Because it's the data, right? Science is empirical, right?
So I can trust the evidence, right? So like, as long as they do the experiment correctly, I can trust that they'll get an accurate answer.
Yeah. Well, there's assumptions, cool. Right, cool. And then there's the methodology, right? And then there's the conclusion. There's the methodology.
Let me try to put this up another way. Indio, do you?
It's not about trusting the science, dude. It's about evaluating the evidence. That's it.
Hang on. Do you trust the map of your town?
No, actually, no, I don't.
You don't trust the map of your town?
No, actually, they have a bunch of new roads and shit. And it's ironic that you said that because I was just outside walking by the store and I watched about fucking 20 different cars turning around and shit. Because people get lost where I am because they built a bunch of new shit over here. So no, I really don't trust the map of my town.
Okay.
So you asked the wrong person.
You don't trust any maps? Like, what about the map of your city?
What is with these all or nothing policies? This is almost childish.
What do you mean? All or
nothing?
So
trust, an all or nothing. Either I trust one thing or I trust nothing.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
Trust anything? What do you trust?
Trust is overrated. Why should I trust anything? Trust is like one of those things, like, it's done on a case-by-case basis. You don't make blanket statements about it.
I mean, I think you'll be pretty lonely if you don't trust people.
Of your car?
Look, like I said, a case-by-case basis.
Okay. So
you evaluate it, right?
So when you say case-by-case,
it depends on that particular circumstance.
Right. So when you say case-by-case basis, I was kind of doing that. Like, do you trust the town map or do you trust the city map? Like, case-by-case basis. I want to know.
Look, if it was down by Harvard and shit, where the roads haven't changed in fucking 200 years, yeah, I'll trust those fucking maps. Actually, they have changed in 200 years.
Boston.
Yeah, but I would still trust them. They haven't changed since like the 1890s or something. So yeah, I would trust those, but like, it depends on what part of town. Because they're always fucking changing the roads and shit.
Okay.
Dude, they're always doing construction here, dude. There's a saying here that the Cambridge freaking city flowers, an orange barrel with a flashing orange light on top of it. Okay?
I mean, I'm kind of curious as to how they're always changing or adding roads when there are such things, like there are such things as like paper roads and stuff like that where they build a new road, but like or when a road has a certain width, they can add a sidewalk to it because lots of people think it's like the road is the width of the street, but no, it's actually there's it's like usually about a 50-foot road or a 40-foot road, but the curbs are only like 30 feet apart, so people get confused.
It's a city, so there's like alleys and shit and dead ends, right? So what they'll do is they'll extend the dead end so it crosses into another road, or they'll extend like it'll be someone's driveway and they'll just take down the house.
That's what's called a paper road. So if you look at a tax map, there's roads that have names on it that aren't even built yet, and those are called they're called paper roads because they exist only on paper in the tax records. They're not actually physically built yet, but they are actually already laid out in your tax map.
Well, where I live used to be a fucking rail yard. So what's that? Is that a paper road? Would they plan on putting a road here for like 150 years?
Listen, download an app. It's called Regrid. It has the tax map parcels. You can you can check out like other properties. You can see how big they are, who their owners are under the tax records, and you're going to see that certain roads exist on that tax map app that don't actually exist in your town. It's actually kind of cool. You might check it out. I use it for my land surveying job all the time.
Sounds like this fucking government scam.
How's it a government scam?
They'll eventually
get tax revenue revenue for places that don't exist.
Here, I'll share the app in the chat. It's actually a really cool app.
Yeah, it sounds pretty cool though. It sounds interesting. But where I live, it was a rail. It was like a rail yard that was
satellite photography. They're the biggest commercial consumer of satellite photography because they know 50 years ahead of time where they're going to build all their new McDonald's.
Who? McDonald's?
Yeah, McDonald's has 50 years worth of satellite photography so that they know where all the cities are going to be. So all those ghost roads, like McDonald's will decide on which of those roads will become real because they'll be buying up all the property ahead of time so that way they know where the McDonald's are going based on new towns that are coming up.
That's awesome. Let's base our existential reality on McDonald's corporate decisions. Fuck, dude. Like, where are we at this point? Are you serious?
Satellite photography is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a cool story. It's awesome. Because airplanes don't exist either. Yeah, that's why we have satellites. Airplanes don't exist. Photogrammetry, aerial photogrammetry, that hasn't existed for fucking goddamn 80 years.
I've flown in airplanes lots of times.
No, listen, aerial photogrammetry.
What? What does that mean?
Yeah, so they fly airplanes that take pictures of things, and they do surveying by flying airplanes.
What does that have to do with an airplane?
Yeah, they're not satellite photos, bro.
For the satellite photography that McDonald's buys? Sure it is.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, it is. It's all,
yeah, because they said it. When they sold it to you, they said this is extra expensive because it's satellite. So we can charge you more now.
No, they're paying for it. They're buying it.
Yeah, expensive too.
Yep. But there's tons of.
It'd be a lot cheaper if they just said it was an airplane. But why say that? Why not say it's fucking goddamn taken from the 10th dimension? They can charge you even more.
Well, airplanes can't take satellite photography.
Yeah, nothing does.
Not everybody has an SR-71 Blackbird or a U-2 to take pictures.
You don't need to be that high. You don't need to be that high. They use stereoscopic fucking cameras.
The satellites?
No, the airplanes.
Which ones?
And which particular ones? You want like a model of the airplane? You want a model of the optic? Like what? Like where? How far?
Satellites are airplanes. So which airplanes are flying like 50 miles above the?
No, I'm saying airplanes take photographs. People say this is a satellite photograph. You understand?
Right. When you see like a picture that's like 50 miles above the Earth, you know the difference.
How do you know it's 50
miles above the Earth and 50,000 feet above the Earth?
How do you know it's 50 miles?
Well, for example, you can actually.
Really
I'm asking you. Hold on. You can see the really. How can you tell they're really high up? How can you get a distance by looking at something?
So like I'm only like 6 feet off the ground, so I can see like kind of like an average based on my height. That like I can see like what 6 feet off the ground looks like.
In that instance, you have stereoscopic vision.
Stand on top of a building and then fly in an airplane, 50,000. So I can see what the planet looks like from 50,000 feet. And then when I see a picture that's 50 miles above the Earth, everything's real fucking small. And like you can see the clouds and like all the clouds are small. It's called perception.
Not only that, but you can zoom in on the pictures in certain areas, and the angle that it's at is not feasible for the size of it and being an aerial photograph.
Okay. So
how can I change my role in this server?
Don't care, dude. It's not the topic.
Go to roles at the top.
So listen, Talnex, do those satellites? Do they use zoom photography?
Do satellites use
zoom photography? Are they zoomed in?
I would imagine that there are probably some satellites that have zoom technology. Yes.
Yeah, like because Donald Trump released a top secret CIA picture.
Fuck Donald Trump, dude. Fuck Donald Trump.
We knew they were so we knew
just go suck his cock and get it over with, dude.
I'm telling you, we knew. So
I'm gonna kick you out of the server. I'm gonna kick you right the fuck out of this channel. Stop talking about Donald Trump, dude.
No, I'm talking about zoomed in satellite images. Yeah, we saw top secret ones.
I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump.
Sorry, thanks to the 45th president. Sorry, I didn't mean to say his name.
I really have to fucking kick you out of here, dude. This is fucking crazy, dude. Why are you making me do this? I asked you to stop talking about Donald Trump. You can't help yourself. You're obsessed, man. You really need to go get on some meds, dude. Like, seriously. If you're that obsessed with Donald Trump, you think he's that fucking important, you got to make your whole personality about him. You need fucking psychiatric help. But let's get back to the point. So if I use 10 times zoom with satellite photos, is that equivalent to a 1-time zoom plane photo that's 10 times closer to the Earth? Are those going to make equivalent photographs? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Okay? So stop saying that you can fucking tell that it's so high up. You can't. So I actually was involved in this fucking about 30 years ago. I was making computers for a company that did aerial photogrammetry, and they needed a computer that could manipulate stereoscopic photographs that were 12,000 by 12,000 pixels. Now this is like in 2002-ish. So it was a tough row to hoe for fucking the technology the computers that existed at that time to be able to actually get an image that big into memory. And then they would view it with a special viewer, and they would print them out, and it was pretty cool. And they would look at it through like these fucking 3D glasses that they had made. They weren't like standard like angular 3D glasses or red blue. I think they were polarized. So yeah, that was pretty cool. But you can't tell the difference from a so-called satellite photo. So if you remember Google Earth or Google Maps, none of the photographs initially were marked as from satellite photos. None of them. They were all said they're from the USGS, and they would list the aerial survey that took the pictures of them. So this idea that these pictures can only come from satellites, and that's the only place. No, it's not true, and you would charge a lot more money if you say they came from a satellite as opposed to saying, we took this out of an airplane. They could charge fucking 5 times as much. It's called value added. They didn't actually add any value.
Then how come the government gives you free access to GPS satellites?
That's a whole nother story, dude. That I'm not even going to get into. I mean, I could. You should look at, there's a company called Light Squared. So there was a hedge fund guy back in the early 2000s, and he bought, they were selling a bunch of different frequencies to FCC. He bought the GPS frequency because GPS is on a unlicensed frequency. It's just broadcasting, right? So it's unlicensed. GPS is actually illegal. So anyway, make a long story short, he bought this, and he was going to make satellite internet on this frequency. But guess what? What did he build? He actually built towers. He didn't even build the fucking satellite part. He was building towers because back then the problem with the internet was called the last mile problem. So the last mile, like getting it to your house, he's building a bunch of. He was going to have wireless internet broadcast through towers. Anyway, the moral of the story is that all these GPS companies fought over this, so that because of the signal, that he would degrade their GPS signal that was ostensibly came from outer space, even though it was actually going to come from Earth. And even now, something called differential GPS, which if you probably look locally, you can actually find where you can pick up a GPS signal that is undeniably on the ground, but your GPS will pick it up as a satellite.
Well, how come other countries let me use their satellites for my GPS?
They're not satellites. Do you know how GPS actually works?
They are. I can even give you like a list. I can show you a picture of a list with their names and everything.
Yeah, cool, man. I mean, cool.
Hang on, that's pretty good.
Do you know how GPS works? Do you think it's two-way communication? Do you think? Yeah, okay, but do you think GPS is a two-way communication?
A two-way communication?
Meaning, do you think your phone talks to a satellite?
I'm not talking about my phone.
Okay, GPS receiver, whatever, dude. Do you think it's talking to a satellite to get your location?
Do I think it's talking to a satellite?
Yeah, do you think it's talking to the satellite, communicating with the satellite? Hey, satellite, where am I? And then it's telling you where you are.
It's tracking the position and comparing it to other satellites to triangulate.
It actually uses something called trilateration. So what it does is it measures how long it took the signal to get to you.
Yeah.
Right? From a bunch of different satellites. And that's a bunch of circles, right? So you can have radius, you can make out of that, you can create a bunch of circles. And where those circles intersect, right, is your position.
Yep.
With three satellites, you have two possible positions. Yeah. With three satellites, you have two possible positions. With four satellites, you have a position. Right? But the moral of the story is that position is not required to be computed based upon a satellite being in space. Not at all.
Right, but like what's weird is that like when I get these shots, like my accuracy of my position is like, you can see the error it's within 7/100th of a foot and 1300th vertically, and that's like four. I've gotten it down to like 200th horizontally and like 400th vertically. And then when I take my conventional instrument and set up on like random on these nails that I locate and do a backside and check it, it checks like perfectly. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's horseshit, bro.
What do you mean it's horseshit?
It's horseshit.
How is it horseshit?
I don't care, because what it says on the screen is horseshit. Okay, so they made LIGO, right? You know what LIGO is? LIGO? Large Interferometer Gravity Wave Observatory.
LOGO?
LIGO. Large Interferometer Gravity Wave Gravity Observatory.
LIGO.
They measure gravity waves.
laser.
Yeah, so they surveyed that, right? So they had to survey it. And they used the same survey methods you probably use GPS. Well, then when another surveyor, like, team went there because they wanted to double check their work, they used all the same type of equipment and they got a different result, even though their shit was saying this is fucking millimeter accuracy. So what they ended up doing is they poured concrete columns and stuck a GPS receiver on the column. So now this is a fixed monument. And they did this all along the thing. Well, there was a variation in where the position is all the time. All the time. So then they had a third survey done. So I'm just telling you, it can say whatever. There's no way you can verify that information. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to.
this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier when like you're never going to get like an exact measurement of anything. It's always going to be like there's always going to be some slight variation. You're never ever going to get an exactly precise measurement. It's not possible.
Well, yeah, I'm aware of that, but that wasn't this problem was not that. It wasn't just like, oh, it's imprecise with an inch. It was off by a lot. They had to have three different. I think one of them ended up being off by a foot or something. And so they surveyed it with two different methods, right? So they used two traditional methods, right? Theodolites, but they also used this GPS method, right? And they had, like I said, they had to have three separate surveys done. It was a debacle, basically.
Well, building LIGO was hard. That's why they got the Nobel Prize.
I want you to post.
Yeah, they got the Nobel Prize for fucking using templates, Itar. Yeah,
Can you post these different surveys that you've read about in the chat?
I have to dig them up. I mean, I could.
Because, I posted lots of things in the chat to support my argument.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Here's one of them.
Real quick question there, Indio. Why are the vast majority of satellite dishes pointed towards the sky?
That's where the fucking waves come from, bro. Waves just point them at the ground. What the fuck is that gonna do?
That's where the waves come from.
Yeah, the sky. They don't come from the ground. Electromagnetic waves.
They come from the sky. Why do they come from the sky?
Because typically you'll take an aerial antenna and you'll stick it up as high as possible, so you don't have Fresnel zones blocking the electromagnetic radiation.
Okay, so satellite dishes are pointed toward the sky. What would that indicate?
That the radio waves come from the sky. Doesn't mean they originate in the sky, but it doesn't mean they originate in the sky.
Might it possibly be because of their satellites up in the sky?
Oh, it's possible. It's also possible that they come from the 10th dimension. But that's possible. Anything's possible.
They come from the what? They come from
the 10th dimension. The 10th dimension, man. Well, that's possible, right? They come from the 10th dimension. That's why they're pointed towards the 10th dimension. Look, listen. Satellites are not necessary because there's nothing blocking the electromagnetic radiation. You understand that? They were never necessary, ever.
Well,
so we've known since in 1918 they were doing radio communication UK to Australia. Why would satellites ever be necessary?
Okay, so if satellites didn't exist, satellite dishes wouldn't be pointed towards the sky. Can we agree with that?
No. Well, they would still have to be pointed toward the sky.
Yes.
You still have. Listen, electromagnetic radiation is going to come from above you, typically, right?
No, you could point them. You could point them you could point them to the left, to the right, center, or straight ahead, and you would, if it was radio. No.
Yeah, so it was omnidirectional, right?
Yes,
like an omnidirectional antenna. Yeah. Okay, so you have an omnidirectional antenna.
You're incorrect. Satellite dishes are pointed upwards because satellites exist.
Yeah. So just assert the claim that you can't actually prove. Just say it again. I think you should say it 3 times, Beetlejuice.
So if satellites don't exist, here's what I suggest for anybody who believes in flat Earth. Take your cell phone, turn it off, and throw it in the trash.
You think cell phones work by satellite communication now?
Hello?
Jesus fucking Christ.
GPS,
someone kill me, man.
What are cell phone
GPS
for, then?
Cell phones use something called location services. They come from cell phone towers. Well, most cell phones never even use GPS. It's not necessary.
As long as you have it turned on, yes, it does.
So when I'm out in the middle of the wilderness or the middle of the ocean.
So this is what you're not listening. See, you think there's a ball in the way, and you think you can't get electromagnetic radiation anywhere you are.
Well, there's mountains in the way because I'm in a valley.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll have a Fresnel zone, right?
There are areas where
typically there's towers on. Like I know I used to live in a place where they had crazy amounts of antennas on top of all the fucking mountains in the valley I lived in. But also, you'll admit this, right? Electromagnetic radiation reflects off the sky, right? You think it's the ionosphere, right?
That would have no indication as to why satellite dishes would be pointed up.
Well, if the electromagnetic radiation bounces off the sky, what direction would you point them?
Little satellite dishes would be pointed in every which direction, and they're not.
No, they have to be pointed up.
They're pointed up.
The direction the reflected wave would come from, right?
Because that's where they're pointed up, because that's where the satellites are.
Okay, but if right, if the sky bounces electromagnetic radiation like they already says it does, so this isn't some flat Earth stuff. The difference is to what degree and what frequencies, or or how it does it. So that's the difference, whether it reflects around the ball or whether it just reflects off the plasma layer on top. Like we can argue about that, but the point is if it's reflected off the sky and bounces back down to Earth, you would point the antenna at the sky, the parabolic dish. You point at the sky.
Well, when it comes to go ahead.
All I'm saying is you would point it at the sky because that's where the electromagnetic radiation will come from, right? The radio waves.
You wouldn't have to put. You wouldn't in that instance. You wouldn't necessarily have to point it to the sky. You could point it left, right, front, center. Parallel to where you're at. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what a bank shot is, obviously.
Oh, I'm excellent at English.
Okay, so you're bank shotting the radio waves off the sky, dude. Which way are you gonna fucking point the dish? I got a dish on the ground. They shoot it at the fucking sky. It bounces back down. No, this is a reflection. This is a bank shot, bro. Bank shot.
If I want the 8-ball in the corner pocket, I'm going to shoot straight toward the corner pocket. And that is
oh my god! Don't talk about spheres.
That is the satellite dish to the satellite.
Yeah.
8-ball corner pocket.
It's really weird that you can't just admit that you point at the sky if the signal's reflected off the sky.
Okay. Anyway, carry on.
Okay.
Anyway, carry on. Right. You guys have a discussion.
Religion. I don't know. We go where it stops. Nobody knows. Fucking one more person says cell phones work by satellite. You kill myself. I thought it was just young kids that said that, but no, it's getting weird. Why am I monologuing?
You're right about it. I agree with Indio on this one.
For fuck's sake, dude, let's fucking have champagne then. I'm drinking the Cristal, man, because Matt agrees with me. And there's like, I don't not just saying this shit because I don't like satellites. I say this shit because there's actually evidence for it. So there's these things called long delay echoes. So you can shoot radio waves and they'll get back a signal that comes from who knows where. They don't know where it comes from, but they'll receive back the signal that they sent out 9 seconds later, 20 seconds later, 30 seconds later. They don't know why this is happening, right? So it's not just like some shit I made up. based upon something. Even Wikipedia talks about them. So it's not like some obscure thing. So Duncan Earth, you still here? Duncan Darth, whatever. Sorry.
Yeah, what's up? The guy was just asking about which GPS models I've used.
What is the precision? Well, yeah, I want to know the precision of what you're measuring to. Like where you would notice, like how far would it have to be off to like whatever it is? Are you doing like road engineering? Are you doing building engineering? Surveying
How
for
far
that?
would I have to be off for it to know what?
Before someone's like, you fucked up the survey. Like when they're building it, right? You're doing it for like, what are you doing it for? What is the application?
I do all sorts of types of different surveys.
But
I do as-built, finals, altas, EV surveys.
What the fuck's an EV survey?
Basically, it has to do with electrical vehicle charging stations. They're getting put in everywhere, and it's a certain type of survey that's required before those can get put in.
Okay. What I want to know is more like, are you doing like road surveying, like a long distance, or are you doing like building sites? Right. So there's a difference, right? People. So they have like the Department of Transportation of every state has like.
I got my drone license, and I've even used a drone to do surveys.
Yeah. So what I'm talking about is Department of Transportation of all the states. They have
GPS networks that are available to the public. Yeah, you go onto your like.
No, what I'm saying is they have specifications for like because they subcontract the surveying for the highways and all that shit, right? So that's what the state Department of Transportation's in charge of, highways and state roads. They subcontract that shit out. In that subcontracting, they have documents which say, "Hey, this is the tolerance. This is how accurate you have to be. How accurate do you have to be if you do say a road to the point where someone would be like." Fuck, dude, you fucked up the survey. There's no way this can be right. The measurements you took are bogus. Does it have to be, like you said, your things to the millimeter, right? Or within inches, whatever. If it wasn't within inches, would you ever notice?
Yeah, there's where you can check. You have to turn into shots, and there's other things you can do.
Yeah, I'm just saying, would they notice when they took your survey and then they put it into practice, right? Built something, built a road, built your freaking EV station, and they were like, dude, you fucked up this survey, man. You're supposed to be fucking 32 inches and it's 32 and a half inches. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, we catch mistakes like all the time. Like there are certain deeds that are written where when you plug in, like when they give you the bearings and the distances and you like just type that all into the computer, it actually doesn't we call it where it doesn't close. So for example, it's like you have all these distances, but the last leg doesn't meet the point of beginning when you use all those distances, and that creates problems. And then you have to usually go back to when the whole subdivision was made, and lots of times there's only called like what we call described land, and basically there's certain things that take precedence over others. So when subdivisions are put in, these file map monuments or what's called is those are that take the most legal precedence over than like say for example when a surveyor does his locates certain things but doesn't do it like a accurate enough job and he sets corners to a property and then I do the neighbor's property but I actually check into the file map monuments and locate his markers but his markers don't add up right. And now the two neighbors are suing each other because the property lines don't work. I would actually have to testify in court to what control I used, and then basically because I used the original subdivision file monument, my evidence would be stronger than the other surveyors, and my survey would be trusted over his.
Yeah. So how I imagine that would work, I don't know, is that you have the original meets and bounds that probably go back to like the founding of the country, right? In each
No.
one of those.
No, there's new subdivisions that are made where the lands hasn't been described yet.
Yeah, but the original land that's a parcel of has to be described, right? So if there's a subdivision, it's on some other land that existed, and it's within that, right?
Right, but these properties haven't been like measured yet. So, for example,
Yeah,
like when you build
I
a new
understand, but there's
subdivision,
always going to be some starting reference, right?
when you build a new subdivision, like lots of times, like it'll begin from, say, like for example, another intersection of a street that already existed. Like yes, like there's land, like that's what I'm talking about. These deeds don't necessarily close, like so that's what I'm saying. Like that's where these mistakes come in and are caught.
Yeah. Fucking man, lawyers must be getting rich. Because originally there in the United States there was like land patents, right? But the land patents were usually designated by geographical boundaries, right? This river, that lake, this hill over here, shit like that. And then within that, someone would own that property, and then they would sell it off piecemeal, and they would use meets and bounds to subdivide that, and then that gets put into the fucking registry of deeds, and on and on and on and on and on. I mean, at least that's where it would way it works here. I know out. Are you out west in the western part of the U.S.?
Me? No, I'm not out west.
Because I know out west, like the desert shit, I know that they have like weird municipal rules and stuff where they don't have the same thing because they were like Indian territory and what would you call that? I know they have someone made unincorporated areas, right? So they're not.
You want to look into something really interesting that involves, the shape of the earth and land surveying, besides, the typical spherical triangles and all that nonsense. Look at the borders of Colorado and how land surveyors fucked up, which is why there's
I'm already aware of it.
700 different lines for the Colorado border.
Yeah, I'm already aware of it. And they went with like the previous one or something. It went like all the way to Supreme Court and shit.
What happened?
Can you elaborate on that?
I think they did two separate surveys, and I think they were disputing which was the accurate one, and I think it turned out that they went with the first one because that was commissioned by like the United States, and that because which one state was turned into a state, and like so when you get statehood from being a territory. It's like a political act, and because that they agreed under this condition that they were going to become a state, that controlled, and it was a bunch of shit. Bunch of lawyers fighting.
Like when they were actually like surveying and doing the borders of Colorado.
Yeah, but there was a dispute on where the border was, but they used a legal rule to decide which survey prevailed.
I don't think you're understanding. They didn't correct for the curvature of the Earth, and they had to correct their lines by going back east when forming the western border and going west and making these corrections when on the eastern border.
Are you talking about the survey done by some colonel?
Just look into it, man. It's really interesting.
Yeah, we're probably talking about the same thing, and I think I did look into it, and I couldn't draw any conclusion of it because of the way it was decided.
Well, I guess that's the problem, that they defined it by parallels and meridians, and then they didn't get an accurate read of where exactly that is, right?
I think it also had something to do with like where that line was. Right where the state border, Colorado. I think it was the northern border. Was it the northern border?
I'm not talking about the physical place where it was. It was supposed to be like follow the certain line of longitude, but because they didn't correct for Earth's curvature, they constantly had to correct for themselves. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the shape, not where physically it was. That's the point that I'm trying to bring up. That's why I'm talking about land surveying and the shape of the Earth. Look into it. It's very interesting.
To your claim, why don't you show some proof?
Listen, it's fine.
Look into it.
It doesn't even matter because it's just whether you fucking have one reference ellipsoid or not. That's all. You realize that they use a reference ellipsoid, right? And they can just change if they just swap out the reference ellipsoid, we can say the Clark ellipsoid to the Bezel ellipsoid or the WGS84. Where that line is going to change, right? So that means any surface.
Borders were made before satellites existed. What are you talking about?
Satellites. I'm not talking about the Clark ellipsoid is from the 1800s, and the fucking Bezel fucking spheroid is from like the fucking 1600s. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about satellites.
I'm sorry, then I misheard you.
They're reference data.
I'm sorry,
right?
man. I misheard you. Right? It's 2:40 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Okay. Yeah, I should probably do the same fucking thing, quite honestly.
Nobody wants to talk about satellites.
Why would you have to,
debunks the idea of being flat.
I did talk about satellites. You not on debate chat.
Oh my god! Why? Like it's so sad and pathetic that you have to go to like that level of low. Like I never understand that.
Who? Who are you talking about?
You.
What did I say? I was talking to fucking Renee, not you, dude. I said I should go to bed too, and then Renee chimed in about fucking talking about satellites, and I said what I said. What I say that was wrong.
You were telling me I should shut the fuck up. Oh.
No. I was talking about. He's like, everybody wants to talk about satellites. They talked about them like he. I don't know.
I've been like, hey, Indio, it's all good. It's all good on my end, bro. We're good.
Yeah, like, dude, you want to believe in satellites. I hear it, dude. But before I talked to you, right, you thought, right, you thought that if I send electromagnetic radiation, it won't reach, if it's so far away, there's a ball in the way and it won't fucking reach the other side, right? So I can only send a radio signal so far because of the curvature of the Earth, right? That's not true, man. We've known it since World War I. Let me tell you a little story about the kid. Go ahead.
Excuse me for one second, real quick, bro. Could you unmute Apocryphon? He would like to be unmuted.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even know he was muted. So, Renee, maybe you like this story. So, during World yeah, no problem. So, in World War II, the Germans made this thing called the Knickerbein, which was two beams, radio beams, that they sent over Great Britain from Germany, which is something like 380 kilometers away, right? So what they did was they took these radar stations and they crossed the beams over England, and when the airplane, one tower broadcast dashes and the other one broadcast beeps, right? So when you're in the line of, and as you got into the line of the radio waves, the beeps would get louder and louder and louder. Or the other one, dashes would get louder and louder and louder. So they would fly to England, and when they were over the target that they were supposed to hit, they'd get the loudest beeps and dashes at the same time. Well, the problem is, and the system was developed to land on runways at night. So when you would be lined up with the runway, right, you'd hear beeps. And if you're off the runway, right, if you're flying at night, right, you want to be lined up with the runway. And if you weren't in line with the runway, you'd get the beeps wouldn't be as loud, right? So that's why the system was originally developed. It was converted into a bombing guidance system, right? Well, it turns out that England's so far away, these airplanes would have to be flying 11 miles in the air due to the curvature of the Earth. In England, right, they knew that they were doing this because so what happened is one of the planes crashed and they had two German prisoners, and of course they're recording their conversation. and they recorded the German prisoners talking about the system. They had a Department of War, a science department, and one of the people that worked there, the scientist, was like, "Fuck, they're using this system to bomb us. Let's stop them." And then he went to like the people. He was lower on the rungs on the ladder, so he went to all his supervisors and was like, "Listen, they have the system. They're using these beams to bomb us," and they're like, "No, it's impossible. The Earth is a globe. Curvature of the Earth. No way, can't happen. It's impossible." Well, turns out they actually got an airplane and figured out from the radio that is exactly what they were doing. So the British started jamming at that frequency, that frequency of radio transmission, so they couldn't get bombed anymore. So you could actually make the argument that the belief in the globe Earth actually killed people. He had to go. This particular person had to go to Churchill himself to get to implement the to try and jam the signal, because they were saying it's because of the curvature of the Earth. It's impossible, even though it was possible because they were fucking doing it.
So when did they introduce the ionosphere as their excuse?
It might have been in the 30s or 40s.
That was back when the Italian shot that one radio wave way farther than he should have.
Marconi.
Yeah. And then they introduced like, oh, he bounced it off the ionosphere. So they were trying to like cope for the globe model. But technically, that was
Tesla
bullshit.
technology.
Right,
that
right,
was
right.
Tesla technology that Marconi took, and Tesla already did, and Marconi took it, and they give it to Marconi instead of Tesla. Pretty weird. But it's all good.
He was shooting I think it was like a if you want to talk in today's terms, it was a data packet that was like just a couple, I guess kilobytes or whatever, however you want to talk about it.
Radio waves, just straight on radio.
But he shot it way beyond what they actually believe was conceivable in the globe Earth. But then they made up. Oh, he bounced it off the ionosphere.
There you go.
It's bullshit.
And that's how you get all the HAARP technology as well. You get your AIMs, which are artificially induced mirrors, so that through their atmosphere they can aim lasers and whatnot and hit these artificially implanted mirrors that are caused by their technology in the atmosphere. So that's like another load of bullshit, because it's always just straight on. But they're always bouncing things off of, like, you can really go in and look at the HAARP technology. They use mirrors that they create in the sky around the globe to bounce that all the way around in a circle, when really it's just going straight.
Right. Yep. Because that's where the waves travel. They just go lateral, but they want to try to.
That's all it is.
Yeah, they want to try to invoke this like bouncing off around an object. That's what they do.
Right.
And it's funny because
full circle.
It's funny because one time in Gen Panda's server, there was this like this dude. He was like a ham operator radio dude, and he was like, "Yeah, we have to bounce it, blah blah blah." And I mentioned it, like, dude, are there repeaters? And like he froze in the conversation, and he was like, "Yeah, there's repeaters." I said, "Okay, the repeaters are literally extending your signal, right?" And he was like, yeah. So I was like, so over a mountain, you don't have to shoot it up into the ionosphere. You just have to hit the repeater, which would then take your signal and then make it extend. And he was fucking dumb.
Well,
he was
that's kind of correct to a degree.
Well, okay. Dude, the fact that repeaters exist is okay. There would be no repeaters.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is this guy about to say? That's true to a degree. And
yeah, go ahead.
No, you guys carry on with your conversation. I'm just getting bits and pieces here. Just keep on
Okay,
going.
Because we want to know what you mean by what you said. So don't say anything then. Okay.
Yeah. So
Unless
the
you want to
point.
question.
Yeah. So the point would be is that if you can just bounce signals off the ionosphere, then there would be no point for a repeater. Yet across the country, as well as across the continents, there's repeaters, and the repeaters are literally just having an angle of to where it can go over an object. So if a mountain was blocking your signal, you put a repeater on top of it, and now all of a sudden you can reach the person on the other side of the mountain. That's the whole point of a repeater. Yes or no? Whoever's going to go ahead.
Never mind. Anyways, so
a repeater is just commonly referred to in basic terms as station to station.
Right, exactly, which is direct line of sight. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the shape of Earth.
No. Okay, so I agree with you on that because it doesn't have to be a curved ball Earth, because technically they're using the repeater for that signal to further around, to further propagate through the sky. So like if
repeaters, also known as station to station, has nothing to do with the Earth, the shape of Earth, because straight lines can make a curve.
Right.
Wrong.
Okay. Well,
Wrong.
Wrong.
They most certainly can.
Wrong. How many straight lines does it take to make a curve?
Yeah, exactly.
Straight lines cannot make a curve. What an interesting concept.
Right.
Cannot make a curve. Cannot make a curve in the form of a circle without being distorted.
Right. So you have a signal that you send out. You have a signal that you send out, and then when you hit a repeater, you can keep that signal going lateral. That's the whole point. You're sending a signal laterally because that's the way these signals operate. They don't bend around a curve. That's fucking falsehood. All they're doing is just propagating like laterally. That's the whole point of a repeater. You're sending your signal over an obstruction.
Right. And what he just said was, like, if you take a whole bunch of straight lines, you're going to have all kinds of straight little pockets of level, right? So that's what the ball is, a whole bunch of straight pockets of level. And then it goes on what kind of an angle after that? Because you have to have angles with straight lines. There are no angles on a curve. Understand? I hope you understand. I know you're just going to troll it, but
Yeah, because you can't have an angle on a curve because angles are based upon a baseline.
If you have a circle drawn with a compass, bro, you cannot take an angle off of that surface unless you use a tangent, which you can't do on the geometric globe because it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Have you never heard of a parabolic curve?
Dude, what did I just say? You can't repeat what I just said, right? So if you have your curve with straight lines that I've drawn because I'm an artist.
Parabolic curve.
Very good. So talk over me. And I'm sure no mods will have a problem with that. Only when I talk over you guys will they have a problem with that, which is very weird to me. But anyway, could you mute yourself when you're not talking? Because there's lots of background noise. Or are you too ignorant to do that?
It's like a TV or something in the background.
Thank you. So, if you make a circle with a bunch of straight lines, it's not a circle.
Yeah, because those straight lines are not fucking... it's not a curve, bro.
Right. So, there you have it. Yeah, I've drawn these things inside and out. Believe me, I know exactly what you're talking about here. There are straight lines there. You see the distortion? You can literally see the distortion. You cannot have a circle with straight lines. You can't do it. It appears to be.
And you can combine those times 4, add 3 more, and you would have a complete circle. Imagine that.
Problem is, you're not going to have a circle with straight lines. You cannot do it. It's not a circle. It appears to be.
Oh, it just appears to be. Okay, got
So what we have, then is it appears. It's not. You can see the distortion if you look at the picture. You can see the distortion. It's not a continual line of a circle. I mean, seriously. So that's what Earth is now. Bunch of little tiny straight lines that sort of make up a
no. We're going back.
Are we living on an apparent sphere now?
We're going back to your assertion that straight lines cannot make a circle.
Yeah, I just said that, and that's a fact. It's not an assertion.
And no, you're absolutely
not a claim or
incorrect.
Assertion. It's a fact.
Take the graph that I just showed and multiply it times 4, and what have you got?
I responded to your graph, and I told you that I've drawn these things personally, and straight lines do not make a circle.
And you're just in denial.
Okay, good job. So it appears to be a circle, but it is not a circle. A circle is one continuous fucking line. Now, is that one continuous line you're showing?
Well, that's not necessarily true, because you can make a circle out of straight lines.
Yes, why do you deny facts? Are you seriously sitting here denying a fact? You cannot make all this into a circle that is a circle with one continual line. It will be distorted if you draw a circle inside.
With one continuous line. With one continuous line.
That's what a circle is.
I guess you could by skipping down the line and drawing out.
Look up the definition of a circle, you dumbass.
Right side.
Dude,
yeah,
you keep just over talking me. That's a good job.
You were proven wrong, so
you're denying reality, bro. You're denying reality. You cannot make a circle with straight lines. You cannot do it. You can make one more time without you over talking me. Without you over talking me.
What about
without you over talking me?
What about a radius?
You cannot have a circle with straight lines.
The radius would be.
But there it is.
It's not a circle, you dumbass. It's a bunch of
it's only a quarter. It's only a quarter of a circle.
Make a circle, and I'll explain it again. You want me to keep explaining this? You cannot make a circle with straight lines.
Yes, you can.
Okay, well, just keep denying reality. And you mods, good job. We'll just keep letting them do this. You know what I mean? Just let them keep
what do the mods? What do the mods have to do anything? The evidence is right in front.
Denying reality. You're denying reality.
I have done nothing. It is right in front of your nose.
Reality.
There are straight lines right there in front of your face, making a semicircle. Add 3 more, and you will have a circle. This isn't difficult. I know this might be difficult for you.
You're literally denying reality right now.
In regards to your feelings.
Do you believe what you're saying right now? Because this is fucking hard for me to believe that you could be this.
But I'm out.
Good, goodbye.
Goodbye.
See you.
Living in your fantasy world.
See you later. Yeah, my fantasy world where you can't make a circle from straight lines. In my fantasy world. Yeah. Good job, bro. Fucking troll. This is tough, man. Why do I keep getting kicked down? Why do these pages keep moving? So he ran away because he knows in his mind that you can't make a circle with straight lines.
No,
I didn't. Keep repeating it. He just had to keep repeating it. Make yourself believe it. It's okay. You can live in your delusional world. I've drawn these things. I have pictures behind my fucking head right now that depict these same things in way more detailed and crazy. So, yeah. I know all about these drawings, bro. I do them. I make them. Anybody else want to pull that claim up and tell me you can make a circle out of straight line? Please. Because you are delusional if you think you can make a circle with straight lines.
Hello, radius. Honest.
What you would have to literally do, what you would have to literally do is somehow adjacent every single point to point to point to point to point to point to point where there is no straight connection. So all you have is points. So you put all these points together, then you would get a circle with those dots. That's the only way you can do that. That when you draw these things that you've drawn and shown me, I'm telling you, I've drawn much more intricate than what you've shown me.
That would just be a compass.
And it's not a circle. It's distorted.
That's what a compass is.
And I kept asking, so is the Earth then distorted? A whole bunch of little flat planes stuck together.
Yeah.
And what's the angle where which they start switching?
You guys speak up, Buster.
Sorry, that
what?
The radius.
Somebody trying to talk. I'm sorry.
The radius is from point to point. It's a straight line, and that radius is what defines. Like if you're going to do geometry on a paper, you use a compass to define point to point, and then you draw that circle with that radius of the compass.
Yeah.
How do you get the radius?
It's half the diameter.
How do you get that?
The circle.
It's whatever.
I mean, you can get any diameter of a circle and circumference on a piece of paper, but let me see the Earth.
Exactly, that's what I'm getting at. How do you get the radius of the Earth?
You are, bro.
I didn't say anything about the rate. He said you can't get a circle from a straight line, but that's what a circle is a radius or diameter. Either half the
it's not.
distance.
It's a
circle
radius.
is a radius or a diameter.
Well, yeah, because it's drawn with a compass. So you have automatic. You have a radius, right?
Yeah,
that's your
point
center
to
point.
The shortest distance is a straight line, and when you take a compass and you draw a circle, like you spin it, that's the circle.
Right.
So you can't say that a straight line can't make a circle because the radius does.
Oh yeah, I can.
Defines the circle.
No, he's talking about the outside. And if you didn't see what he posted, then come on, seriously? I'm not talking about what you're saying. And I also said, if you go from point to point to point, you're creating a dot circle. And then you create, you connect all those dots, it's a circle. But the way he's showing it, there's just, those straight lines are distorted. It only appears to be a circle. It's not a circle.
Yeah, but if you take, like what he drew, if you did enough.
Did he actually draw that, or did somebody else draw that? Because I've drawn these things.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Oh, okay, so I've drawn these things, literally. And I'm telling you that I've drawn these things. And they take a long time to draw, especially when you fill in all the checkers. Okay. And what I should do is just take a picture of any of the pictures behind me and show you, in case you maybe don't believe me. But you're not going to get a circle out of straight lines. It only appears.
I'm not being combative with you. I'm just saying you can't. You keep saying I can't get a circle from straight lines, but that's what a circle is the radius.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the radius of a circle. We're talking about the outside circumference. Did you see the drawing you put in there or no?
Well,
you're going to tell me that's
kind
a
of
circle?
misleading. It's kind of misleading what you're saying. You can't get a circle.
No, it's not.
Line, and that's
no, it's not. No, it's not. We were not talking about the radius. Is that clear enough?
Okay. Hey, don't yell. Stop yelling.
Oh, don't yell. Why are you so mad? Why are you so angry?
I'm not the one yelling.
Be on your way, troll. You're a troll.
I'm a troll. Okay.
Yes, you are. Abso-fucking-tootly, you're a troll. Yeah, no doubt.
Whatever. You were the one.
I've been troll fucking hunting for 18 years, bro. You're a troll.
Okay.
Yeah. We weren't talking about a radius. Do I have to say it again? Really? Really?
Should just be more clear with the language you're using.
We were very clear. We were talking about a post that he posted of a picture. We were very clear on what we were talking about until you came in and started with your radius. Nothing to do with a fucking compass. When you put the compass in the center of those drawings.
But when you say you can't make a circle from a straight line, but that's what
Are you brain dead? Or are you just a troll that's just going to repeat this fucking stupidity? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now, really?
I'm questioning.
Other than after I've told you 15 times we weren't talking about the fucking radius, you got to keep saying radius. You make a circle from a straight line. Let me tell you something. I can make a freestyle. Shut the fuck up, please. I can put on a piece of paper. Please shut up. I can take a pencil
when you're making it
because I'm trying to fucking talk to you and you're not letting me. Now, I don't need a straight line to make a circle. Okay?
You do.
I can take a pencil. No, I don't. No, I don't.
It'll be okay, Dan. It'll be okay, Dan. I promise.
You know what? Why am I here?
I don't know.
I don't either. Talk to idiots? Somebody who's going to talk about a radius when we were clearly talking about the circumference of the fucking circle being made with straight lines? You're going to bring the radius of a circle into which was not discussed in any way, shape, or form in the discussion. So he ran away and is not going to come back and say, yeah, you're right, Harp. That's not what
I didn't run away anywhere.
Yeah, well then how the fuck ain't you speaking the fuck up in my defense, you asshole? Because you know goddamn well what we were talking about.
Speaking up, well, I know what we were. I know.
Yeah,
I know what we were talking about, and I provided
good job
you with
letting them strawman me, you jackass.
I provided you with a graph, and it perfectly shows that yes, indeed, straight lines can make a sphere, a circle.
And did it have anything to do with a radius?
No.
There you go. Thank you.
So can straight lines form a circle?
Oh. Only in one fucking way that I just literally explained to you. Okay, just keep chanting that. That's all good. You keep chanting that. So the only way you would do that is to have intersecting lines where you put all those straight lines to make that curve. They have to hit each other as dots so that you can just make a circle out of those dots. That's the only way you could do that. If you're like this drawing he's drawn or the drawings I've drawn, you're not making a circle. It appears
the only reason you're calling Dan, the only reason you're calling them dots is because of intersecting lines. Stop doing that.
Oh God, you're dumb.
No, you are dumb.
Yeah. Did you make that drawing?
No, it doesn't matter whether I made that drawing or not.
Yeah, it does.
I've made the same type of drawing ever since.
Because you're blind. Go try to make these drawings and then tell me about
I've made the same type of drawing ever since I was 6, 7 years old, dude.
So show me one of your drawings, and I'll show you one of mine. I'll tell you what. Show me one of your fucking drawings right now. Take a picture, and I will take a picture of 2 or 3 of the ones behind my fucking back. Right now.
You show me your drawing, I'll show you.
There you go, baby. Shut up or shut the fuck up. I don't see nothing posted.
Tell me I'm wrong, Dan. Take 4 parabolic curves, slam them together, and tell me that they won't make a circle.
Straight lines don't make a circle.
Yes, indeed, sir, they do.
Okay. Anybody with a common sense brain, with understanding
four parabolic arches wouldn't even make a circle. You fucking weirdo.
Say what?
He said 4 parabolic arches, put them together would be a sphere or a circle. That's yeah. Stupidest shit he said tonight.
I'm telling you, he's an idiot. I've literally done this shit myself. And I'm telling you, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those and a couple of all-seeing eyes and
are you guys just this dumb?
Good job. Can somebody just mute this idiot? Because if I was a mod in here, it would be way different than what it is. I don't think there's even any fucking coward mods in here, are there? The only one in here is Crit. He's deafened. These mods, they don't like me. Some of these mods are very fucking weird to me, man. Dude's claiming gravity as a force, and I'm going, can you prove gravity? And I get muted. As he's claiming a non-existent force.
The moderation, dude.
Get
off the
tell me
concern
about
troll.
what's going on, bro.
Get off the concern troll, or I'm kicking you out. Get back to the topic.
I'm not trying to concern troll. See, you're looking for a fucking reason.
Yeah, okay. Bye. I warned you. Next. I'll give you one more chance, Harp. Stay off the moderation topic and just stick to Flat Earth, alright? One more chance. Don't bring it up again. No concern, troll. It's one of the rules. Read them. Next time I hear it, I'm just perma-banning you.
That's cool.
Thanks.
Sassy.
Oh yes, what's up? Y'all waiting for me, wasn't you? Were y'all waiting for me?
I just got done saying, where the fuck is Vince?
You know what? Muted. I've been right here the whole time. Well, not here, but I've been on Discord. I'm like my other 22 servers I go where I'm needed.
You hop these servers, you're in 22 servers? Wow.
Yeah.
See, I find that incredible. That is incredible.
There's like, one of them's got 800 people in it. The other one's got 60, then there's 70, and there's like 50, 30, 20, And they all wait for me to come in.
There's a prediction. Oh my God, this is funny. It says, I don't think Harp is going to like this guy very much either. Why? Why am I not going to like you?
Wait, like me? Dude, people.
Somebody just typed in the chat that I'm not going to like you.
Oh, people love me, dude. They love me.
Super troll. Oh my God, they're calling you a super troll.
See, they don't like it because I debunk everything they say.
Oh, this is great. They're probably going to be right.
Listen. They can't answer they won't answer the questions I ask, even though the questions may not be relevant to, or even factual, or even smart. They still can't answer it.
That was kind of weird. That was a weird statement.
Well,
even though my questions are useless, basically, is what you said.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right. So why would anybody want to answer?
Well, so what do you do for a living?
I'm retired. I got disabled about 26 years ago.
I got disabled in 2006. I'm 48.
1998.
No, 48. Did I say 48?
You say 48? God damn, bro.
I'm 58 right now. I'm 58.
Okay.
How old are you?
Okay. I'm 64.
Okay.
I got
you're a
off
boomer.
roof.
Now this people is a boomer.
No. Don't generalize me.
No.
Because I can't stand people.
I know, but these guys can learn from you.
Yeah, but they don't realize it.
They don't realize it. They're stupid.
Now, see, and they're telling me I wouldn't like you?
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
Totally. And now, see, I just came right up under the boomer mark. So I missed it.
No, you're basically the same.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, because who knows from year to year what changes and what doesn't.
Well, my grandfather come from Rome, Italy, and he was here. He came here back in 1908. So I'm just an old soul. That's prove flat, dude. You prove flat. Don't tell me to prove. I know what the fuck your globe is. You prove flat. Heretic.
Was that in the chat?
In the box. Heretic, please, dude. He should build model. Do they still do the model cars?
Oh, man, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's become more intricate than ever.
Oh, it has?
Yeah. Believe it or not.
Remember when we used to go to Kmart? Remember when Kmart had like tons of them.
Yeah. Kmart. Yeah. Kmart.
Yeah. All the glue. All the paint. Yes. Remember the paint and the glue? God.
Baby.
I miss those
damn.
days.
And the lacquer thinner. Yeah. That was just.
Oh my God, they had so much stuff available. You could do anything you wanted.
Yep. Problem was, people started overdoing it, and we're getting seizures and shit and dying from it. Especially from the lacquer thinner and the glue. It was not a good thing. And then people started turning to paint because they took the lacquer thinner and the glues away.
Yeah.
People were literally humping paint.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
That was.
People are nuts.
They ruined it. Those druggies ruined it for everybody, I tell you.
Yeah, the hard druggies, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you do that meth, man, people back in the day used to rob houses and burglarize everything to try and get that needle in their arm. It was crazy.
Yep.
And they ended up in jail. And a couple of them didn't come out. And that was just dumb. Whew. Anyway, on the flat Earth, can you prove your globe? This is where this is where the real question is going to be answered.
Who, me?
Are you a troll? Are you a globe?
No, I believe the Earth is round.
Round. That's not a globe. That's round.
Well, it's still a globe.
See,
it's a sphere.
I kind of now my belief. Now I know the Earth is flat, but my speculation or kind of belief is that when I look in the sky, and this just came to me like last week, because all you guys are always saying, listen. All you guys are always saying, look, everything else is a sphere, which they're not, right? And why is the Earth not a sphere, right? Are you following me, right?
Yeah.
You guys always say that if everything in the sky is all spheres, why would the Earth be any different, right? Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, nothing in the sky is a sphere, but they definitely are circles. So why wouldn't the Earth be a circle? And on a big stationary foundation. How about that? Because you can't prove anything in the sky is a sphere at all. Not one single proof of a sphere in the sky. Sorry. Try and do it. Look at your pictures and whatever you got to present the proof of spheres in the sky. And I'm going to tell you now, you don't have proof of a sphere in the sky. And you're going to show me like NASA bullshit about, hold on real quick, about revolutions and how they revolve around, but they don't. And every single amateur video shows that they go to a certain point and reset. They never revolve in a circular path like a sphere would do.
No, the moon doesn't. No, the moon doesn't.
Nothing does. You can look at the sun, the moon, any so-called planet you want to call, which the planet is the traveling star, the wandering star, and what you call whatever. There are lights in the sky, but not one single one is a sphere. They're all circles. Definitely a circle, because you can see a circle, every one of them. But you cannot see a sphere. And there's no proof that any of them are spheres because they do not, once again, any of them revolve. Like the moon stays with the same face. All of them have the same face. They never have a different side. None of the things in the sky ever show you a sphere, ever. So, once again, why not the Earth, with your logic, be the same thing, a circle. Just a circle, not a sphere, circle. See, a nice flat stationary circle is all good. Because if everything's in circles, that's pretty cool. The circle of life, everything's in circles. Everything is in cycles, which are circles.
But why wouldn't it be a sphere?
I just told you. Because nothing else is a sphere. There's no proof of any spheres anywhere. So that would be where you would want to start.
Well, it does say in the Bible.
Proving me that there's a sphere. First, you got to prove the sphere. Because I just said, I don't see any spheres like you guys say. And
well, the word circle translated into sphere is a dimensional, 3D dimensional.
No, circle
yes,
and round is a 2D shape. Yeah.
Yeah, period.
It's
No
not
circle is a
tangible. You
piece.
can't hold it in your hand.
Based
you know?
on math.
You can't hold
Based
a
on-
circle in your hand. You can't hold something.
On a piece of paper, you could, but that's about it. Yeah. And if someone tattooed it on your hand, then it would be, circle.
If you read the translation,
Wrong.
History from the translation from circle to sphere,
Tell me.
it has.
No, you're going to need a citation for that, bro. You're full of shit. I'm calling you bullshit.
I posted it
Where's it at?
a couple days ago.
No, I
here.
want to see it now. I want to see it now. I don't want to see it days ago.
I'll find it.
See it now.
Let's see,
Where does the
was
word circle translate to sphere? It doesn't. Does not.
it? Let's see.
Does not ever. Not even in the Bible. Like there's a special word for ball in the
That's what
Bible.
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm.
Oh,
exactly.
well, no, then you're definitely wrong. Yeah. There's a word for ball in the Bible that is specifically different than circle. So you might as well get the Bible and don't even try with me with the Bible, bro. That's advice. I'm telling you right now. Don't do it. You're going to lose and lose and lose. So don't go to the Bible. To go somewhere else.
You fucking dare talk about
Where did I put that at?
Dude, if you want to bring up the Bible, I'll go at you with it. Come on, because you're not going to prove a ball ever in the Bible, ever. Never.
Let's see here. But you just said that there was a word for ball.
Yeah, go look it up in the Strong's Concordance.
In the what?
The Strong's Concordance. Sorry, I've been drinking a little bit, so maybe my words aren't exactly.
I didn't bookmark that, did I? Shit.
Strong's
Let's
Concordance,
see.
ball. Look up the word ball. You'll see it's made of a different word than circle. A little thing, and as a matter of fact, the verse where it's mentioned is pretty violent. You should look it up. In other words, I'll toss your ass out like a frickin' ball in the fucking wind, or whatever it says. It's crazy. It's a great, and that's the only place where that is ever mentioned in the Bible. One time. That would be ball. The word ball.
Let's look that up here.
I could have brought that up a long time ago, man. Yeah, just go into search if you got a Strong's Concordance of Eastward or something, right? Just type in the word ball. I'm pretty sure it's going to go right to this other word where you're going to find one time in the entire Bible. Never again is that word used ever. I'm going to toss you around like a ball. I forget. I'm just trying to summarize what it says.
Balls.
Yeah, but in other words, it has nothing to do with circle. When you're going to talk about the circle of the earth and all the things, and the footrest is a circle, you're not going to get a sphere out of that. Sorry. If you're going to go into metaphorical bullshit, then you're going into metaphorical bullshit, right? You're not taking the thing literal. So then you're just saying, no, that's not what it means. Yeah. Right? So any way you go with this, you're going to lose. Maybe you should mute when you're not talking so I don't keep echoing like the way I'm doing.
You're echoing?
I can hear my echo, yeah.
They might want to invest into a pair of headphones, yeah?
He says,
I don't like it. I got headphones.
Return and toss thee like a ball into a large country.
There you go. That's the one. And that's it. Got it.
Okay, but he said country.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about
country
Country means nothing. Look, no, don't do that. Don't do that. We're talking about the word ball, and that's it. And it means to toss you like a ball. Like I'm going to throw you, kick you, toss you like a ball to a different country, whatever.
Well,
Who cares?
If you looked up into the sky and the BC before Christ, and you saw in that description of the moon, you would certainly say circle.
Because that's what it is.
Yes.
It's not a sphere. Circle. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Let me do this one more time real quick. Mute yourself so I don't echo.
So when they landed on the moon, did they
No,
not?
no, they didn't land on the moon. Stop it.
They didn't
It's
land
a
on the
circle.
moon.
Let him speak.
No,
Let
nobody
him
landed on the moon. Don't even start that shit,
Let him speak.
please.
Let him speak.
Well, what
Really?
what
Okay, go
evidence
ahead.
do y'all have that
So when
we
they,
didn't land
the
on?
divert when they landed on, okay, go ahead.
I want to hear the theory of why y'all don't think we landed on the moon.
Because it's not a physical rock.
Well,
It's not a sphere. I'm just trying to
Okay.
tell you that nothing out there is a
I
sphere, and
understand
now you're
that,
trying to ask me why I don't think things landed on it. Why
Yeah,
don't
but-
things land on circles? I don't know. You tell me.
But what is the evidence that you have that it's not a sphere?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How many sides of the moon do we see again?
We see one side.
Okay, now where's your proof that it's a sphere?
Well, they
Because I'm
they
telling
flew
you
around
that we
it.
only see a circle, and you're telling me it's a sphere. And where
They
is my
flew
proof
around
that
it.
it's not a sphere? My proof that it's not a sphere is that we don't see a fucking sphere.
Let's see. Hang on.
You're imagining a sphere in your head because they told you. So you're imagining a sphere. You can't
Okay,
stop
so
doing that.
I'm gonna listen.
Just look.
I'm going to believe that what they told me,
Okay,
and
that's
I
cool.
have
Okay, that's
I have no reason not to believe NASA
all right. That's
and their
fine.
photos.
Okay, that's cool. But we aren't talking anymore, so we're
Right.
Cringe.
End of discussion. Just let it go.
The mistake he made was saying side in the first place, because he was just going to harp on that.
Yeah,
On
we don't
what,
need
the
to like get all emotional.
How many
and
sides do we
personal
see
and all
to
that.
any of the so-called spheres in the sky? Can you show me any other side than we see of the front of the
You're
circle that
not
we
looking
always
at
see?
a side when you're looking at a sphere at a far distance. If you put a ball and you look at it from a far distance, what will it look like?
A circle.
Yes.
Okay, you want me to go find the thing where you can't figure out whether it's a sphere or a circle? Don't go back to 2015, please. Please. You see one side of all of these so-called spheres. In other words, we see the face. Okay, is that a better word? We see only the face.
Neither is applicable.
Okay, well, we only see the face, and that's it.
Of what?
Of whatever we're looking at in the sky.
You don't think we see Jupiter orbit? I mean, rotate. You don't
those
think we see?
sphere has no
You
faces.
don't think we see Mars rotate?
Your head has no face?
A head is
You don't have
not a
face on your
sphere.
head? Are you brain dead, bro? You have an
See, they
oblate
don't-
spheroid on your head.
They don't
You're wrapped
believe
with
in
water. It's no
NASA.
different than a potato.
This is
Why-
this
why
your
are you
evidence.
Do you know what a sphere is?
Your evidence is
A
the
head
fact
is
that
not a
you don't
sphere.
believe what NASA's telling you. That's
Is
all
the
your
Earth a
facts.
sphere?
That's all your facts are.
Is the Earth a sphere?
Yes.
Or is it an oblate spheroid? Now they just say it's shaped like a potato. I guarantee your head looks like a fucking potato.
You look like a potato.
That's where we get our oblate spheroid Earth. Now it is more like a potato. They just got done saying this a couple weeks ago. Try to keep up. But yes, your head is like the Earth with no water wrapped around it. Now, go ahead. We see the face of your potato or no? Yes, we do. So by me calling it the face, that's fine. It's the front end. It's neither the side or the back end. How's that? Are we trying to square the sphere? What are we doing here? We're just trying to confuse the conversation by saying you're not moving the face of it. There you go. Look in the chat there. Which one's a sphere and which one's a invert and which one's a circle.
Look at the chat. What about Iran launching 2 monkeys into space, back and forth, full footage?
God, why did they do that? Why would they do that? Who did that? Iran?
Iran.
No, they didn't. You know what they're trying to
Yes,
do?
they did.
Oh,
Yes, they
man.
did.
Are they about to get into the central bank thing? Because I heard they just wanted to claim a part of Antarctica a couple weeks ago too. If they want their part in Antarctica, you heard that, right?
We're talking about
Iran.
space, buddy.
Yeah, we're talking about Iran, bro. I
Mhm.
was trying to compare all the stuff that Iran's been doing.
But they
Right,
did.
so
it,
they're
though.
space
They got full footage.
and okay, so did they get into the Antarctica as well, or no?
Why are you bringing up
They haven't-
Antarctica when I'm talking about suborbital flight with animals?
I know you're saying that they sent monkeys up into space, right?
Yeah.
Right. Iran is not usually part of these programs, is my point. I'm sorry, I didn't really. All of a sudden, they've been in the media recently doing all this kind of weird stuff. So what I heard before, what you're telling me was they want their part of Antarctica. They want, you know what I'm saying? They want their claim. Now you're telling me this about the space thing, which is kind of weird to me. Like maybe they're going to get the central bank next. I don't know. Just a guess. You can't relate any of that together, or what?
Nah, you made no fucking
Okay.
sense.
Okay, that's good. Good job. I must be stupid as fuck then.
You're retarded.
So one more time, right? I just was comparing what Iran has been doing lately,
Mhm.
and that doesn't make any sense to you. Okay,
No,
all right. You're a troll.
not a troll.
How old are you?
How old are you, bro?
64. How old are you?
Damn, Grandpa, get off the internet as soon as possible.
How old are you, little boy?
Listen, Boomer, old timer, calm down. I don't want you to have a heart attack. Down, old timer.
Oh, what a fucking retard. Go ahead, give me some knowledge, bro.
I'm streaming the footage
Streaming what footage?
of the monkey launch.
Oh. Really? Oh, I don't see any launch.
Hold up. From the beginning till the end.
I'd watch the stream, but I'm out of RAM. It would totally crash.
What is this? What is this doing? What are these little isolated pictures of? Come on, dude.
Bro,
Are
this
you
is Farsi.
kidding me?
That's
I
Farsi.
can't. This is just stupid. Hey, look at you get the picture of a little kid. How old are you?
What are you, like, minor attracted person type shit?
No, I'm wondering why you have a picture of a minor. Don't project, bitch.
Bro, you're like 64. And
Dude, why do you have a picture of a minor? That's
You know-
my question now. What do you think? You
Well,
try
you
to
like
really
minors?
seriously
Well,
turn
no,
that on me,
no,
bro?
no,
I
no,
heard
no,
that fucking guilt, bro.
You're projecting
Ooh.
yourself, bro. You were the first one projecting.
Yeah,
Why
am
you have
I
a picture of a
really?
minor? What, you like the picture?
Am I
You like the
really?
picture?
No.
This
Ah.
You're the
guy's got to
one.
go.
Dude, this guy's got to go. Seriously.
He's got to go.
I gotta go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get him out of here.
Get him out of here.
Nobody wants you here, bro.
Nobody wants you here, bro. Beach
There you
impediment,
go,
fucking
little
retard.
baby. Little baby bitch. Yeah. Job.
Fuck that guy. Unacceptable.
Oh. Came in, white knighted, somebody being destroyed about circles versus spheres. You know, pretty awesome how these guys work, ain't it? Once you realize these trolls, you spot them in their first sentence. You can hear right out of the get go.
Absolutely. It's the
When I do
cadence,
that-
like how they talk. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely, bro. Yeah. When I do that in here, I get muted.
Well, it's because you're wrong most of the time. Most people aren't trolls. You call everybody a troll for no more than they disagree with you. Everybody disagrees with you as a troll in your mind.
You see, Scott,
And
you're
that's why you get muted. Yeah, see, there you go. Case in point.
Well,
I
you're
disagree with
definitely a
you.
troll.
I must be a troll. Yes, I know.
No, it's not disagreeing with me. It's disagreeing with reality.
You're
when
not
we
the
set
arbiter.
forth
You're not the arbiter of
reality,
reality, though. No,
Dude,
but you don't
think that
set
need a
forth
globe
reality.
to make a measurement. You're brain dead, dude.
I don't say
Don't
that.
even
I say
talk to me.
I say we can determine the
You
globe by
think
the
you need a
measurement,
globe to take a measurement? Just be quiet.
but I don't.
You're as brain dead as they come, bro.
Says the guy drunk out of his fucking mind.
Oh, no, sorry. No, not even a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
sure. Yeah. Keep taunting me, bitch.
So when did you figure out the Earth was flat? Tell us your story.
I got a better idea.
What experiments did you do? What investigations
I got
did
a
you do
better
to come to the
idea.
conclusion
Why
the Earth
don't
was
you go
flat?
show me your proof of your positive claim of the globe? And when you come back with your little positive claim, show me.
So you don't want to share your deconversion story and how you overcame the man and figured out
I
that
don't.
it was all a
You're an
bunch of
idiot.
bullshit?
I don't tell anything.
Dude,
that
that's
needs
only
separate
interesting
facts.
stuff here. Tell us how you come to a conclusion that Earth was flat.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Oh, you don't want to share?
Tell us why.
Oh,
Let me ask you a question. Tell
you
us
don't want to
why.
share? Share.
Tell us
Come on, man,
why
share.
you come in here and taunt people. Tell us why you do that.
I want your story. That's
Why
why
go?
I'm here.
Let me ask you a question. Why
I'm
go to
genuinely
fucking?
here to hear your story.
Shut the fuck up. You
You
can't
asked
let
me a
me
question.
answer.
I'm giving you an answer.
Dude, I'm not giving you any fucking answers to your bullshit psychology crap. Don't try to ever fucking psychoanalyze me, motherfucker, whether I've been drinking or not. Don't fucking call me drunk either, because I know exactly what the fuck is happening right now. Whereas you don't, which makes that really bad. I can drink like, I don't know how many beers, whatever, and still have more understanding of reality than you, but that can't be possible. So therefore, you're a troll. Your opening line was, "Here I am. I'm
What's
ready
your
to troll
story?
you."
What's your story, Scott? How did you
Yeah, there you go.
come to terms with the globe?
The globe. That's what I mean. If you're in here for years defending some impossible water ball,
Oh, I'm off mute. Okay. No, I don't defend anything. I will
You
try
don't
to explain
defend
to
anything?
No, I have no need to defend the
Typical
globe.
troll.
The globe's fine.
Yeah.
No, I will be glad to explain how things work for those who want to understand. But those who don't want to understand,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Yeah, why don't you tell us how things work? How's the sun work? How does the sun work?
From my best understanding, it's some kind of nuclear fusion.
You have no clue.
I never studied the sun.
He just told you
but
it's nuclear fusion.
Nuclear fusion, yeah.
Yeah. So where'd you get that from?
From people who study the sun.
Oh, so they have gone up to the sun and figured that out, have they?
No, they can do it without doing that.
Oh, they can do it from here when it's 93 million miles away.
Yeah, they're smart.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Good job.
Why do you think
why
not?
not? Why not?
Huh? It wasn't a rhetorical question. Why not?
I don't give a fuck.
I know
It's
you have no
rhetorical to me
reason why
because
not,
it's
right? You just
idiotic.
think you just think saying something
Do you
idiotic
understand
is
the
an
number?
explanation.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Do you understand the number 93 million?
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Why not?
No, you don't.
It's 93 million.
Okay, real quick. A star. let's take the star that's supposed to be a galaxy in the middle of the sheath of Orion's sword, right? They
Mhm.
say that is 1,500 light years away, and that's why that star that's not a star is blurry, because it's actually a galaxy. That's 1,500 light years away. Can you tell me how they figured that out, please?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
I
But
think
you
it's
believe it, right?
trigonometry.
Yeah, I believe them. I believe.
trigonometry, your brain
I believe
dead.
they did their work.
Yeah, do you understand what that number even means? You understand what 1,500 light years is? It's 1,500 times 6 trillion.
Yeah.
So you take
I get
6
that.
trillion and you multiply it by 1,500.
Yep.
Don't
You
you
know what
guys
that
believe
comes
that
out
God is
to?
like infinite?
You know what
Like,
that
what's
comes
wrong with,
out
like,
to?
a really big number.
Pretty big number. Yeah.
So the point is, how did they figure something out to be 4 quadrillion miles away?
I don't know.
Tell me real quick.
I assume
Okay.
you must have looked.
So it's
I
just
assume you
a
must have looked
belief.
into it. I assume you
So
must
it's
have looked
just
into it
a
before you rejected
belief.
it, right?
Right. So all you have is a belief. Right?
No, I'm sure there's people
Yeah,
who
all
have
you
a
have
very
is a
good
belief.
explanation for how they did it.
So your belief in their very good explanation that you think is true is a belief.
So we all have beliefs.
Okay,
What's the big
now you
deal?
finally admitted that it's a fucking belief. Thank you.
We all have beliefs. Jeez, what's the problem with the belief?
Because they're
I don't know.
trigonometry. That's why they did it.
Trigonometry? You think so?
Yeah.
You think trigonometry figures out
I'm not sure that's
stars
true.
1,500
you do
light
that?
years away? You think that?
Why
You're
not?
fucking brain dead, bro.
I don't know how they would do a trig.
No,
That's
you
not an
can't.
explanation.
That's ridiculous, stupid. It's like fucking
called
kindergarten saying, "Is a stone a rock?" My God, are we just
Aren't stones and rocks the same thing?
intellectual rocks? What are we? What again? Methel? Fucking. Oh my God.
What are you
God,
schizoid
you guys
about,
are
dude?
fucking crazy.
Are
He
stones
just
rocks?
likes
I
he likes
think they
screaming at
are.
people. What can I say? He likes
No,
screaming at
stones are not
people.
rocks. Stones are
the
stones, and
difference?
rocks are rocks.
The fuck are you going on about? What is the difference between a stone and a rock?
You tell me.
Dude, you're the one that's
Because there is.
schizoing out about the
You
difference between
think that
stones
there's
and
two
rocks.
different words for fucking the size of a stone or a rock or a boulder? What does a boulder have
I mean,
to
is
do
a
with a rock?
homosexual a gay man?
Is a
Like,
rock? Oh wow! Look at this guy now. He's gonna fucking call me homosexual. Very good job.
oh shit!
What are
I
you
didn't.
Very
fucking
good
gay?
job.
I wasn't. I was just saying
Projection.
that homosexual. Exactly, dude. I didn't call you homosexual. I'm just saying that homosexual
What
and
did you
gay
say?
are the same thing. Right? Just like a stone and a rock are the same thing. A homosexual and a gay man is
Now,
the
a
same
stone
thing.
and a rock are not the same thing. It's the same as the rock and a boulder are not the same thing.
So
What's
the
on your
size.
mind?
You have a stone, you have a rock, you have a boulder, you have a mountain. They are not the same thing.
Okay, but stone and rock
Okay.
specifically.
Okay, then you do agree.
No, I would agree between
Okay,
a
no.
boulder and,
All
and,
right,
and
good
a
job.
rock, boulder and a stone, but not stone and rock. I feel are quite synonymous.
Smaller rocks, yes. And boulders are what? Bigger
Big
rocks.
Okay.
There you go.
But they're still
Not
rocks.
the
Rocks
same
can
thi-
range
okay,
in size from small pebbles to large mountain ranges. Stones are smaller,
correct.
often hand-sized or smaller.
Okay.
That's correct. And
That's
that's
fair.
exactly what I just said. Exactly what I just said. To the
There you
pretty
go.
much T.
Fascinating.
And they may be made out of the same thing, or they might not be made out of the same thing. Just to clarify. So, once again, nothing from your side.
You never stop talking long enough for us to say anything, so I don't know what the
Oh,
point
really?
would be.
Really, Scott? Go ahead.
Yeah, really.
Hey, talk up. Tell us some wisdom. Go ahead.
Emotional.
The Earth is provably flat.
Well, that was not Scott, so.
I'd like to hear that proof finally. You guys keep saying
Oh
it
my
over and
God!
over.
And I was just gonna say they just keep saying, "Where's the proof of the flat Earth?" as we show them daily.
He just said it was provably flat.
It is.
Okay, where's the
And we've
proof?
shown you over and over and over. You just deny it. That's all.
Where's the proof?
Cool. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, I'm not even going to push a button for you anymore.
I know.
Yeah, because I've done it over and over and over, and you just say, well, that doesn't, blah, blah,
All
blah.
you guys have ever shown are some laser tests and the Black Swan. That's it. The extent of your proof.
Really? But we've shown you examples of how everything absolutely disappears from the bottom up on flat plains
No, you
over
haven't.
and over and over and over
No,
and
you
over, and you
haven't.
still deny that.
No, you haven't.
You call refraction on the Black Swan, which that's not how refraction works even. If you look into refraction and understand refraction, you'll think, uh-oh, I'm completely wrong. I have it completely opposite. So when you're talking about, oh my God, that's extreme refraction, because that's what one of these idiots say. And then look at refraction. Calm down. Look at the distortion of those cranes.
I'm calm.
It's just absolutely extreme refraction. So that means we're going to bring 15, 20 miles of curve up into a flat plane. Yeah. Show me, please, some kind of example where refraction makes you see farther and clearer and brings curves up into a straight line from behind your curve. Please show me an example of that, because there are none. And it can't happen because that's not how refraction works.
How does refraction work?
Didn't you hear him? That's not how refraction works.
It works linear.
It works.
It works
not
in
that. Yeah.
It works in linear changes, not curve changes.
That's correct, Fresh. Thank you.
It works in what?
I was hoping they were going to tell me how they bend light, because I don't see light bending except for in a fish tank with salt water and sugar water, or what was it? Sugar water.
Oh, exactly. You don't see it. You don't see it except for where you've seen it. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
I'd like to hear Harp explain
Refraction is very simple. I mean,
Yeah, so
all you
would
got
I.
to do is look at water, look at different mediums, and it always shortens your view. Always.
It shortens my view.
Distorts
How does it
and
shorten my
shortens your
view?
Yes, absolutely.
What does that mean to shorten my view?
You know what? Just stick it up your ass.
I
You don't
know.
think it happens in the same medium, like in
You think I really want to fucking explain your retarded little fucking kindergarten?
You have
fucking
no idea what you're
question?
saying, do you?
Right?
You guys are
You have
fucking
no idea.
retards.
You say words you don't know what they mean, though, as you're
There
saying.
you go.
them.
Yeah.
Emotional.
Yeah. Tell me about it. Tell me how refraction works. Go ahead. You
Well, it
guys
definitely
tell me
happens in
how.
air.
It bends
Tell
light.
me
Yeah.
how the refraction works where you bring up the curve into a straight line that's 15, 20 miles way out. Tell me how it works. Show me. Because I can
It's
show you
just
a
an
lot of examples
excuse.
of refraction not working like that at all. That's
They just use
that's made up
refraction
bullshit.
so they don't have to explain their globe model.
Yeah, it's made up bullshit. They don't know how refraction works. That's a
How much?
fact.
How much refraction will we need to explain your Black Swan? How much refraction?
You can't explain the
How
Black
much refraction
Swan.
would we need?
Refraction doesn't work that way.
You need a secondary medium for that refraction to occur.
No, you don't.
I'm telling you. Yes, oh my
You
God.
guys don't get to make up
Oh my
reality. Come on,
God.
man.
All right, that should just tell everybody right there he's an idiot.
If we put the light through like
Don't need a secondary medium to have refraction. That's what he just said.
That is correct. Yeah.
And he just verified himself. Very well
But just
done.
because you guys don't understand it doesn't mean we don't. Come on,
You
man.
don't need a
So you're saying
second
you can't have
medium.
refraction within air?
You can't have refraction in a singular medium, regardless of what the indexes are. Show a
Sure you
single
can.
piece of citation of it.
Okay, I just put a citation in chat.
There you go. That was fast.
Refraction
Lighter in the
in
world.
air? You mean the difference in your so-called atmosphere?
You just posted a
Day-to-day?
citation, guys.
Here's
You can
another
read it.
citation.
Ooh, another
Yeah.
one.
It is.
The difference between the moisture in the air is causing the different medium. Guys, why are you here arguing this when you have no fucking clue what you're saying?
Wait, so moisture,
You're really pissing me off.
air with different amounts of moisture will have
I
different
put 3
index of
citations in
refraction?
chat for you if you'd like to peruse them real fast.
He won't.
No, he doesn't care.
Easy.
He's not here to understand.
So how did they get the R value in refraction then?
There you go. And then I want you to show proof of all your claims here.
Can you see
If
atoms and molecules?
anything is any different than what I just said, the moisture in the air, because they're saying air has no moisture in it. What are they saying in these things that you posted that I'm not going to read? You're right. I want to know what you posted. There's no moisture in the air? You going to really seriously claim that there's no moisture in the air?
I thought you were saying
From
that
day to
air doesn't
day,
cause
that moisture
refraction.
becomes either thicker
I'm
or
not gonna
thinner.
read them. I'll just go ahead and delete them for
Whoa,
you.
what
Then.
happened? Someone deleted a message in the side chat.
Oh.
Well, you weren't going to read them anyway, so.
What
Why don't
happened?
you tell us?
I was literally about to
No,
click
no, no.
it.
No. I don't want to go into this reading of your bullshit because I already know it's bullshit. So why
Well,
don't
you literally
explain to
asked me for a citation, and then I provide one. You do say you're not going to read it. I mean, what's the fucking point, man?
That was a citation of how a medium, the air is not a different medium with moisture. That's what I was saying.
I'm sorry. Did you think that was a
citation
coherent
had
question?
Your air as just no medium, right? Your air is not a medium. And the water below it or the land below it, they're not
The question is
mediums, they're
whether
not
air with
causing heat.
different temperature has a different
temperatures and it
counts as a
causes
different
a
medium,
different
right?
medium. Yeah. With
And you
moisture
guys
and
say like
heat and all
no.
kinds of crazy shit.
When you turn on the flame on your stove, it doesn't distort the light, right?
Thermal distortion.
So does the atmosphere refract light then? Yes or no? Simple question. Let's keep it simple.
Yes,
Does
the
it refract
atmosphere
light?
refracts light.
Cool. All right.
And what does that mean?
It does.
Doesn't mean
There
you
are a
can
lot of-
see farther. It does
there are a lot
not
of
mean you can see farther.
Why not?
Yeah. Dude, go look
There's
up refraction.
even-
You clearly have no idea.
Single fundamental principle that is
All right, so
guiding the
listen, if
entire
you're just gonna say
I'm not
go
going to
look it up
continue this
or
conversation.
or
that are happening at
it is shown,
times.
like just put yourself on mute, right? Like we're here to actually explain things, right? All right, so Scott, why do you think that like democracy should be respected and like we shouldn't just have Trump be president for like 12 years?
Irrelevant.
Oh, I would love to talk about that, but I don't think Heretic wants us talking about that, and it's his room. But I'm gonna
We can
respect that.
go, man. If anybody gets, we can just leave.
Emotional.
Hello, you fucking nigger monkeys. Earth is real, huh? Earth.
Why do these people do that?
Don't
Well,
What could they possibly get out of that?
He wants to dispel the myth that like Muslims are stupid and that they're creationists, right?
Why don't flat earthers do that?
Okay,
I'm
what
like
are we
surprised that there's
talking
not
about?
more Muslims in this chat room, right? But I guess like this is like an American crowd. Maybe the
Oh, not
Emotional.
American. It's Australians and Brits and a couple of Germans and
Yo, you fucking monkeys. Look, you niggers.
wow.
dude, come on, don't chase him out of here. Like, I think it'd be very funny if like the Muzzies and the Christian fundamentalists like got into a fight.
The Muzzies?
Yeah,
Honestly, say I've never heard that one before.
You hear that?
I would like someday for a flat earther to tell me one thing one thing that you think human beings are capable of measuring?
Your stupidity.
Okay.
This dick.
So I spent
Wouldn't-
probably 2 hours
Very simple
this
to measure your
afternoon
stupidity. You have no common sense.
asking if
no
we can measure
understanding.
the elevation to a distant
Denier,
object.
you're a liar, you're a troll.
And I never got an
5
answer.
things.
I got some explanations about how hard it might be to do it and how rigorous you have to be and how many.
You're an idiot.
It was never suggested of how if we
You're a
can or
straight-up liar.
cannot do it.
You're a straight up liar.
Okay, so can we do it?
You're a straight up liar.
What was the answer?
What was the question?
Can we measure the elevation angle to distant objects?
Yeah, but you're going to need a flat Earth for that.
Okay, so if let's say it's a flat Earth, how do we do it?
You have to have a 90-degree baseline.
Fine. Then what do we do after we establish that? What do we do?
It doesn't matter. At that point, the conversation is over.
But what I wanted to know is if we can measure elevation at distant objects. And now you're saying it doesn't matter. So once again, we have no answer of whether we can do this.
Yeah,
right?
there is an answer, and all you got to do is really look it up. Like you can measure elevation. That's
I can look up a lot of things that you guys deny.
You're not going to let me answer you.
I can look up literally 1,000 things that you guys deny.
Hey, you won't let me
looking up's
answer
not going to help me, is it?
You won't let me answer you.
Okay.
So, in the mod,
ahead.
Okay, thank you. So now, what was the question again? Since you did
Can we
exactly
measure
what you
elevation
wanted to
angles
do?
to distant objects?
Yeah, no, you can't. You can get angles. So an angle is a measurement, but it's not a distance measurement. It's an
I
altitude,
didn't say anything about
latitude.
distance.
Oh my
I said,
God.
can we measure
so,
elevation angle to them?
Yes.
I didn't ask if we determine their distance. I just want to know if we can measure an elevation angle.
It's just an angle, though. It's not
Okay,
a distance.
how do we? Yes, I agree. How do we do that?
The very first thing you're going to need is a flat Earth.
And then what do we? Then what do we do?
Well,
From there, your Earth is flat. We do nothing.
And then what do we? Okay, so we can't measure
Welcome to
the
flat Earth at
elevation
that
angle.
point.
So we cannot measure the elevation angle then, right?
No, you can.
How?
You're just going to need the flat Earth.
Wait, somebody said that angles do not measure distances.
They don't have to. No.
Angles do not necessarily measure a distance, especially when you're talking about celestial stuff. And when you type in what is the height of Polaris, it will give you the altitude, the degree of the latitude. It will not give you the distance.
Ooh, how do we get the elevation angle to Polaris? That's a distant object. That would work. How do we do that?
Are you kidding me? You use a sextant. You use a protractor with a plumb bob on it. Are you goofy?
Okay.
You
Okay.
don't know anything about what you're saying, do you?
No, I agree. I would do that too. But there's
Then
lots
why
of
are you
people here-
asking these stupid questions?
because there are many people here who deny that we can do that.
No, I doubt it.
No, I don't. I was arguing with them
I
today,
doubt
and they couldn't tell me that we could.
Seriously? So nobody in here is going to tell you that with a protractor and a plumb bob, you can see the angle of something in the air?
I think we can. I think we could. Yeah,
You can.
I agree.
Now, that's going to get distorted with distance.
But how's it going to get distorted?
With distance. I just said it.
Okay, how does that work? What
Shit
distorts
shrinks.
it? What's it
Shit
distort?
shrinks. Because of the air. Shit
Make sure anything that you're taking a measurement of is above 30 degrees. Because if not, then you're going to have distorted results. There's a first tip.
So what does it do to our elevation angle? The distance. How does that affect our elevation
The
angle?
results between 90 and 60 degrees are reliable?
According to Glover.
Well, I want to know, according to you, what can we do? What do you guys allow us to accomplish in this world?
Nothing. You're an idiot.
Well, but it seems like everything that we say we've accomplished, you just say, no, we haven't.
Yeah,
And
basically,
you must have a
you're
reason.
a bunch
You
of
must have,
liars. Yeah,
and you must
exactly.
have a
You're bunch of
reason for
liars
you must have
from
a
the top
reason for
down.
denying all the accomplishments we've made.
What
You haven't made
accomplishment
shit.
is that?
Humanity.
Tell me one. Tell me one.
Well,
What's
for
what
one, we can measure we can
Which
measure
one?
we can measure the elevation angles to distant objects. That's a pretty
That's
simple
a
one.
technological fucking advancement, dude. We've been
But
doing
you're
this for
doing that on a
thousands of
flat
years.
Earth.
But you guys
doing
are the
this for
ones saying we
thousands of years.
can't do it. You just now said we can't do it.
No, you can't. You can't do it on a globe.
Why not?
What do you mean? Why not? We just went over that. You need a flat baseline that does not curve.
Okay, let's say we do exactly what the fuck's his name? Harp just
exactly.
said. We take a protractor and we put a string through that little hole in the middle of it, right? You know, at that one end that you're supposed to put your pencil in order to, you know, it has the lines on it, and we drop a plumb line from it. So we just take a string and we hang a weight off of it, and we sort of sight right down the edge of that protractor to the object we're looking at, and that string now lines up with an angle.
The ground.
Mark.
Flat baseline.
But that string also crosses an angle mark on that protractor. Is that not
String
getting the is
hits
that
the ground?
No, it's
String hits
the
the
string is off the ground, you fucking idiot. Jeez.
Okay. It doesn't have to be far off the ground. It could be half-inch off the
Dude,
ground.
this is just you guys trying to not be able to understand things.
Dude, no. This is you trying to confuse things. Because
No,
if
I'm
you
just
have a
I'm just
plumb
hanging a plumb
The
bob
beauty,
off
the
a
beauty of
protractor.
all, the beauty of
What
it
is-
is, no matter what you
No matter what
fucking
we do, you guys say it doesn't work.
No, the thing is, no matter what you do, you can
I
get
wonder
these
if you guys
angles.
accomplish anything in your
You can
fucking
get
lives.
these angles. Just shut up and listen for once. You can get these angles, but you're not going to do anything with them because you're going to remove your height down to the surface of the earth if you want to try to navigate with those. So you're going to literally use the flat earth as your guide, not
Can
your
I
eyesight,
get the angle?
not on a globe,
Can I get the angle using what do I have?
not on
when
a
I do
globe,
when I just do what I said? what
not
do I
on a
have?
globe.
All right. He
Okay,
knows
You
so
said a protractor.
yes,
yeah.
a protractor
What
with
shape
a
is the
string.
bottom? What shape is the bottom of the protractor?
It's a circle.
Right, but that only gives you the angle.
Duh.
That has nothing to do with anything except for the angle. So when the bob is down straight and you're looking
Wait,
at the
I want to know
angle,
what
you can
what
get
he
a
was
good
trying to get at with the
distance.
bottom of the protractor. It's a circle.
It's not.
It is.
It is a circle. Yes, it is. No biggie. That only reads the fucking degree of where you're going. That's not a big deal. You can use an entire circle protractor, for fuck's sake. Seriously.
How are you going to figure this? How are you going to figure out what degree it is
Only
if you have
shows you
the
the
if you have the curved surface of the protractor on the ground underneath? How are you going to find the angle above the horizon?
Plumb bob, because,
If what?
dude, if you put the...
You really have a hard
Everybody
time
calm down for
understanding
1
this, don't you?
second. Try to calm down for 1 second. Okay, you
I'm
take a
already calm.
protractor. You take a protractor, right? And you go to that center on that straight edge, and you attach a plumb bob, and you hang that plumb bob, and you're looking, and you change the protractor by your hand to look at your star. Okay, now where that straight line is coming down from the plumb bob, you're going to see the angle on that curved part, because that's how you get that nice angle off that curve. That's beneath everything. So you're looking at a straight line up to the star, and you're getting the angle from the finder on the protractor. That's all you're doing. You're still using straight line to look at the star, because you're looking at the straight part of the protractor. Follow me? That's exactly what a sextant is.
I know.
It's a glorified, so to speak, protractor. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're always looking at straight lines all the time, always. And then now, see, the latest thing is you're not using the Earth. Okay, so we're navigating the Earth and we're not using it. That's the latest one.
Scott doesn't
We're
have
using just
straight lines to
imaginary lines, and we're saving lives with imaginary lines. Yeah.
Well, Scott doesn't have a straight line of sight. It's
I
curved,
do.
He can't.
so he can't do that. He can't get elevation angles.
See, this against you guys against once again saying things
That's
we
why
can't
he's not
do.
going to use his line of sight. He's going to remove it, which is the dip
Exactly.
correction, and he's going to use the surface.
Why are you guys always saying things we can't do? It's weird.
Because you can't.
Because you
Scott.
can't
You
do
why
it.
can't? Why can't I? Why can't I do
Wait.
what Harp just said?
Go ahead and do it and show us.
What prevents me?
Go
What
ahead and do
prevents
it
me
and
from
show
doing
us.
what Harp just said?
because your line of sight is curved.
Why do you say that?
Okay,
Say
wait.
that.
Who believes that the Earth is flat? Can I please have your name?
Can you get
Everybody
rid of
but
this
me so
idiot right
far.
away, please?
Okay,
There's somebody who
wait.
just popped in.
The Earth is flat. Okay, I want you to explain me one thing. Okay. So you
Can't wait.
okay. You know about temperature, right? It increases and decreases, right?
What?
Okay. You know
Try
about
to speak up.
temperature.
Try to speak
Increase your
up.
volume. Shout.
Dude, what are you saying? Speak up.
Something about
Do you
temperature.
know what temperature means?
What?
Do you know what is hot and what is cold? Temperature.
Yeah. Yeah. High and low pressure. What?
It's not about pressure. It's about the density of heat you have.
High and low
Okay.
pressure. Yeah.
So
It's about the density of high and low pressure. So right away,
so
what do we have? Go ahead.
you know how the soil works, how it has layers in it. You know that?
Soil. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You going to
Okay.
talk about the soil horizons, or where are you going? Where are you going?
Oh, I'm just telling you. It's just a starting point. So you know how deep the soil goes,
No,
right?
none of you do.
Not really.
Nobody does.
I mean, I can guesstimate, but no,
What
it just keeps
do you
going and
know?
going.
It does, because when you go deep enough, that's how earthquakes work. How do you explain earthquakes? Okay,
What you
there
just
are
said.
places.
How do you
Okay,
explain earthquake? You just said it. You literally, how do you have a tectonic plate on a globe?
A tectonic what?
A
how do you
tectonic
not?
plate.
A
How do you have
plate?
a plate, another straight edge, right, on a globe? You
Why
have
aren't they
tectonic
Because
plate.
why aren't they
is a
tectonic
huge
curves?
mass of great
Not
things. If you have a scale, right? If you have scales, you know, a scale of 30 centimeter. If you join that even 1 degree, thousands of millions of scales, and you join them so that the starting one joins with the last one, it from the far it's like
I
a
mean, like on a
fucking
fish.
circle. What?
You're talking about scales? What are you saying?
I'm just telling you how the world works, okay? If you take scales and you take unlimited amounts of scales and you join
What
them in
kind of a
such a way
scale are
that
we talking about?
a normal plastic measuring scale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you have like
Like a
them,
ruler.
if you
You're talking
have,
about a ruler?
yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
okay. If you join them from the sides in a very huge amount of number, so you're gonna see that even if you take about hundreds, there's gonna be a little bend, okay? And then if you take those huge bends and then they're gonna, at some point, even if it is 100,000 or even millions, they're gonna come back and join in 360 degree, the entire rotation. So
Wait, so
that's how the Earth,
you're talking about a level?
it's not the level,
You're
it's
not talking
just,
about a ruler because you could do anything you want with a ruler, yeah. You're talking about a level?
I'm talking about them joining at some point of degree to
What joining?
showcase earthwork. It's like if you have a scale, you join it from the side in
Okay, hold
some.
on. Define
Okay.
your word scale. Does that mean level or ruler? Is that a measuring device or a leveling device?
Ruler. It's a ruler. It's a literal small
Okay.
30
So
centimeter
yeah, you can make a
measure.
circle out of rulers. Yeah, no biggie. What does
Yeah,
that mean? What does that mean?
that's how the Earth works. You're
No,
saying
out
that
of
this.
rulers?
No, it's. I'm just telling you how it works.
Okay,
For
like
you, it's
rulers.
you're on a plane. For you, it's straight. Okay, but if you take it from millions of kilometers away,
Okay, so you're
Earth
doing
is.
what I was just talking about earlier. I got you. So when I was just arguing with somebody earlier, he was saying, show me drawings, which I've done before personally. And all these straight lines appear to make a circle, but they're not a
Yeah.
circle. But what you're saying is that is what the Earth is, because that's what I was trying to get him to say, that that's what the Earth is. It's just a bunch of straight lines. It's not really a circle. First of
No,
all,
it is a circle because
hold
for
on, real
you,
quick. Hold on, real quick.
you can.
First of all, they tell us, they tell us that the Earth is now a potato. Okay, and that means that it's an oblate spheroid of some type that is so far off from a circle that you're out of your mind. So now you're going to tell me you're going to take water and bend it around in steps, right? Because you cannot make a circle from straight lines. You cannot do it. You have to have angles at that point because straight lines are hitting straight lines. Do you understand?
No,
Unless the
straight lines are made up of
unless
small
the
dots.
straight line's
and
curved.
A lot of dots combine to form a straight line. So if you
Yeah,
were
that's
to
if we put
measure,
them right next to each other. Yeah, we could use dots. Sure. But you have to put those straight lines exactly next to each other to create those dots. You can't. I don't want to do this again. Look, I've made these drawings very fucking intricate. I
okay,
know
what's
what
your
I'm
point?
talking about.
What
You
is your
cannot make a
hypothesis?
circle out of straight lines. It only appears as if it were a circle. Period.
But you have
cannot
to when
make
you're
a
a globe
circle.
believer. When you're a globe believer, you have to just make anything up that's possible to keep the globe alive.
That's
You
correct.
say anything.
What is the globe alive? You cannot explain anything if it's not a globe.
You can explain
Has-
everything better. Yeah, you
Wait,
can explain
okay.
everything better.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, where does it end? How do you fall off?
How
Earth's
do you
a
fall
globe.
off? Are you serious?
Hold on. If the Earth's a globe spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, why do you not fly off?
What do you mean fly off? You have
my God.
gravity.
If you're
Why would you expect
traveling
us
in
to
a
fly off?
here now,
Why would you
Why
expect
are
us
all
to
the
fall off the edge?
why would
Why
you
are all the
expect me
oceans
to
at the
fly off?
equator?
Why are
Have
all
you
the
ever
oceans
been on
flat?
an
What a troll?
entertainment
Well, we
ride?
could troll,
Have you
man.
guys ever been
Why?
on
Why
an
are not?
entertainment?
Why is this people in Australia still there, man? Wouldn't they fall off right now? The water been dripping
Have you
away.
guys ever been on a roundabout at all of any kind? And let me see you do 1,000 miles an hour real quick. And I don't care if you're only 1 degree per day because that has nothing to do with reducing the speed of 1,000 miles per hour.
Well, you
That's
should
just
care
the
because it
first
reduces the
amount.
angular acceleration.
That's just the first amount of speed. Say that again.
Centrifugal force doesn't have anything to do with angular speed.
So if you're
Wait.
on a circle,
Wait,
and
no,
you're
let's
spinning
not wait.
1,000. I'm sorry.
What?
If you're on a circle and you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, that has nothing to do with what?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Nothing to do with what? Yeah. Yes to what? Dude, you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. That's just the first part of the insanity.
You know we don't measure
I know
spin in
you
miles
guys
per
can
hour, right?
overcome this. I know you
You know
guys
the
can overcome
equation
this.
for centrifugal force?
I know you can't let me finish. I know you
Hey.
guys can all fucking overcome this by saying blah, blah, blah. But in the meantime, it's 1,000 miles an hour, no matter
don't measure spin in
how
miles
you
per
look
hour.
at it. Yeah, just keep talking over me. That's a good job.
Huh?
I'm sure you're
Oh,
making a lot of money right now, bro. You know what I mean? Between the two
That's
of you, does
funny.
not let me
Yeah.
finish, right?
You think I am, huh? You really think so I am, don't you?
I think it might be
Let
at
him
this point.
finish
I don't
and
know.
Wow.
I didn't coming in, but at this point, I don't know.
Go on. What is your argument?
So you think because you're on a 25,000 mile circle diameter, right? Well, not diameter, circumference. You can just travel 1,000 miles an hour without flying off, right?
Are
Yeah.
you familiar with the equation for
You wanna-
centrifugal force?
Centrifugal force, yeah. I know all about it.
What's the equation?
I don't give a shit about the equation. When you start
I guess you don't
spinning,
know all
you
about
fly
it.
up. Oh, now we're
Simple thing.
talking about equations. We're not going to talk about reality, what happens when you get on an entertainment ride and start spinning, are we? No.
I'm happy to
Let's
tell you the
go to-
equation.
Hold
It's
on.
F
Let's go to
equals
mathematical
M
equations.
V squared.
Let's go to mathematical equations, not reality. Fuck reality.
What is your
So,
reality? We are
You
up
get
for
on
a
a
state.
fucking roundabout and do 1,000 miles an hour and then come back and tell me about it. Right?
What 1,000? You're on the surface, or what are you talking about? The Earth spinning around? What
Yeah,
are you
you're
talking
on
about?
anything and do 1,000 miles per hour and come back and tell me about it. Anything, in a car, on a boat, in a plane, go out and do 1,000 miles an hour, come back and tell me about it. And then tell me that's what we're doing every day.
I do it on a
all the
roundabout
time.
that has a radius of like 3,000 miles. Tell you how I feel.
Does that really matter? So you think that the giant radius decreases the speed?
Well, I don't think it's just in the equation for centrifugal force.
The
But since you're not familiar with that, I'm not
radius
surprised that
does
you're not.
not decrease the speed.
Earth has a huge mass, first of all.
The
Okay.
circumference doesn't increase the speed. Period. You're doing 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. You think
Yeah,
because
but
that 1,000 miles an hour is in a big giant
Here,
ball
Harp, I
that
put
that's
something in the chat for you that you may find educational.
You're an
there are
idiot.
many people that have gone from a point, a distinct
Okay.
point, straight
Show me
through
where
the
you can even provide the proof of any of this crap.
what? You want the names
Show
of
me
the
where you
people
can
who have
provide.
You can derive this formula empirically and measure it in a
No, that's
laboratory,
good.
so it's not exactly contested.
Really,
You'd
show me.
need a radius for that. You're going to need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah, show me all of this, right? He shows me a little equation about bullshit. It's supposed to overcome 1,000 miles an hour.
I think you just call it bullshit because you don't understand what he's saying.
Oh,
Does
I
appear to
don't
be the case.
understand now. Now I don't understand. Good job. You guys are 100% awesome. You should be teachers
not-
teaching our little kids the truth.
you're not trying to
Yeah.
understand. That's the thing.
Of course I don't, because I'm a fucking flat earther and I'm an idiot.
I am asking you if you
But you should
start
clip that.
walking. If you start walking straight ahead in a direction, at some point you will come back to it. That's the simplest thing that I'm asking you to imagine. Okay, you are going to come back at it. If Earth was flat, you would you
You're
would
an
just
idiot.
fall off with gravity. You
You're an
just
idiot.
flop. What?
You are an idiot.
Yeah, that's you.
They don't
not.
believe in
Do you have any
gravity.
idea how a
They,
compass
they
works?
don't
In
believe
a
in
slightly
gravity.
more
So
eloquent
don't
way,
go
Do you have
down
any
that
idea
path.
how
there
a
is an
compass
easy
works?
way to
Do you have
explain
any
this in the
idea how
flat
a
Earth theory.
compass works? So you're making this claim, but I guarantee you have no idea how a compass works, right? Am I right?
People have literally done it.
I
Okay.
guarantee he's going to say people did this and people did that, but he has no clue how a fucking compass works. Do you, troll?
If you want to try it, go ahead, and then you'll believe your eyes. Then you don't have to stay in the delusion for your
sorry.
rest of your life.
I'm sorry. Do you know how a compass works? 3 times I asked you this question.
Go. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. How does a compass work? When you're going
has-
east, what are you really doing?
You're going towards the west.
Wow.
Actual
okay, you have
west.
no idea. So you have no idea what you're saying. Good job.
You have a North Pole and the South Pole on the Earth, okay? When the magnetic compass of the north direction it points towards the South Pole, it is actually marked north, right? So if you have the North
So
Pole,
when you're traveling east, once again, what direction are you really
Yeah.
going into? Are you doing a straight line?
if you're going to east, in what way? Like by
East, east. Anyway,
okay,
car, plane, whatever. Flying,
Yeah.
in a jetpack, whatever. So are you going in a straight line traveling east?
yeah, you are.
Okay, you're wrong. You have no idea how a compass works.
Okay, tell me.
No, not gonna, because I already just know that you don't know. So you're gonna have to go back and check out yourself how the fuck a compass works. See, I'm not here to tell you what's up. You're here to fucking show me where the fucking
I didn't
curve is.
tell you to tell me. I just told you to tell you what
Typical
you
blob.
know.
No, see, you're gonna have to go take a little Cub Scout class and figure out how the compass works.
No, if you know,
How does that work? How does this work? How does that work?
Yeah, very simple. It's a little tool that I first was
Okay, if you
alerted to in the Cub Scouts and then in the Boy Scouts, and told you how to get from here to there.
Oh no, I don't know shit. Just tell me how it works.
Okay, so you already said you knew how it worked, and then you lied. So I'm not going to
Oh.
address you. I don't really care.
Stop
what you
talking
say.
Stop talking about me. You just tell me what it is all about. I want
I
to
just
know.
told you. You didn't know what was up, so I'm not really here to fucking school you, bro. Not
So
on
that
that
means
shit.
that you. So
No, that
that
means yeah. That means bleh, I don't know how to use a compass, right? Is that what you're gonna say? Go fuck
Yeah,
yourself.
obviously.
Okay, show me the curve, and we'll be good. Ready? Go.
Okay, go take a rocket, fly into the space, and just see it.
Fly it to the space.
My God, it's 4:30 in the morning here, and like I'm just fucking goofy at this point.
How do you get propulsion in space?
Hey, what?
How? What?
How do you get propulsion inside your sky vacuum?
Propulsion in space?
Yeah, he said
now
you take a rocket and go fly around.
Well, you can do that in the air, but once you're going out into what they call outer space, where there's a vacuum, it's not a perfect vacuum because we were called on that earlier. No, so that means there's still pressure. Yeah, dude, it's next to a so-called perfect vacuum. That's what they claim.
Pressure, you're going to need a container for that.
Yeah, and there is no pressure without a container.
And you're going to need a pressure. You're going to need a container for your vacuum also.
You got damn right.
Need a container for a vacuum. That's a new one.
All vacuums require a
Tell me a
container,
vacuum
you
with no
fucking idiot.
That's a new one. He says.
Oh, I'm the fucking idiot. Okay.
Yeah, show me a vacuum without a container. Please.
Yeah, look in space.
Real quick. In nature.
You guys need,
get
you guys need multiple containers.
Get a
You need
telescope.
you need a container. You need a container for your gas pressure in your little globe, and then you need a container for your vacuum out in space.
No, we don't. You might, but
Yeah,
we
you
don't.
do.
Oh yeah, you
We're
do.
good. We're good. No,
reality,
we don't.
yeah.
We're good. Thanks,
he's
though.
saying he's right. They don't.
He's not. But thanks, though. Thanks for playing.
Guys, you don't. You guys don't. You don't need anything but your own delusional fucktard mind. You're right.
Yeah. That and understanding of how the universe works. But other than that, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, you understand how the universe works.
A lot of it,
You don't even know how your eyes work.
Let me bow to you, my God. My
How does the
fucking
flat
God.
Earth
You fucking
How does
idiot.
the compass work?
How
Just tell me
dare
that.
you fucking claim to know how the universe works?
A lot of
Just
it.
go
Yeah.
get a southern. Why don't you guys just go get a southern compass and use that?
How
Yeah,
does
do
a
that
flat Earth person use his or her compass? Just tell me that. How does people living on the flat Earth use their compass? Just tell me that.
Same way it should
God.
be used. Now, when
The
you get your
same way
declination,
that people in the South use it.
yeah, they have to change up on how it works because it's not another pole. Yeah. So look into that a little bit on how the compass works, guys. And maybe you might see some. That's kind of weird. Why do we have to change our compass?
What
when
doesn't
we
add
get
up
over
with
here?
the compass?
Yeah, because you have to change it when you start going south. You have to
Okay.
change the declination. Magnetic declination must be changed as you travel south. Did you not know that? And why would that have to happen? I mean, you shouldn't even be picking up the north after the equator, should you? Ever? No, you shouldn't.
Why not?
You guys have no common sense and understanding of how to even think. It's incredible.
I just asked a
It's because
question.
Earth-
You're being very rude, sir.
And I'm sorry.
They were tiny mass compared to the Earth, okay? So using common sense does not work on a large scale, okay? You're just talking about what works around, okay?
Okay.
In fixed radius, that's how you're saying that, this works like that, this works.
Where's your radius?
That
Where'd you get
isn't-
the radius? Where'd you get your radius? Tell me right now. Before you
Where do you
move
what?
on, your claim, your bullshit, your radius. Didn't you not say radius?
Radius of what?
The Earth?
Oh,
Dude.
you're asking how to the radius
Don't
of the
fucking
Earth.
play games. What did you just claim? I may have misheard you. Sorry.
You said that you have to use common sense, So you're just saying you are using your common sense on the basis of what you're doing around you. Okay, we're a point mass compared to the Earth. Okay,
In other words,
so you can.
your round Earth is a bunch of little square, flat parts, like a disco ball. Right?
Are you seriously gonna say that?
Yeah, because you guys have been saying that those straight. I'm sorry, maybe it wasn't you though. These straight lines equal a circle. You know what I mean? Sorry
It
if I
does, though.
included you. Okay, so I was right. So you're living on a disco ball. Okay, prove it.
Yeah, we are, but it's just huge disco ball.
Prove it. Prove it.
Oh, dude, we're not
disco.
living on a fucking disco ball. Don't do that.
Disco.
There are no straight lines. It's all curved.
Man.
Jeez.
Macho man. Yeah.
Learn something
baby.
before you come in here and try to sound
IMPA.
smart, man.
It's
God,
like
you're
when
the
you
dumbest
measure.
motherfucker I've ever met.
It's like when you make, if you make the many discrete observations of something, and you plug them in together, you could interpolate straight lines between them, or you can assume that since every time you make any discrete observation, it shows a different angle between each other, you could infer that probably it's curving along the way. It's a continuous change. It's not like a disco ball. It doesn't
Yeah,
have
like
to be
that.
like a straight
If
line.
you
between them.
assume,
There you go.
if you assume you're in Narnia, then you can make it work.
No, that's not
Except
what
you
I
guys
said.
can't make anything work, as you guys say every day. You can't figure out a damn thing.
I know. We need a globe to measure distance. I know.
Well, you guys can't
Did
figure out a damn
anybody
thing,
here?
so.
I know. We need a
Okay.
globe to measure distance, bro. That's your
Well,
logic.
do you know the
So
distance
if I
between any
measure
cities?
from here to if I measure from here to the end of the house I'm in, that means I'm on a sphere, and I couldn't have possibly measured that unless Earth was a sphere.
No, that's
Yeah,
stupid.
yeah.
No,
That
not
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Not
that's
right.
that means it's flat, right?
Oh, that's stupid.
Not
So
right.
so if I go 100 feet and it's flat, that's still stupid, right? And then if I go a mile down the road and it's still flat,
It's
and
not
that's
flat
even
though.
more
You go
stupid,
you go a mile, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
flat.
Dude, go look at that dude that was on the bicycle with his little orange that proved the Earth was a sphere with 2 sticks. I made a video about that little dickhead. He went on a road that was 85 miles long that was flat as fuck.
How did you prove
No
that?
elevation change whatsoever.
How
And
did you
yet
prove that?
he converted that road into a globe measurement by using the radius factored in. I told him, I said, why didn't you just use the local measurement and measure it as flat? And he shadow banned me immediately. So
You
you
must be
guys
so
are
proud of
all
yourself.
lying, dishonest assholes. You've never
Yeah.
shown me anything, especially you, Scott.
Just out of curiosity, what motivation do you
So
think I could
which one of
possibly
you
have for
guys have
lying to
shown
you?
any kind of proof of the globe right now tonight at all? Which one?
Wait,
of you?
wait. So you have a flat Earth YouTube channel? That's what you're saying? Do you have
Do you
like
really?
like
You guys are like,
subscribers? You know,
are you guys
Earth is flat.
retarded?
Go to lighting, okay? You're gonna see how the Earth works. Go to play.
are you fucking retarded? You think the Earth's flat?
Wow. Okay. So every observation shows that it's flat. The way the military uses it, it's as flat.
What?
It's measured flat. The only way you can get angles
This guy
off the
trusts
Earth
the
is with
military.
a flat baseline.
Oh.
Dude, the military
Chill, man.
uses
Government
the Earth
chill.
as flat and stationary.
So your government
With all
chill.
their jets and everything they use, we don't move. That would
Are you a
be a
government
real
chill?
bad mistake if we were actually moving, don't you think?
What if the
That would be
government
a
tells you
real bad
that
mistake.
if the
So
government tells you that it's curving, you would believe them?
No,
No.
false.
So then why do you
Here's the
use them as
thing, right?
evidence
So
that
here's
of the
the thing.
contrary?
They tell us
You're
in an
cherry picking
overall
or something?
statement, please shut up, please stop talking. They tell us in an overall statement that the Earth is a big giant globe flying through the infinite vacuum of space. But then all their military usage is as flat and stationary. Now that's kind of fucking weird. So you want to tell me why that contradiction
It would be if it were
is?
true. It's just not true.
Okay, if it
No,
were true.
If it were
it's
true, it'd be
very
very
true.
weird.
It's
it's
very true because all their systems are involved with being a non-rotating stationary plane. All
that's
their
just not
fucking
true.
no, it's
Yeah,
very
see,
true.
at
It's
this
not
point,
true.
we know that he's not even close to honest because he has no idea what we're even saying.
I know what he's
He's just
saying.
going to say, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, but it's a
Yeah.
proven fact.
Yeah.
What do you guys have? What, show me something where it says the military works on a flat Earth.
Everything
hold on.
about their rocket.
Show me one thing.
I've done this.
One thing.
I've done this before. And I think it was either you or somebody else says, "Oh, that could be photoshopped." Yeah, okay, that's
No, show me one thing that says the military
hold
works on
on,
a flat
calm the
Earth.
fuck down.
Everything about
Give you a
their
whole bunch
I'm
of them.
not the
give
one
you a
screaming.
whole bunch of them.
everything about their
Jesus
rocket. Everything about their rocketry telemetry is based upon a flat a non-rotating stationary plane.
There's
Everything
one.
about it.
That
That's
just
one.
makes no sense whatsoever.
There you go.
Past this one before we move on. Okay, there's
There you
one
go.
in the chat. Okay, you want to address this?
There you go. Facts. Mic drop. Mic drop.
That's
Fuck
one.
these guys.
I got more because I know
Yeah.
you're going to say, "Oh, this could be Photoshop. This could be fake." Yeah, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, the Globers are not going to agree to that because they're fucking Globers. But the facts remain that everything about their fucking telemetry of fucking rockets being lifted or shot off or arsenal.
Everything needs a flat baseline. Yep, I know where you're going, bro. I know where
Yeah.
you're going.
Yes, it's
Oh
all
my
fucking based upon.
There you go.
Yeah, you guys don't understand.
Another one? Here, you want
Okay,
another one? Hold on. I got more. I got more. Got more, bro. There, go. Fucking refute these. Debunk these. Come on.
They can't because they're fucking retarded. They can't. Because everything you just spoke, Harp, is facts, and they can't fucking refute it.
Some of us went to school to do exactly this kind of
Get
stuff.
the fuck out of here. No one knows.
Some of us went to school to do exactly this kind of stuff, and we know why they put that language in there because it simplifies the equations.
Oh,
because if we include these other things,
Okay,
it would be nothing more than rounding errors, and
Okay,
it's not
so Scott,
relevant to our calculations.
So Scott.
No. First of all, explain. Tell me you heard what I said.
Please shut
Repeat back
up.
what I said. No, you shut the
Please
fuck
shut
up. You shut the fuck
What you're
up.
saying is, wow, dude. What you're saying is,
What's the same is I know this math better than you
oh
do.
my
That's what
God.
I'm saying.
he ain't gonna shut the fuck up and let me answer. This is how this little bitch is.
I didn't ask you a question.
You don't even know that little boy.
You tried to tell me about my fucking citations, and you're wrong. Now, if they did this, just like I said before I put these on, and just before I predicted what exactly you were going to say, I told you that if they used this and we were actually a spinning ball, there would be a problem.
Hey, can you post it again?
No, there wouldn't.
They're
There
all
would be
up
no
there.
problem.
Just go look at them. I ain't posting nothing.
There would be no problem. It's rounding errors.
It got erased. It got erased because they just resetted the chat. So repost it.
Okay, and I'm looking at it right now.
Wait, where? What are you talking about? They reset the chat. They
Oh man,
deleted
chat's
it.
all here. I can see it.
I'm still seeing it, bro.
What the fuck? Where are you seeing that in the chat?
Yeah.
My screen shows it as deleted. What the fuck?
Whoa, that's kind of
So
weird.
so tell me how much those equations and those calculations would be off if the ball were spinning.
Just repost it.
Do the math. Especially the one with the matrices in there. Do the ones with matrix algebra. That one's cool. Yeah.
It literally got deleted. I don't know about you, but I just see it deleted.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Here,
Okay,
I'll
hold on.
post it again. That one. Do the math for that.
Yeah. Do the math for that one. That Eder. I don't know how to say your name, man.
What do you mean, do the math?
Do the math. How much would a spinning Earth throw off that math right
The
there?
helicopter equations of motion are given in
a
body.
flat, non-rotating
Hold on,
Earth.
this in a bigger thing. I
Wow.
can't read it.
Literally,
how much would the
Non-rotating Earth. The helicopter.
I know
is
how much
considered as
would the
rigid
rotating Earth
body
throw off those
with-
equations?
Dude, you're just going to keep over talking our answers.
Yeah, but no, we've
fucking
already read them.
assholes.
We've
And
seen
you
we've
should
seen
be-
these things
you
dozens of
should be
times.
fucking muted.
We've seen
You
these
should be
things
muted.
dozens of times. They're not proof of
Yeah, and you've
anything, and we're
done
trying to explain
nothing
to you
but
why they're not.
overtalk us the
Imagine
whole
that.
That's all
time.
you do. I overtalk
Hey,
you because you overtalk me.
hey,
Wow,
Harp.
dude.
All you do
Hey,
is
hey,
talk. Blah, blah,
hey,
blah,
Harp.
blah, blah.
Hey, Harp. Hey, Harp. Imagine how brick they are that the citation that you just posted talks about how it's over a
know.
non-rotating stationary Earth,
Well,
and they
hold on. I
want to
thought
deny
NASA
it.
was lying to us. Now they're telling the truth.
Dude,
Oh my God, bro!
this is how they consider shit. This is what we found in their hypocrisy bullshit.
Exactly.
Careful there, bro. I think your blood pressure is getting a little high.
Yeah, yeah.
Shut the fuck
Listen.
up. Don't tell me what to fucking do. Sit the
Listen, when
fuck
you are
back and shut the
concerned,
fuck
when
up.
you are concerned
You
for,
can't handle this
when you are
fucking
concerned
heat, get
about
the fuck out.
precision, you're concerned about precision and people's lives, right? The littlest detail will fucking matter. You don't
No, it
round
doesn't.
off and say,
Of course
oh,
you
it
do.
wouldn't matter. You take
Of
into
course you
account
do.
every fucking tiny little thing that person operating that machinery is going to have to deal with.
You've
That would
clearly never done this
include
math,
a
G-Dub.
curve
He's just
and
gonna keep
spinning
talking over you,
No,
bro.
no.
Earth.
But it
Shut
wouldn't.
up,
Dude, he just
Scott.
It
won't
wouldn't.
I
point out
It
rarely
wouldn't.
talk.
You're just
I
wrong.
rarely fucking talk, and when I do, I get interrupted. I appreciate that so much. So much.
These
I'm
documents
talking
are
about
not
people's
for.
lives are at stake.
Yeah, these guys are brick. These Globers are brick, bro. They can't understand that the fact that within their own fucking paradigm, there's systems at place that don't account for a rotating Earth, and they can't accept it, bro. It's fucking crazy.
He wants to talk about being as precise as you can, but you fucking clowns shorten down pi to 3.14 for your little fucking globular maths, right? But you want to talk about precision down to the millionth of the decimal. Get the fuck out of here.
There you go.
Exactly.
Good job, Fresh.
Yeah. Hey, what up, Fresh? By the way, I haven't fucking talked to you
If
for a
you
minute,
ever
brother.
did the math, you'd
haven't
understand that
seen
you're
you
all
in a
wrong.
fucking
You've never done the math, so you don't understand.
But
Oh,
you don't understand.
Yeah, you don't understand. You don't understand. Okay. Check it out, Harp. Check it out. Hey, check it out, Harp. You don't understand that when they are calculating for a non-fucking rotating stationary Earth, it means a globe. Fuck these guys, bro. They're trolls, bro. They're
Yeah, it
fucking
means a
retarded.
globe. It just
Yeah.
simplifies the globe. A non-fucking rotating stationary Earth, just as it's a simplified globe. That's all.
These
No
fucking
biggie.
retards, bro.
Why do you think they
No
put that language
biggie.
in there?
Because
No
they're
biggie. We wouldn't have to adjust for anything.
Why do you think they put the language in there?
Because they have to. Because
Why
they
do they
have
have
to.
to? Why do they
Because
have
that's
to?
reality. Because that's a reality, brother. That's
But if
our
it were,
reality.
what else do they discuss in there about reality?
Tell me.
You can't even tell me what the direction means, so please don't tell me. You know the math, so.
I'm loving it.
I mean, they put that language in there because it is not the case in reality, but they know that if they included it, it's surrounding air.
You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot, bro.
I'm
You're a
telling
troll.
you, that's why they do it.
They put it in there because it's not reality. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yes,
Dude.
they're saying that if you included it, they're saying
this
if you
is a guy
included it, you'd
who's
get
an
totally
honest
different
dude
numbers.
who really believes what he's saying.
Hey, Solo, we know it. Trust us.
This is the guy who really believes what he says, right? Scott Mackey, right?
You guys can choose not to understand the world in which other people work, but the people who did those
the exact
equations, the
reasoning of a
people who wrote those
Dude,
documents.
He's trolling.
So what
Do you
happens
think
is
the people who
we're
wrote
on this
those? Do you think the
insane
people who wrote those
revolving system,
documents?
but we don't have to treat it as such at all. Just treat it like it's flat and stationary, no biggie.
Yes.
Because that's
For
the
some
same
equations,
thing.
for some models, you
That's
don't
the
need
For
it.
some
Yeah.
same
models, you
thing.
don't need it. Get the fuck out of here. That's the reality.
It's the
Okay,
same
Some
wait.
models you don't need it.
Wait. So Earth is flat. Okay, Earth is flat and the sun moves around us, right? That's how we have it, right? How do we have the night? The sun moves around us? Please do explain,
I'll tell you that fan right there. Anybody here? Oh, good. Cold temperatures got it down.
They're bricked. They're bricked, bro. They're bricked. They're bricked. They're fucking lost, bro. They can't accept the facts, bro. They're
You
lost.
cannot answer this question, so that it makes you dumb, and
Akafan,
I
how
don't
much
get
have you had to drink tonight, man?
Hey, don't worry about it, bro. You're still
You
bricked.
sound a bit worse than normal.
No matter how much I drink,
Don't you got your
bricked.
aren't your kids coming over
No,
tomorrow?
no matter how much I drink, see how you are. You target. See how you are. You target a bullshit fucking
Just trying
point,
to help
bro.
you, man. Just trying
No,
to help
bro.
you out, man.
No, I'm trying to help you, bro.
Care
You're
about
fucking
you.
bricked.
Care about
You're
you.
bricked.
Care about you.
Do you though? Do you though? Do you though?
Yeah, I do actually. I care about everybody here.
Hey Scott, you're bricked, brother. You're bricked. I'll tell you why you're bricked. Because he just posted an actual document that tells you this is how they treat it, and you want to go, no,
I agree.
no.
For this model, they don't need it. Yes.
Okay, so for this model, which is reality, want to know why they have to do that? You want to know why?
How many models do they have?
I already know why. You don't need to tell me.
Okay, the reason why they have to is because that's reality, bro. Because it's not fucking spinning or rotating and it's stationary. You understand that, Scott? You understand that?
All right,
You get it?
find me any documentation of satellite mechanics or orbital mechanics that doesn't take into account
gives
the.
a fuck.
No,
Hey,
hold on.
Hey, little
Do you
troll boy.
think you can find something
Hey,
in which
no.
they're talking about orbital mechanics?
Hold on.
Triangulation to the closest ground-based tower.
Satellites are the
No,
same.
we're talking about orbital mechanics.
Orbital mechanics. Guess what?
You're gonna need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah. Because satellite.
Wow.
Hold on. Satellite mechanics. Hey, you understand? You understand that satellite mechanics? They're still on this crazy elliptic pattern that they go around and around over the fucking flat plane, bro. Even in their math, they understand and grasp that it's still based upon a planar Earth, bro. You can't accept that because you're a fucking
You just
glober.
don't tell us that.
It does nothing like that. It does nothing like that. Okay.
No, it
You're just
definitely
speaking
does
of
that.
That's cool. You keep
Read
it
the
delusion.
It's elliptical,
Oh.
bro. It's elliptical. Do you understand what
You can't live in your
elliptical
fucking
means?
delusion, bro.
Do you understand what the
Even-
elliptical? Do you understand what the
Listen.
elliptical means on a flat plane?
Probably don't.
Your coordinates, your whole coordinate system is based off of flat fucking measurements because
No, it's
everything
not.
about it,
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
everything. Yes, it is.
Yes,
bro.
it is.
No, it's not.
You can say no, it is because
Yeah,
you're
you can
biased.
keep saying no, it's not. No, it's
Why,
not.
why would I be biased?
Just keep showing how
Because you're a
fucking
glober.
brain dead you are.
Why am
Because
I
you're
a glober though? But why am I a glober in the first
Dude,
place?
you
do you
can't
think?
get
Okay.
an angle off a circle.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
Everything about the mathematics of a satellite being in the sky is still based upon a fucking
Flat
Newtonian
circle.
principle to where you have triangles and you could triangulate, and triangulate is a fucking baseline to
There's a
triangulate.
flat Earth.
You
Dude,
fucking understand that, bro.
you're just speaking gibberish. Sorry.
All right,
Get
let's
the
roast
fuck
these
out of
flat
here, bro.
earthers like they're marshmallows
Gibberish.
over an open fire. Yo, flat earthers, y'all so dumb. You make a brick.
Y'all so dumb.
You must
Yo,
be smoking
flirts. You must be.
You're lost.
You do.
You're lost. You're lost, bro. Do you understand what triangulate means? Hold on. Let's take it back. Do you know what triangulate means?
I know it's not involved in orbital mechanics.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
So-
Hold on real quick, Apocryphon. I just want to point one little point. Then I'll let you go. We're the dumbasses that don't know math. Remember that.
You are.
Right.
Okay.
So,
And
Dirt.
okay. So when you triangulate a fucking satellite in the sky, do you understand that a triangulate means a baseline to its height and orientation? You are creating a triangle. A triangle.
They issue the made up point.
Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
A triangle is not on a curve because a triangle consists of a baseline because they're straight. 3 straight lines make the triangulation. If you can't fucking grasp that, you're fucking retarded.
If you came up
Triangulation.
with that you are a point compared to the Earth, tiny, tiny little mass on the Earth, and in respect to that, there's a huge mass that goes around it. That's simple. That's the simple.
You're stupid.
Are you retarded, bro?
You're stupid. You're stupid.
Are you a program retard?
Yeah, he's a program retard. Because triangulation.
In a way, not even you're just explaining person in a way that it's
let me ask you
proving.
something. What's
it's
a
not.
triangle? Let me take it back to the basics. What's a triangle? What is a triangle?
Yeah, I know what a triangle is. Go on. What is your point?
What is a triangle is?
What is
asking
a
you
triangle?
question. It's not rhetorical.
What is a triangle?
Perpendicular.
What is a triangle?
I just told you. Do you need
Sorry, you broke up, bro. Say it again, please.
hypotenuse, perpendicular, and a base? What is your point?
Very good.
Okay.
That's a right triangle.
Okay.
That's not all triangles.
Would you agree? Would you agree? Hold on. Would you agree that a triangle is made up of 3 straight lines? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. There's no curve to that triangle, correct? Yes or no?
What is the? Are you talking about a triangle that is used to measure a certain
I'm talking
amount?
about a triangle. A triangle is made up of 3 straight lines. Yes or no?
I know then you'll just talk about from a small shape of triangle to comparing it to the entire mass of the Earth. Yes, it's made up of straight lines.
How many triangles does it take to make up your globe?
Okay.
Go on.
So a triangle is 3 straight lines. Yes or no?
I said yes.
Okay. So if you have a triangle, that means from your position to where you stand, and when you go straight out to the next position, is that straight horizontal? Is it a baseline? Is it a straight line? Yes or no?
You're talking about walking?
No. I'm just saying in a triangle. If I'm at one point of a triangle and I'm going to go a distance from my point, is that a baseline that's straight? Yes or no? We're talking about the baseline. I'm not talking about the hypotenuse. I'm not talking about the opposite side. I'm talking about the baseline. Is my point where I stand is to make a triangle? Is it straight across to get the other point? Yes or no?
Okay, so there are 2 ways. Okay, if you're saying
That's a yes or
if you
no,
want,
dude. That's a yes or
You
no.
know what? It's a yes or no,
Yes
brother.
or no.
It's a yes or no.
I'm not.
If I'm in a
You're
triangle, if I'm on a
There's no
triangle,
re-explaining the triangle, bro. It's a yes or no.
You asked a question, let me answer. Okay, now you're talking about a triangle. Okay? So you're talking about distance A and B. If that distance A and B lies on the Earth, okay, and it's a small mass, yes, it's a straight line. Now,
okay,
if that
okay.
A and B has a huge distance, it's not a
He
straight line.
lives on a disco ball.
That's not a triangle. Do you understand that?
He lives on a disco ball, bro.
Okay, if
This is what we were talking about earlier.
if you start to curve, hold on. If you start to curve your baseline, that's no longer a triangle. Do you understand that?
Yeah, it is not.
Okay, exactly. So when the military and the satellite system and the government in their fucking examples of how they deal with aeronautics, military, fucking weapon systems, everything
You're talking
that
about
has
elevation. You're talking about elevation.
everything that has to deal with pointing something in an elevation, yes, you are creating a triangle. That's why it's called triangulation, because you know the height from your position. It's a baseline out and an elevation up. And then you have a hypotenuse to where you're going to get your slope and an angle to it. And then you look to your left, your right, and behind you. Everything is based upon a flat baseline to create a triangulation. Once you start to invoke this bullshit curve, it's no longer a triangle. That's why we're telling you, brother, That's why we're. Hold
If
on.
we,
Go ahead.
okay, so
Notice
you're
how he
talking about
killed your end statement?
oh,
You see how he did that
okay.
tactfully, like the way he did that? You see that?
You're saying the baseline, right? So you're talking about the
He's
baseline that
still
they
doing it.
use all of these things, right? All the elevations and things. Okay, there's a parameter. Okay, if it's a huge distance, there are other ways of measuring it. If you're talking
You're
about a
full of
little
shit.
distance,
Show us. Citation.
I'm not talking to
Citation.
you. Just want your Earth is
I
flat.
don't give
Okay,
a
has some.
fuck.
Okay.
Citation.
No, what we're
Asking
telling.
about
What,
There is no different way. Citation.
if what
bro,
citation? One to
bro.
anything that scientists have
Citation. There
worked
is no
out.
different way. They're talking about jets and rockets. Citation.
Yes, I'm gonna say it again, bro. When you are trying to triangulate something, it's based
Yeah.
upon a triangle. And when you have a
Yeah.
triangle, it's three
Yeah.
straight lines. Once you
It is.
curve that, it's no longer a triangle. Wake up. Wake up, brother. Wake up.
What are you talking about? What are you are elevating the thing that is
You're kidding me right now.
Wha-
This is a troll.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to the person who is
I
asking me
don't give
things.
a
Okay.
shit if you're talking to me. You're a troll.
Go on. You were talking about the measurement of what specifics?
A triangle. Okay, let me calm it down, bro.
The use
Let me
of
calm it down.
triangle in what? Finding the elevation of what?
Let me calm it down.
Really?
The elevation that they are trying to accurately position something that is up in the sky, when they triangulate it, they're using a baseline and a zenith. So that way, that zenith is a 90 degree to your position, and that creates a baseline that is flat and horizontal to your position. And then you have a hypotenuse to where you have a slope to it. And with that angle that's created and the degree of angle, you now have a position of something in the sky. But it was based upon
But
a
that's
90.
trilateration, bro. That's trilateration, not triangulation.
Exactly. No, well, yeah, it's trilateration. So
It's different.
when-
It's different.
yeah, okay.
Because
But
triangulation deals with distance and trilateration deals with angles.
they're incorporated in the same product. So, for instance, when you have 3 cell towers for your cell phone, when you're traveling across the land, the way they're going to triangulate it is based upon a straight baseline and the angle of where you are according to the tower, and then all 3 towers will be able
Exactly.
to position your point based upon a flat line of all 3 towers. You're not curving it because the triangulation of it is going to establish a point of reference that's going to be based of the said
Distances
triangulation.
and the heights of those towers because they know the actual distance of those towers.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
And your
that's triangulation.
elevation is going to be mathematically, put into that position to where they will know where you at. They will know where you're at because
Towers.
because they established a baseline. That baseline is horizontal. It will never work on a curve because once you curve your angles, it's no longer an angle that they can actually triangulate
How
to.
far
Do you understand that?
from present on the other side of the world? Is it just few miles away, few thousand kilometers away from few 10,000 kilometers?
No.
How far are you?
No.
Just switch up now again.
It doesn't matter.
That's what you're not getting. It doesn't matter on the distance. It's still
There's
based
a
upon a
specific
triangulation. You still
There's a
have a
specific
flat
length.
baseline.
Even if it's 1 mile square, it doesn't work for your globe because you should have 8 inches of curvature in every single direction.
There's a specific
Per mile squared.
There's a specific length to which you can measure the actual accuracy of the elevation and the distance, whatever you're calculating, to a point where the error is almost negligible, okay? The farther you go around, there are different measurements to use that, okay? That's how
Show
it
me how
becomes
that's done real
inaccurate.
quick.
That's how
No,
this
but
point.
there's
Negligible bullshit. Show me how it's negligible.
Yeah, bullshit.
Nope,
There's
ain't
still
gonna happen, bro.
Bro,
You're full
hold
of
on.
shit. You're a liar.
Hold on. they're still using a baseline. The farther you go away, it's still based upon a 90 degree from the original position. It's still on a baseline, bro. Do you understand? Hold on. Let me stop. Tell me what a baseline is. Do you understand what a baseline is?
Yeah.
What's a baseline?
I understand your point. You're saying that when that baseline becomes curvy, as in the or its shape, it becomes baseless. I know what you're trying to say, but it
Okay.
has some specific.
Is the
Okay.
base is the baseline horizontal? Yes or no?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Horizontal means no curve. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, with that being said, when you're using these complicated systems of rocketry, they're not curving the baseline. It is straight across. So when you have a rocket system that's trying to have this mathematical algorithm that's going to allow it to know its coordinate position as it travels up and it falls down, it's based upon the baseline of letting it know a zero fucking horizontal plane, because their zenith is also represented. It's created 90 degree. So the angle of which it trajectory shoots up, it knows it's like a graph in geometry, bro. Get the XY and you can fucking plot it out on a fucking on a square, a coordinate system. It's gonna be a baseline, bro. Come on, wake up.
Right.
Why are you saying wake up? We're having a statement say, okay, so you're talking about
Because you're
rockets
trying
and
to deny somehow that that's a fact.
you
We're talking
just know
about
how to shout. Having a conversation. You know just how to shout. I'm talking to him, okay? Shut
You agreed. Hold on. You agreed and admitted that a horizontal is straight and not curved. If your whole system, your whole rocket system depends on the horizontal to get your coordinates on the XY, then guess what? Everything about that trajectory is based upon an XY, and nothing can curve down because it would throw off that fucking coordinate system. How do you not understand this?
I'm just asking you, what are you talking about in rockets in specific, so I can explain you what it actually means.
When you see a rocket, okay, hold on, bro.
Go ahead.
When you see a rocket launch, right? It goes on an angle. Yes or no?
Yeah.
How can it go on an angle without a flat Earth?
I just explained to you a point
Hold on,
mass.
that's just the first part. That's just the first part. And I want an answer.
You want the
And I don't want another question or some shit. I just want you to answer, how is that going on an angle if we're not on a flat Earth?
I just explained to you a millions of point masses of length, specific
Right.
lengths make a curve, okay?
Okay,
So if you
can
were
get
to
an angle from a curve then.
Okay, hold
Why?
on. Let me
I'm
take
sorry,
him back.
bro. I'll let you go. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Harp.
I shouldn't interject.
Hold on, Harp. Let me take him back to fucking middle school. When you learned a graph and you had to fucking calculate it on a TI-81 or whatever the fuck calculator you use, you learned that XY has a zero coordinate, right, of a baseline. So when you had to predict a trajectory of something going up and down, it was based off the zero fucking horizontal, right? Logically, you're going to have an X and Y. Now, if you are in rocketry, symmetry, if you will, you're going to go up and down. And if you plot it out, it's going to be based upon an XY. So when you go up, it might be -1, -2, -3, because it's going higher and higher and higher, but it's still based upon the zero, the X of your fucking geometry that you're calculating. And then once it starts coming down, it's like -7, -6, -5, -4. But that's still based upon the horizontal line of where your geometry even fucking established the point. So what I'm saying to you is that their whole fucking system in fucking military operations, in fucking flight patterns, or should I say, flight telemetry, all that shit is based off the X and Y, the horizontal and the vertical. And if you graph it out, it's all based upon the lateral and the horizontal. You cannot say the curve. Once you introduce a curve to that bullshit, then it's no longer a -1, -2, -3, because it would change as you go further away from your vertical, right? Your zero, your zenith, and that whole fucking arc in your fucking geometry wouldn't make fucking sense because it's no longer an X and Y because you invoked a curve to that angle, but it's no longer an angle. It's no longer a fucking mathematical angle that you can fucking comport to it. This is why if you shoot a rocket up, and let's say you're at the zero, right? You're 0, 0. Your zenith and vertical. You're 0, 0. If you're to launch a fucking rocket to the negative or the positive, either way, it's going to go up and down. It's still always going to have a 0 fucking horizontal position, regardless of what you want to fucking invoke. It will always
unless you shoot it on an angle purposely.
Right, and even that angle.
Then the only way you're getting that angle is off a flat
based off the
baseline.
zero. It's always based off the zenith and the horizontal, regardless. Just think about your T180 or TI-81, bro. Think about how you used to have to calculate any arc from that. If you know trigonometry or geometry, you will know that math was always off the X and the Y. It would never, ever fucking be a curve. Ever. Ever. Come on, bro. Wake the fuck up. You're bullshitting right now.
I didn't say shit, okay? Stop saying that, okay? Can I say now?
Go ahead.
Shit.
We were talking about
the waters.
Go ahead.
the graph that you
Tell me
the
I'm
graph
wrong.
that you the graph that
Hey,
you were
bro,
measuring
first
of
I were interrupting you. Go ahead and start over.
Hold on, Harp. Go
Did
ahead.
I?
Let him go.
So the graph that you were measuring the position of the rocket to what? Its specific point, its landing point? What are you talking about though?
Yes, the
Takeoff point.
trajectory of the rocket is based upon an XY. Regardless how you fucking want to spin it, it's always based upon an XY. Want to know why? Because they do it based upon coordinates. So if I have an enemy that's fucking 20 miles away from me, I'm going to have a trajectory that's an XY. And when I launch my rocket, I'm going to know the angle to position my rocket to hit the fucking target that's based upon an XY. This is why they do it that way. They do not invoke a curvature because that would throw off my angle. Do you understand that?
You were talking about trajectory though, right?
Yes.
We're talking about an angle.
What?
No.
Yeah, the
He's
trajectory
good.
angle,
Yeah,
bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's good. Go ahead. Finish it.
Right? You're talking about trajectory, right?
Yes.
So when you say trajectory, it's literally the line, a curve that is described when a mass of some point, it just moves through space, right?
Okay.
So you have to read the specifics. It's either a line for a small distance or it's a curve for huge distance because it matters.
No, it's not a curve. It's not a curve. Because the second you start to curve your X line, it's no longer a triangle. Do you understand that? So when you're launching a system that's based upon a triangle in the XY fucking grid, then it's no longer a triangle. Do you understand that? And they calculate it. They calculate it based upon a triangulation. You understand that?
That's how it works for small distances. If you're gonna launch a rocket, the projectile that's gonna go, it's gonna go
Launching a
straight.
rocket is a small distance. Hold on. Launching a rocket is a small distance?
Depends on what kind of rocket. Are you launching
I'm
into the
talking
space?
about a rocket that supposedly goes to the ISS or
Okay,
whatever.
I'm telling you right now,
a
bro.
rocket that totally, gets to orbit. It's
Listen.
actually flowing down, but you're saying it's getting in orbit. Those rockets.
Harp, real quick. Let me speak real quick. Hold on. Everything about the arc of a projectile being launched up is based upon the XY. Do you agree or disagree?
Are you asking me? Yes.
Okay, so yes, it is, right? So based upon that, that means it's shooting across a planar fucking, and the X in this value here, it's straight across. It's literally a horizontal plane. So when you try to evoke a globe, guess what? You're no longer adherent to the actual way that the math would actually compute that. Do you understand that?
But then you use the
Because
coordinates of a hyperbole to measure it. You don't use trigonometry with the
Then
literal.
what happens is your
You can
rocket
have a
falls to
lot.
the ground because it's not
What?
on a spinning globe. What happens in your world then is that the rocket falls to the ground because it's on a flat plane and it's not going around an elliptical orbit of a spinning globe Earth.
The rocket
this,
falls on
this,
what are you talking
this,
about though?
this is why.
The
Hold on. This is
rocket,
hold
oh
on.
wow, go ahead.
Hold on, Harp. This is why what Harp posted that NASA does this, the military does this. All their diagrams are based upon a flat, non-rotating stationary plane, and they understand this because when you look into a TI-81 calculator and you graph out the arc of a projectile, it's always going to be based upon an XY. And when you do that, there's no curve involved with the positions of where it launched from. The only curve that exists is the projectile itself, and we can map that out. Projectiles we can map out on an arc, but it's not based upon the XY grid arcing. It's only a straight horizontal, infinitely in all directions, left and right, and horizontally, vertically, you have also a zero, in your calculation. Do you understand what I'm saying right now? Yes or no? Can you vision it? Can you see it? Can you see it with your own eyes? You get what I'm saying? When you do it on a calculator and you want to create an arc, when you create an arc on a calculator, is the fucking arc bending? Is the X and Y curving? No, they're completely they're like a cross. They're like crosshairs. They're crosshairs. And the
Okay.
only thing arcing is the mathematical positions of on the X and Y. You can curve, right? Think about a sine wave. A sine wave.
Well, you got
What is
you got a door arch, bro. What's
Yeah.
happening is you're going up a leg and you're arching and you're coming back down and you're creating a door because they're not
exactly
flying around the curve. They're just hitting
exactly
the ground. Right.
exactly. So think about a sine wave. Think about a sine wave in a calculator. There's the XY, and that wave path is always adherent to a horizontal and a vertical. There's no curvature about a sine wave, but you fucking globers want to invoke a curve that doesn't exist mathematically. That's
They
why
want that Z.
and the
They want that Z access.
You're missing two different physical concepts. Okay, measuring the actual shape of the Earth and the trajectory and all the space mechanics that you're talking about, that is measured in a concept that is far related towards the actual shape of the Earth, which is explained in a much simpler way. Okay, so when you're dealing with
Show us right now. Shut up. Shut the fuck up and show us right now.
Yeah. You're invoking a curve. You're invoking a curve that is not computed. Do you understand that? You're invoking a curve that you will not get on an XY axis. Do you understand
That's
that?
how you have errors. That's how you have precision and accuracy. That's how you deal with the math.
Bullshit. We
That's how
just
the
showed you fucking
Bullshit.
documents that say exactly opposite. Shut the
Exactly.
fuck up. We just showed
Exactly.
you
The
documents
military,
that say exactly opposite.
random
the,
things.
the
Okay.
military,
Let's get rid of this
Not
fucking idiot.
the military works when their projectiles are being launched. It works on an XY fucking gradient. Nothing about it is curving. And the reason why they
Doesn't
do
matter how
that,
many times we repeat, bro. It's
the reason
just gonna keep fucking trolling. He's a
the
troll.
reason why they do that is because that is reality. Because they understand that everything that exists around us is an XY coordinate. You have your elevation and you have your fucking your horizontal. right? You have your vertical and horizontal, and every
That's how
point.
errors are, that's how errors are reduced in these calculations. If you have such distances that are going beyond the way of correctly and accuracy, you
No,
have.
no,
Yes, you do.
no,
You do.
What are you
And
talking about?
even
No.
if you
Would you
say that
actually show
the
something
curves do
about
not
what you're
exist at
talking about?
all, you cannot
bro.
explain other phenomena. There are 7 to 8
Blah, blah.
fundamental physical quantities. You
Dude,
cannot
show some
explain
No,
that
proof.
with the
no,
help
no,
of
no, no.
facts.
Show some kind of
All
proof.
you have is play on your X and Y axis. You don't have any curve or any play on the Z axis. That's what
Exactly,
you're
Not
missing.
bro,
everything is about
bro.
X and Y.
Hey,
Okay, there's
hey,
third dimension
bro,
Dude,
too.
you
You
have
have to
words
work with the
only.
gravity and all the things that
bro,
do it.
bro,
You have parroted words only. You're an idiot.
bro. The X,
I've spent
Y.
enough time with this
Hold,
idiot.
hold on,
Dude,
Hart.
how many
Hold on.
fucking dude, guys,
Wait,
seriously,
hold
let
on.
me ask you real quick. Apocryphon,
Is he speaking? I
do you
muted
really
him.
want
I
to go?
can't listen to him.
I'm
Shit.
sorry. Do you really want to go on with this guy? Because I'll let you go.
Oh, hold on. I just want to say this,
All right.
bro.
Okay, good.
The XY is infinite, bro. On the grid, it's infinite, right? They treat it like that because they know that if you go 20 miles, 30 miles, 100 miles, classified information from the Navy says that they have a ray gun that goes 150 miles based upon the XY. That's classified, meaning that's classified. That means they're telling us this, but obviously it goes even beyond that. It's even further than that. So it's an infinite fucking calculation here. The XY is always vertical, horizontally, and that's it, bro.
But
Like,
infinite distance. That's why they're fixed. That's what I was talking in the first place. It has a fixed amount of distance. It has fixed amount of displacement that you have. You cannot go beyond to a point. That's how you have errors. And to reduce those errors, there are special mechanisms that are
Would
used
you
in
please
such
show us an
systems,
example of your
even by
garbage?
military, even by space agency. And
no,
they
no, no,
do
no, no,
so.
no, no, no.
Mechanisms.
Here we go. Here we go.
The
Here we go.
only
No.
principle
Hold
that
on.
works
A5,
dealing
let
with
me get
all
my
the
shit in here.
Mechanism.
phenomena.
Go
Dude,
ahead.
you're
Mechanism.
producing
Mechanism.
You're just saying a bunch of shit. We need you to
What?
produce some kind of document, some
Wow.
citations like I did. You
There
know
are
what I mean?
multiple concepts that are used in
Dude,
this.
you're
Okay, you
just
just cannot
saying
run
things
after
and you're
one
not backing anything up.
concept that
You see
goes
how
to
this
the
works? How he
measuring
just
the
continually will overtalk
elevation
me.
of
See how this works? I will just
Mechanism.
continually overtalk you, bro,
base.
because I see
There
how
are
this
multiple concepts
motherfucker
that
works. Yeah,
together
yeah,
builds
yeah.
the entire
Yeah, yeah,
foundation
yeah.
of this
Let's
thing.
talk over
You
each
just
other.
cannot ignore all of
See
them
who
and
gets
just
muted
debate.
first. Let's see
Use
how
that
gets muted first.
say
No,
that the
don't
Earth
tell
does
Harp
not.
to shut up. Abso-fucking-lutely do not tell Harp to shut up.
No. Hey, Harp. What he's doing right now, Harp, is he's just
I know what
biasly.
he was doing.
He's biasly introducing his argument,
I
even
know
though
what
we
he
just
did.
destroyed his argument because mathematically, bro, this is why NASA and military uses this fucking non-stationary fucking
It's okay. It's
non-rotating
just a
plane.
convenient way to do shit. You know what I'm saying? Earth's a fucking ball, motherfucker. And we would do. Oh, the whole goddamn thing spins with the fucking ball. And you know what? Why you puke when you're a baby? Because you're trying to get used to the fucking spin. And that's all there is to that. You know what I'm saying, motherfucker? Earth is a fucking ball, and you get it or you don't. Okay? We may not have to show you any kind of thing about a curvature and anything about anything that we claim, but I tell you right up, don't trust your own senses at all. Because
Yeah. So check it out. The fact that
dude, I'm overacting. I'm sorry. I'm getting drinky.
The fact that
I'm having a little bit of fun right now, bro. So
hey, Harp, can you hear me? Can you hear me right now?
Yo, man,
Yeah.
I've been talking to you for a fucking long time, bro. We're having a good time now. Go ahead.
Hey, check it out. I'm drinking too, cheers, by the way. But check it out. These guys, they cannot accept the fact that you just have to go back to your TI-81, bro. Just go back to that. And that will fucking prove to you that it's not a fucking curve. Because all the math in that fucking calculator is based upon the same
Flat
principle.
baseline.
Everything about that is the same principles that the military uses and NASA uses because they know that's our reality. They know
Isn't that
that you
crazy?
have to. They know that they have to establish the baseline to fucking even get their fucking telemetry right or their projectiles right to even have
Okay.
this fucking arc as they shoot something. You know,
Dude,
you know what proves it?
Do you think a jet could fly over you at 600 miles an hour if the Earth wasn't flat and they
Nope.
didn't know where exactly they were going? No
Nope.
way. They'd be in
Nope.
space in like a couple of minutes.
Well, what about
Gone.
the SR-71 Blackbird flying at around 1,100 mile an hour?
There you. Oh
Exactly.
my good God.
Exactly. Imagine
There you
how
go, brother.
fucking. Imagine how far it has to dip its nose over fucking 2 seconds.
Oh,
Get the
that's
fuck out of here,
ridiculous.
bro.
He couldn't even
Exactly.
be able to do it. It would have to be computerized completely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No
These
human could possibly do that.
these Globers are lost, bro. They're fucking
Yeah, they're
stuck
lost.
in their bullshit. They're stuck in their bullshit. And once you
Now,
try to
here's
point
the
out,
thing, right? You know what they say though, right? They say that we stay at the same altitude because of gravity. Is that insane?
it's fucking
You can't
crazy.
hold a little fly down, but you're holding an airplane with has engines in it. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It's retarded,
Then
bro.
they use it against the argument as it does have engines, so it doesn't. It's not affected by Coriolis. Right? So they change up where they need to be. I know the whole spiel. I know the whole stick. Been here for a long time. Been picking out trolls since I put a chemtrail vid out, and I was
Right.
attacked.
It's
I was like, wow.
Hey, Harp, it's real easy, bro. Just tell these motherfuckers, go look it up on a TI-81, bro. It's going to give you X, Y. You're going to have an arc based upon a baseline.
Flat
All
Earth,
the
yeah.
math,
Flat
all the
baseline.
math.
Absolutely.
Yes, exactly. Everything's based upon sea level, meaning horizontal, meaning flat. Glovers that are still stuck and lost, fuck them, bro. They're fucking lost. Let's talk about.
You know why Masons are free? Because they know the secrets of building and everything's flat and level. And when they make an arch and with a keystone, that shit is strong.
Exactly, bro. They know what's up.
Nothing
They
to
know
do
what's
with a ball. See, that's the thing, man. When I look at certain shit, I go, wow, how do they not know that? And then I start thinking, son of a bitch, she's not a builder. So I take a lot of things granted with my knowledge of doing that shit and all the time, like my whole life.
Right.
Building electricity, the whole deal, like tension, all about everything. And now I'm 64 years old and people just say, oh, boomer, idiot. But I've been there and done that shit. And I bounced on it and destroyed it.
Yeah, dude, these guys want to fucking they want to instill their claim, which is bias and fucking retarded falsehoods, but they want to try to piss on your leg and tell you it's raining. That's what they're doing, bro. Because they
That's
believe
right.
it's raining. Because they believe it's raining, they're not realizing
Then get
that
down
the
and
fucking false is pissing on
lift
them.
your fucking leg and it's going to smell like piss. You know what I mean?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah,
do that,
dude.
though. They don't want to do that.
Ridiculous.
Hey, Harp.
Yo.
Is your name in reference to the facility in Alaska?
Yeah, that's why they're two A's. Yeah. High
Did you hear-
frequency. Yeah.
Did you hear about the new HARP machine that they're building? That's fucking like the largest HARP
Are
machine.
are you the guy that is talking right now? No, you're not. The other
No,
guy
that was APOC.
Yeah. So, APOC, shush.
Yo.
Dude was talking. You
APOC.
overtalked.
Shut the fuck up, APOC.
You
I'm
want me to shut
talking
up?
now.
Fuck up,
I'll shut up.
APOC.
I'll shut up. That's fine. I'll shut up.
Okay,
Go
bro.
ahead.
Damn, son.
No.
You want me to? Go ahead.
Hey, bro.
Yes, APOC, we want you to shut up.
Thank you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
okay. All right. Don't be an asshole. Come on.
Okay, I won't.
I'm listening.
So you said there's two A's because
High frequency auroral activity research program. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So what is
I
that?
was turned on in 1998. Somebody had, we were talking in a garage. I was going Tesla, and I was going, And somebody who's a kind of a good friend said, you know what? I have that book. And I was like, seriously? We've been talking for a year, and you really? And he said, you know what, I'll bring it tomorrow. And he gave me this book called Angels Don't Play His Harp. I
Angels
started
something
reading
there.
this shit. Yeah, this was 1998, right? And I started reading it. I was going, wow, I'm seeing evidence of this kind of shit. So go ahead. Questions? Yeah. It was in 1998, that's when I was introduced to this. Yeah. I had been looking at chemtrails in the
Right.
air. So,
Can I ask
yeah.
you some questions about
Sure, go ahead.
how many antennas are in HARP?
Don't make it a stupid question
Shit,
either.
was that like 100? Hold on, calm down. I think it was like 180.
180.
I think.
What? Okay. What
For
powers them?
some reason, what powers them? They used gas out there in the. It's a gas-powered facility. They use the natural gas
Gasoline, like
from.
unleaded?
Yeah, no. The gas that comes from the earth. That's like gas, not gasoline. Gas, right? So
Not a gasoline.
the way
Very
they
nice.
look at everybody, calm down. The way they powered, and I don't know what they're doing over there now because they shut everything off for access to the public. So, but they were using the gas that was the natural pocket over there, so they could just easily do that, and that's why they picked the place where they picked to actually do that because of the natural pocket of gas that they powered the facility with was right there. Right.
Oh,
That's
they
a
put it-
fact. We can go look that up. Go try to debunk me real quick. Go ahead.
I do not. Your name is Harp. I'm
Yeah. I know what the fuck I'm
learning.
saying.
Yeah. So they put it there because they could fuel it easily.
Yeah, exactly.
It's called ethane.
And hold on. There's a
All right.
second part. So supposedly it was for communication. That was the whole reason, right? And they were exploring the
Harp was built to communicate.
Yes. Well, no. Hold on.
Originally.
Yes, absolutely, for communication. But they started studying the Borealis, right? And a lot of things were happening because of Tesla. Tesla said a lot of stuff where people were going, And Marconi, even like we were talking about earlier, shot across the ocean, and that's where they were picking up, oh, it must have been the ionosphere, and, bullshit. Now, where was I? Because I fucking constantly do that. Go back and back and back. Blah, blah, blah. Where was I? Come on, be a nice guy.
You're talking about HARP the way it's established with the gases and the positions of communication.
It's a huge pocket of gas out there that could naturally just fuel the place. So that's where they did it. That's the original story. That's the official story. That's not something I speculated. That's the original story. That's not a. Go ahead.
Do you have any of the specs on the
antenna?
generators or whatever? No, the generators that were. I'm talking about the natural gas generator.
No, it's no. They never really showed that. They never really revealed any of that. They did show a lot of pictures of the antennae out there, but as far as the underground facility,
I'm not
and
talking about
everything,
that. I'm talking about the
I know. That's what I'm saying. As far as the facility which powered it, they never really showed it. Yeah. Kind of interesting.
So how do you know it was natural gas?
Because that's what they said. That's what I'm telling you. The official story.
You believe what they said?
No. I said, one more time, the official story is, and you can go look up the official story, is that what I said. Right? So now,
but I'm asking you what actually
playing something that is overriding my speech. I mean, how many times are we going to be trolled tonight?
I wasn't trying to overtalk you.
Okay, so who's got a background playing, right? Tim? Hey, Tim. Hey, Tim, you want to mute yourself, dickhead? Troll. Little troll boy. Try to mute yourself, boy. Hey, mods, can we mute Tim, please? Thank you.
I can do no such
Oh shit! There's an old man
There's
spurging
no
out.
mods in here, right? Yeah, there's no mods in here. Crit's deafened, and that's all good. Mods don't like me anyway, but that's all good. Say what?
We have to make our own way, even
Yeah,
with
we
the.
make your own way.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're a boomer.
Oh. Now you're
Suck
gonna
your
judge me?
mother.
Are you gonna judge me now? Hey, let me tell you something, bro.
No, it was just a joke,
fucking-
dude. It was just a joke. You
No,
did lyrics.
no.
I did a joke.
It's all
That's
good.
it.
It's all good.
No, you
It's all
challenged
good.
this old
Here's
man.
the
Now
funny-
you have to face the
here's the funny-
consequences.
here's the funny thing, bro. Here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing. Most boomers, I fucking can't even stand. They're idiots. So
Yeah,
when
because
I
you
get
like the young
compared-
guys, right?
When I
Oh,
get
come
compared
on, bro.
to
Get the
them,
fuck out of here,
it's
bro.
because they're born. Hold on. When I get compared to somebody who's born in the same decade or whatever the fuck you.
Why don't we just
Who is
talk
giving
about
you-
what the fuck you
Well,
guys
hold
were
on, hold
talking about?
Who is giving you these goddamn statistics of who the fuck is who and how they fucking think? Did you take these
We go back
census of how
to
people
our-
think, or are you believing what the fuck you're told? That's all I'm gonna say.
Can we
Go
go
ahead.
back to how were the antennas powered? I want to know how the natural gas
Or guess. Go
turned
look up
into
HARP. Go
to
look
RF
up
energy.
HARP. Go look up HARP. It's not that hard.
Dude, your
Go
name
look
is
up
HARP. Your name
and
is
find
HARP.
out what I just told you. So now, if you don't believe me, go look it up and find out that that's why they did what they
Square
did.
for life.
Well, can't you
Jesus
just
Christ.
explain it?
You. I
Just
believe
totally
you, Harp.
explain
I
it to you.
believe you. I believe you.
Okay, so
believe
what
you.
what more do you want?
Well,
So
I'm
what
Wants
more
you
do
to kiss him on the lips.
Isosceles right
I
triangle for
do
life.
not. I actually do
Oh,
not
Oh no,
want
wait.
any
The other one
lip
is
kisses.
skull.
I want Harp to
Damn
tell
it,
me
geometry.
how the natural gas was turned into RF power. That's it. Harp.
Okay, so go
What's the other
look.
triangle called? This the
There's my-
isosceles. The one with the all
I
different
don't need
angles.
anybody to really answer for me. Tell you the truth, just go look at the site and how they did it.
Yeah, you need the website to answer for you. You
Yeah, I was gonna say
obviously have no
scoliosis,
idea what you're talking
but I
about.
don't want to say scoliosis triangle.
Okay, why is everyone trying to answer for Harp? Are you guys scared he's going to get
He's
it wrong?
just referring to the website. He's not answering the question.
Right, I
He's
told
not
you.
You're scared
interested
he's
in
gonna.
answering the
You're
question, or even
scared that
trying
Harp
to.
is going to get it wrong, and you're trying to cut him off. Is that what's going on?
He will not answer it.
I already
ahead, let him
answered.
try.
I
What
haven't
are you
even
talking
given
about?
him a chance to answer anything. You just keep talking
Sure,
over
we
him.
did. He keeps
answered
saying the
it.
same thing every time.
I literally answered it 3 times. Yeah.
Yeah, go to the
Okay,
website. That's his answer.
Okay, so
Okay, got him.
you're not going to believe me.
I guess
how
right
they
triangle,
did
but I
it.
meant scalene.
Calm down, everybody, and let me answer. If you're not going to believe my answer, then go to the fucking website and find
Yes.
out
A little
why.
lobotomized, but I'm a
Okay, wait,
square.
wait,
You're not
I'm
going to
a
let me
square.
answer. You're not going to let me answer. See?
Your answer is go to the website, you fucking...
You fucking
You
what?
guys cannot
You fucking
let
what?
him.
You're
Fucking
dumb,
what,
you're dumb.
asshole?
Dumbo,
You're a bunch
Dumbo,
of
fucking
fucking
Dumbo.
dickheads. Oh, Dumbo.
Hey,
Now,
somebody buy me
Yeah.
immunity from the fucking surveillance team that's harassing
so
me.
you want to go find out why Harp did what they
I also
did
need
and
a
why they
key
used the
card.
gas that they had there, then go find out. Look it up.
Yeah, but you
Because
could
there's
just,
a
like,
huge gas
explain it.
deposit. Oh my God. Can you shut up? And
All
let
right,
me
fine.
fucking answer. Oh, you will find them saying to you that there is a large gas deposit there and they utilized it for HARP. And that is a fact. That is not a claim nor anything the fuck else other than fact. Me,
Who cares,
I'm not
though?
going to show you. Just
care.
asked me, you prick.
I
You just asked me, you little prick.
Wait, can
Why
the
do you
harp
care?
actually
How
be used
dare
for
you?
the
I think it's fantastic. You guys are so scared of Harp. that you have to
I'll think
just
about it.
talk.
Oh, he's
You're
throwing up.
choking
This
on a
drunk
big
old man is
cock.
throwing up now.
You're choking on a big cock.
Can you harp
Please
What
make
radio
the
sense.
stations
fuck?
using harp?
What is
Please try
going
to
on in the minds of these old men?
I don't know. Please try to make sense
You're
What
of
is
it.
going
choking
on
on a
in the
big
mind
cock.
of
Sounds
you?
like you're choking on a cock. You know what I
You're a
mean?
Hey
freak,
Harp.
dude.
Hey Harp. Hey, Harp.
It's a cigarette.
This guy.
Fuck.
Hey, Harp. Hey, Harp.
I feel
Hey,
like
Harp.
shit. I'm getting like triangulated by RF signals, high voltage. I don't know who's doing it. It's really annoying.
It's the Jews.
Dude, one time I was holding a soda can, and it started stinging my hands, like arcing to me.
Yeah, the Jews are
Fucking
electrocuting you,
bullshit,
you
dude.
from
You're not
space.
supposed to wear metal.
You guys making some kind of
You
claim?
fools are fucking schizos. You're not supposed to wear metal.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys
So
out of
these,
your minds?
yeah, these guys are fucking retarded, bro.
You guys are like.
You unleashed the retard fucking asylum on me, or what? Who the fuck is responsible for this? I want to know.
You, Harp. You are responsible.
I am. Because you know what?
But you're
I
doing a
got
horrible
myself
job.
into
You're doing
this
a
situation.